it's because you have to get in line. And so I feel like this all just went to the front of the line. And so I think the things that, my opinion is that the things that made the process faster weren't, those things don't concern me just because of what I do in the development process for, drug development anyways.
Dr. Mitchell, here's another great point, and that is if you look at the biologics that have been approved over time, the ones that have been around the longest have actually had the most changes, including the most significant changes to the actual, product line that the, this immune modulator that's available here today versus the originator version that got all the approval 15 years ago, completely different product. I mean, largely similar, but some of them have had like 50 changes they've had to report to the FDA. What you're getting right now is the actual like first line with all the direct testing and everything else. It hasn't changed. So it's a fascinating product review as well.
I just got were y'all talking about the vaccine? Mm-hmm. What did y'all say? You're thinking they've done a great job, and
they accelerated and funded the research on this. And I think part of what Dr. Mitch was saying, they did the same strenuous research. They just moved it to the front of the line of everything and had it fully funded day one. So it shows how fast an approval could happen without hindering the science behind it.
They also did a lot of stuff in conjunction, like if normally they would do something to talk about it, then do something else. They just lined them all up and did them kind of all at the same time too.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's years and years of like preclinical work that goes into the drug development and biologics, like process development and refinement, and then there's just a lot of really technical stuff that happens, and but I feel like the science is there, the production processes, the control over those processes, and just from all of the work that they have to do normally to get something through the process. I feel like they know those processes extremely well. They know what they're doing. And I don't have any hesitations at all about it. And I was telling my sister, I'm like, think about it. They come out with basically a new strain of the flu vaccine every year anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's really not that much faster than that.
I know everybody's so concerned about the speed. They ought to be happy about the speed, and because they're definitely saying they didn't skip anything. It's just a matter of how they did it. Is everybody on here going to get theirs someday?
All right.
How long do y'all think it's going to take? What did you say, Lynn?
I said, God willing.
Yeah.
I hope
how long do y'all think it'll take the FDA after the meeting today? Then I don't know what time the meeting is.
I think they're going to announce it today. I think that the big questions isn't how long it's going to take. It's how long is it going to take everyone to respond to the specifics of the EUA and what requirements it puts in. Because right now we don't know how long you have to wait between your flu shot or pneumococcal or anything else and this, if there is a wait period. We don't know if there are other specific counseling requirements, other injection site reactions that we have to warn on or look for, or anything else. I think that's going to take a week to really respond to and get some good national guidance on. But I mean, the immunizations are on the way. I mean, they're already in transit with anticipated, authorization.
Yeah, I saw something yesterday that said if they approve it today, they can ship them tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah,
they're ready.
I got news for you. They're already in the state.
They're in multiple states. Yeah, they're out there.
It's already here.
So I have to switch over to a call at 10, literally about the distribution for Arkansas. So
good. Tell us about it.
Get us all one, John.
Yeah.
Get us all one.
Hey, I was talking to Melanie last night, and she said, the pharmacy she's at is in tier 3 for distribution. And I'm like, well, hey, you're on the list. Yeah.
We're tier 2.
I think the
Yeah.
other things we kind of need to know, John, is what do you have to tell the patient? What are the questions going to be that you have to ask the patient before you give it to them? You know, like on flu shot, you got to ask them all
That's
kind of
it.
things. Are there certain questions?
Are you allergic to eggs? Are you
Yeah,
allergic?
how do we, yeah.
Old serums, it was, are you allergic to horses? You know, because they're equine serums back in the day for, you know, rabies. It'll be
Last
fascinating.
night they said if you have extreme allergies, like you go into anaphylactic shock or something, you shouldn't
Don't
take
get it.
this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll see if that comes out in the information.
Hey,
It's gonna be
John,
an
had some
interesting day for sure.
they've had some reactions, I guess, and I guess they've already given some doses in Europe. You
Yeah.
talked about with the major allergies, they've had some reactions.
They
over
they had them in the trials as well. So Luke, we may have to see if we can flip your blinds a different direction or something. It's
My dark,
yeah.
Just your face.
that's fine.
Jolly,
man.
you were
Somebody
about
Your
needs to look at
shirt
my
is
face.
white and
Well, I was
You need
supposed to.
you need a little ring light on a tripod. They're
Oh,
on Amazon for like $10.
I'd be blind from that.
that's what my daughter-in-law does. She puts up this little, almost like you were getting a modeling picture done, and then it makes everything look so much better.
See, look, now turn it back on.
Let's see.
It's on right now, and then you turn it off.
Oh, you do look much brighter and better.
I look
Well, and I
brighter
have a
now.
light. See, that's if I just have like just an overhead light. But I
Okay.
have a light over my computer, and then I have a ring light. So
Dr. Jolly, what were you about to say?
Of course you do, Becca.
I do.
There was a call yesterday with Joe Martin at 3:00. I was supposed to jump on it, but obviously was tied up with something else. But
Yeah.
it's about distribution of the vaccine in hospitals. Did you hear anything about that, or
That's
you got an update?
that's part of what this call is today. It's Hospital Association, Department of Health, Pharmacists Association, and I'm gonna, you know, I was told while I probably won't have to say anything, I would imagine that there's going to be distribution questions, which will fall onto us.
It looks like we have the 3 that were scheduled at 9 are here. So if everybody is ready, and just for the record, we've got, I'm just going to go down the list here where it's showing me Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. Also have Executive Director John Kirtley, Deputy Director Brenda McCready, and myself. And also we have Jennifer Burgeon on with us from the office. And John, if you want to, like I said, we've got 3 on here at 9 o'clock. So if you want
Absolutely.
to kind of tell all 3 of them, and maybe we can cover it all at once, kind of what the process is today, then we'll go from there.
Sounds good. So for all of you that are on, let's see, Miss Moore, Miss Palmer, Mr. Smith, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. Mr. Daniel has told you who you are looking at on screen. With that, we call this an informal conference. These are meetings where you can have a conversation back and forth with members of the board as they consider whether it's your application or some issue with your registration or your licensure. And at the end of the conversation, they're going to, you know, have a suggestion for some type of action. That could range anywhere from approving or denying an application or requesting some sort of restriction on a current registration. But the point is, whatever they decide, you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with. If you agree with what the board members have said, and it's not something you have to do necessarily immediately unless they ask, then we go forth with whatever plan they have put forth. And if you disagree, you know, if it's an application issue, that's your chance to either say, forget this and walk away, or to request a hearing before the full board, which is all 8 members of the board. That would be at a later date. Our next meeting for the full board is not until February. After that, looks like it is going to be June. So I think that all of you know why you're here today. As you get called up, if you have any questions about this process, either when you were called up by our attorney or during it, by all means, like, stop us, wave your hands, get our attention, and we want to be sure to answer any questions you have about this process as well. Mr. Daniel, who do you want to start with?
We're going to start with Ms. Moore. Let me just get something real quick, and then we'll be good to go. All right, Ms. Moore, we're gonna start with Brandy Moore. This is, can you hear us and everything okay, Ms. Moore?
Yes, sir. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Okay.
So this is Ms. Moore sent in a pharmacy technician application this year, and board members, I've provided everything for this morning. Everything, each individual is a PDF file, and at the beginning of it, there's a summary sheet for each individual. So Ms. Moore did send in a pharmacy technician application. She was licensed as a pharmacy technician in from 2010 to 2016. She surrendered her license in 2016. She failed a pre-employment drug screen at Arkansas Children's Hospital. She had to give 2 samples, urine samples, because it appeared that she was tampering with the first one, and it came back as negative, and it appeared that she was tampering with it, so they made her give another sample, which did come back positive. That was for THC. She is currently a registered dental assistant in Tennessee, and she's under contract with the Tennessee Dental Wellness Foundation. As far as I could see, it appears to be their dental support group. And she is under contract with them until May of 2021. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Newsom.
Can she hear you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was the one muted. So, Ms. Moore,
Yes.
you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Can you tell me what was going on in your life for you to be tested positive?
I was going through a very dark time in my life. I had things going on like outside of my personal life, things going on with my child's father. And basically, I had a daughter back in 2013. So really, I didn't cope with my postpartum depression. And in 2016, that's when it hit me really, really hard. So I was trying to find a way to cope with it, and instead of trying to deal with it the best way I knew how, I turned to marijuana.
Okay, so how long did you smoke?
From 2016 until April of 2017.
And you knew you cannot do that with the job that you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So would you have still been doing it had you not been randomly tested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what have you done since 2017?
I have been 3 years clean since 2017. I have not touched marijuana. As Mr. Daniel stated, I am with the wellness program out of the state of Tennessee. I do random drug testing every month. And so far, so good. I have not, tested positive for anything. I'm currently working with the Arkansas Department of Health, and I don't plan on doing that anymore. So.
Okay. What are you doing with the Department of Health?
I'm at the call center. I basically answer COVID-related questions for the public. I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you sought employment in pharmacy again?
No, ma'am.
I just want to have you just want to have your license.
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
haven't practiced in 4 years. So basically what I just want the board to basically just trust and believe that I am competent of going back out there and basically dealing with the public again.
Okay. And so how are you doing in your treatment program?
I'm doing very well.
Okay. Okay.
No problems.
So you're living in Arkansas. Well, you're in Arkansas, but you are connected with the Tennessee. Your program is in Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
My
how are you
program is
doing
in
that?
I log into an app called Johnny Pure, and
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I log in every day to see if I'm drug tested for the day or not. And the day that they ask me to drug test, I go take my drug test, and they send the samples off to a national toxicology clinic. And if they have any problems, they just call me or whatnot. But they haven't had any problems since I've
Okay.
started the program.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does any other of the board members have any questions of this candidate?
Dr. Newsom, I have one. This is Debbie. Brandy,
Yes.
so you said you wanted the board to believe in you, and that's admirable. I'm wondering, are you wanting to get a tech position?
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
you don't have one right now.
Yes, ma'am. I want to go back to doing what I love, which is helping people. And if I'm, if you guys decide not to, then I'm okay with that. I know that I tried.
This is Becca. I just want to say that I think what you've been doing this year, I imagine that that's been really difficult working at the Department of Health during this pandemic. And I think what you've done is really important and meaningful. And I want to say thank you, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're so welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Krause?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
It's my feelings that, denying this lady's a tech license would be deleterious to the efforts that she's done up to this point to do right and, by us and, change your ways.
Any other questions or comments from the board members?
I think I have one more. So how long will the Tennessee program go? I mean, do you have an end date to it, or forever?
It will be May. It is only required for 2 years. I'm subject to do random drug testing for 2 years. So I am a year and 6 months in so far. And so May of 2021 will be the end of my contract.
What do you think you would do to continue helping yourself past that point?
Just continue to do what I've been doing, and that's wanting better for myself. And I'm actually about to enroll back in school to finish up my degree in healthcare administration. So yeah, I just, 2016 was really a trying time, and I just really knew I needed to change my life around.
That's
so
wonderful.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
Okay, any other comments? So what is the will of the board?
I would propose that we make a motion to grant the waiver and reinstate her Arkansas pharmacy technician registration.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. All right.
It'll be processed today, and you should get your license by next week.
So
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Good
And
luck.
just for the board members, since nobody's here to initial it, I'm just going to put a grant per informal and the date and sign my name on it if that works.
Okay.
And
Like
we'll
I said,
have,
it'll be processed today or tomorrow, and you should get it in the mail next week, okay?
we'll have
Thank you,
video.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, Randy.
You're welcome. Good luck with it.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Bye-bye.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Dr. Kirtley, did you have a comment? Okay, you kept trying to say something.
I was going to see if Lynn had a comment.
Yeah, Lynn is a little
did?
excited. We won at the Supreme Court, 8-0. PBM,
Yes.
PBM legislation is constitutional, and it's just another brick in the wall, but it's a big one.
Yes, it is.
It's up. So
That's totally exciting.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I'm beside myself right now.
I muted and called John, and he's freaking out, of course. I mean,
Oh, yes.
Lynn sent me something. He said, we won 8-0. I said, the vaccine got approved. He's like, no, the Supreme Court. And my phone's blowing up.
Yeah.
That's something else.
Yes, big
Yes,
deal.
it is.
Anyway, I figure you all wanted to know that as well. Otherwise, your phone's going to be blowing up, and we're going to have people going during the whole meeting. So,
Well, let me tell you, probably most everybody else on here is an Arkansan by birth.
Yeah.
I don't know that, but I get the impression. I'm a transplant, but I've been a 10-year transplant, so the rejection drugs are working. Tell you, I have been in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Connecticut, West Virginia, and now Arkansas. Pennsylvania and North Carolina have very strong pharmacy lobbies, but they're also big states. And there is nothing that those two states have on this state. The pharmacy lobby that has put together the camaraderie between the colleges, the association, the board of pharmacy. I am utterly proud to say that I'm an Arkansas pharmacist. I love with all you guys over the years.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Well, I'll quit pontificating. I'm just telling you, this is about me. This is bragging on y'all. I'm just glad that y'all let me join the
Oh,
fraternity.
you're part of it, though.
yep.
We're all part of it.
All right.
Phone's blowing.
Back to Luke.
Ms.
You
Palmer,
again? Okay. Mr.
Miss-
Daniel, who's our next person?
Miss Palmer, Savannah Palmer, are you there?
Yes, I
am.
am.
Okay, do you have access where you can turn your video on?
I do. Give me just a. I
There you
think
go.
it's on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Hi. How are you guys?
Good, how are you? And
Good.
did you hear Dr. Kirtley a minute ago when he kind of explained the process about?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you have any questions about that or anything?
No. I did have a question before I forget, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I was wondering if y'all were to accept the license, would this be the 2020 or would it go ahead and go to the 2021?
The application period for 2019, 2020 was only paying fees for 2019 or for 2020 this year. So if the board approved it today, what it would be is it could be approved today, and then there'd be a $70 renewal to extend it for 2 more years.
Okay, awesome.
So we will see. This is a pharmacy technician application. She did check yes that she had a record expunged or sealed, and what came back was a theft of property conviction from June of 2018. This was a shoplifting. It was clothing from Walmart. There is a mention in the police report, which is included in your packet for the board members, where I'm looking at page 3 of 3 of the police report, where it says Robinson, who was the loss prevention agent at Walmart, he stated that he recognized Palmer and the woman she was with from previous shoplifting incidents. And so this is her only arrest and only conviction, but he does say in there that he recognized her from some previous incidents. She did admitted she In her statement, she says it was the other girl that was stealing, but in the police report, it says that she admitted to stealing the items. It says they were both compliant and admitted to stealing the items. So she does have that. Like I said, it's a theft of property conviction from June of 2018. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Do you want to tell us about these incidents where you were shoplifting?
Yes. Honestly, it was all just completely ignorant of me. All of that time was pretty hard for me. I was at very first, when I had my baby, I was a stay-at-home mom, and I was kind of babysitting and like cleaning houses and doing stuff like that to kind of like pay my bills and take care of her and stuff like that. So it was kind of hard at that time. And honestly, that was like the biggest mistake of my life, was going in there and doing that. But that's no excuse for it at all. But me and my friend, we were just young, and just, I feel like throughout that time, I was on probation for like 6 months. And, I was going to court frequently, and doing community service and just making up for that. It was just a big regret. I really don't have a reason for it, and I just wish I never did it.
Okay. So what year did you do the shoplifting in?
It was it was 2018, and then I completed all my stuff, and like literally as soon as I completed my probation, all the fines, everything like that, like a couple weeks later, I went and had my record expunged.
Okay, so you learned your lesson.
I definitely did, yeah. And I've been working hard. It was no excuse. Being a single mom, it was no excuse. But I just felt like, man, why am I the only single mom? I just felt like, why is it happening like this? And I don't know. It was no excuse. But since then, I've just worked really hard to provide everything I can for her by myself. Like, I haven't, of course, wasn't going to steal anything, nothing like that. I haven't done any of that. So I've just been working hard to try to provide it myself. But like I said, it was no excuse at all. But that's just, at that time, I was feeling down on myself, I guess.
What type of work are you doing now?
I guess I'm a pharmacy technician at Walgreens, but technically I don't have my license yet. So all I can do is just help at the cashier, but I'm in the pharmacy with them.
Okay, which location of Walgreens are you currently working?
I work in Hot Springs, Arkansas. I work at the Walgreens on Central Avenue.
Okay. Okay, why do you want to be a technician, or how did you come about getting involved in pharmacy?
Well, I was actually the manager of a t-shirt shop here for almost 3 years, and my boss lived in another country, so I wasn't getting paid like hardly ever. Like, he was paying me very late and stuff like that. And the store manager of Walgreens actually reached out to me. He said he had seen my application on Indeed, which it was an old application from like 2016. And they called me and they said that they were willing to train me and stuff like that, if I wanted to be a pharmacy technician. And I was just like, I feel like that would be an awesome job, and would be something that would make my daughter proud, which being a store manager wasn't bad, but just having on-time pay, and it would just help a lot. But I think it would be an awesome job.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think it's important that the board members look at the city dockets or certified dockets that talk about her probation and her telling the judge that she didn't think she could pass a drug test because she'd been smoking marijuana. And that I think, although that's not a charge in here, it is in her court documents. And I think that's important that we look at that also. It's on,
What page?
it's, let me
It's
see.
page 1 of the court docket. It's the top where it says Garland County District Court.
It's the fourth and fifth pages.
If you go down to where it says 7/3/18 next to the last time where it says that at the bottom.
Well, it says it on 7/3/18, says it again on 11/18. It seems to be an ongoing issue that she was doing some sort of drugs, marijuana or something, even while she was on probation. Sort of a lack of respect for the court, I think.
I never failed a drug screen while I was on probation. Only my very first one, but I never failed a drug screen. I completely stopped smoking, and it was for marijuana. But I never failed a drug test once I was on probation. Maybe only my first one.
There are a couple in here where you say if you have to drug test that day, you won't pass.
Unless it was my very first ones, I definitely passed every single drug screen.
There's one on 7/3/18.
That was when the 7/3/18. When was that? That was the court date?
That was I guess it was the court date or filing date. Yes.
They gave me 2 months, and that first 2 months I completely stopped, and it took me almost 2 whole months to get that out of my system. But once it was out, I never did that again. So I'm really confused on to why I would say that.
I see a negative drug screen on 9/6
There's also one on 11/8, I believe.
and 11/8.
I just think it's important that information it goes to her and her character and that type of thing. And I think it's important that the board members are aware of that also.
Okay, you want to tell us about that history?
I mean, it was pretty much the exact same thing that the last girl had said. I was a single mom. I felt like I was going through a really hard time. All of that ties in together, what I was doing, who I was hanging out with. I haven't hung out with the people that I got in trouble with since that day. I haven't spoken to them. I was really depressed, and I just felt like, why me? I was just feeling like the victim, I guess. But yeah, I don't recall failing any drug tests. I was very as respectful as I could be with the courts. I paid all my fines on time. I did all my community service. I did everything that they had asked me to do. But I definitely, when they had asked me to stop smoking, I definitely did.
Okay, so you've been clear from smoking for how long now?
It's probably been 2000, about 2 years.
Okay, you know that this is something you can't do and be a pharmacy technician.
Yes, I do. We had to have a drug screen.
You're aware?
Too.
Okay.
Yes, and they did go over that with me.
Okay. Does any other board members have any questions?
Have one, Dr.
Dr. Jolly?
I think you just alluded to it, but I was going to ask you, have you had a drug screen as part of your Walgreens
Yes,
employment?
I did. Yes.
Just a pre-employment?
I haven't been there very long, so yeah, that was my first one.
Mm-hmm.
And everything was negative on it?
Yeah, everything was good.
I wanted to ask you about on the police report from the Hot Springs Police Department, the asset protection associate that worked for Walmart stated that he recognized you guys from previous shoplifting incidents. Can you provide some additional detail on that, please?
I will say the girl that I was hanging out with at that time, like I said, I haven't talked to her since that incident. A lot of the days we were both not employed at that time. So that's number one problem is we were both unemployed, hanging out, and just, we shouldn't have been together. But in the other incidents, I did go to Walmart with her, and there was an incident where she took batteries and sold them to her uncle. And they brought that up while we were in there, that they had recognized her from taking the batteries. But it was multiple times that we had went to Walmart. And then once we got in trouble, then of course we didn't go to Walmart for a whole year. And then since then I haven't taken anything from Walmart.
So this wasn't the only time that you stole product?
Yes.
Okay. So prior to the incident, the day that you guys got caught, had you been involved in any? Have you done any had you done any shoplifting prior to that?
No, no.
But you had been with her when she stole.
Yes. And it's still like, I mean, still to this day that is how she is. That's why I just had, and that was one of my best friends from kindergarten till that incident happened. So that was one of my longest childhood best friends. It was a hard connection to kind of break off of, but I just knew that I needed to go ahead and just be better in my life, because it was just, anytime we were together, it was just negative energy, negative things that we would need to be doing and stuff like that. So eventually I just had to get away from it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Newsom. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? So what is the will of the board?
I'm not comfortable giving her a pharmacy technician permit, so I would make a motion that we deny her application.
I would even, Madam President, I would, even if it was better if she just withdrew it. I don't know if that's better down the line or not, but either way, I think at this point, it just a little more water needs to pass under the bridge, I think.
Okay.
Before we allow that. But I'm open to others' wisdom.
So do you understand what he was saying?
I do.
I have a question real quick.
Yes, sir. Dr. Jolly, go ahead.
Will Walgreens allow you to still keep your cashier position?
I probably, I won't. I'll just, because it's not the same, but I do appreciate that. But they probably would let me stay there until I find a different job. They
would let you stay as a cashier?
But not in the, they won't let me be, of course, back in the pharmacy, but I can talk to them about, being in the front of the store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she could be a front-end cashier.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know, Dr. Newsom, if they hired them and the expectation was that they would just
that was my expectation. They usually hire you as a cashier first, and then they train you to be a pharmacy tech, but they just hired me straight to be the pharmacy tech. But I think they want me to be in the pharmacy mainly, but I'll probably won't end up being a cashier if I don't get the license. But I do appreciate y'all.
Well,
yeah, but is it worth hanging around for a year and come back to talk to us in the future? If it's something you really want to do, that's up to you.
Okay. If you think that it would be worth putting in the time in a year, if that would be enough time, then I would reapply.
Well, I think it would demonstrate that you have a commitment to be in the profession. I want you to be gainfully employed. And so that's why I was asking. And I think if you stayed at Walgreens and continued to, to do customer facing service and show that you truly had an interest in the profession, if you do come back in a year, I think that says something. So that's something to consider.
Okay. Well, thank you guys.
So you will have that year back, that background year. So that would be great. So, Mr. Daniel, does she have to make the request now to withdraw her application?
Yes, we do have a motion on the floor. So if nobody wants to second that motion, then that motion will be dead, and then we can allow her to withdraw her application if that's what she wants to do. Dr. Krause.
Dr. Krause.
Yeah, I was wondering if Dr. Mitchell would allow an amendment her motion for to allow her to.
Motion withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay.
So what they're saying, Ms. Palmer, is, I mean, you're licensed as a dental tech in another state. So if your application gets denied, that may somehow affect that, because you would have to report that, and it would be disciplinary action. So they're going to offer you to allow you to withdraw your application if you want to do that verbally today. And then that would be the end of it. It's closed. There's no other issues. And that way, and they've said that you could reapply in a year, and this would be readdressed. So would you like to withdraw your application?
I would. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll show that it is withdrawn. And like I said, and that'll be the end of it today. And if you want to reapply at a later date, you just need to go through that process again. Okay.
Okay. Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Thank y'all for bringing that up. I had forgotten that detail. I totally agree. Don't want to interfere with her other licensure currently. I think that was a good move.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Smith. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, hello. How is everyone?
Good morning. Were you here earlier? You were here when Dr. Kirtley kind of talked about the process today and all of that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You have any questions about any of that?
No.
Okay. And, we're on Ryan Smith, just for the board members. This is a pharmacy technician application. He did check that he had been arrested previously. This was in, his statement is also in there if you want to look at. This was in 2007. He has felony convictions for commercial burglary and theft of property. He was living in Siloam Springs, I guess, where he'd gone to school. And I believe he can correct me in a minute if I'm wrong, but I believe this was after high school, and him and another person went into the Siloam's high school after hours. And I guess I don't think they broke in. I think there was a door that was left open or something. But anyway, they went into the Siloam Springs High School after hours and took like the hard drives and stuff out of some of the computers in the computer lab. So as high school kids talk, whatever, it got back that it was him and the other guy that he'd done it with. They were charged, and like I said, he does have a conviction. His judgment and disposition order is in here, where he shows conviction for commercial burglary and theft of property, and he was placed on probation for 4 years. So like I said, this was back in 2007. And Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. How are you doing today, Mr. Smith?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing good. Can you tell us about these incidences?
Yes. So the thinking at the time was that I had been basically working full time since I was 16, started living on my own, supporting myself when I was 17, and I had never really done anything stupid. I had never really been a prankster or anything like that. So when the opportunity came around, it seemed like a chance to do one stupid thing, possibly plead to a misdemeanor, do some community service, and move on. And I didn't realize at the time that it was not a misdemeanor. It was a lot more serious than we had thought it was. I don't know if it's relevant, but you had mentioned hard drives. There weren't any hard drives involved. It wasn't any data or anything like that. It was the memory modules, which are the smallest, cheapest part that can make a computer do annoying things when you turn it on, which was ultimately the goal. So after completing my probation, or while completing my probation, I was working full time, went into a restaurant management. I had been doing that up until early 2019. and I've been working at Walgreens as in a position that they call designated hitter, which is a combination of a customer service associate and, well, ideally pharmacy technician once you're licensed. I've been working as a cashier when they desperately need one. Mostly I've been in customer-facing roles, and trying to find time in between all that and raising my daughter to study computer science and biology. So hopefully I'll be able to get a little bit more stability under me and finish that degree and move on.
Okay. So how long have you been DH?
I've been there just over 1 year, in fact. Thanksgiving was my 1 year mark.
Okay. And so you enjoy working in the pharmacy?
Yes, very much.
Or coming in, all you can do is check people out, but you enjoy doing that and working with people?
Yeah, I do enjoy the environment.
Okay. Okay. And you haven't had any problems with drugs or alcohol, nothing like that? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate?
Y'all just thought this would be funny when the kids get to school tomorrow, they can't use their computer, but
The ultimate effect was the types of, because I had worked in that computer lab before, the ultimate result is that when you turn it on, it finds that there's no memory installed and makes a very obnoxious continuous beep, which we thought would be amusing.
and they figured out it was y'all, and then y'all had to pay to get them fixed.
I didn't realize at the time that one of the students who was in that computer lab was one of my roommates at the time. So it got around pretty quickly.
How long ago did this happen?
That was at the end of 2006 that it occurred. So 14 years.
Okay.
And so the only reason we brought him in today was because it's a felony conviction. I mean, had it been some type of misdemeanor or something from that long ago, we just would have approved it, been done with it. But it does, and it specifically, lists, a crime of dishonesty in the waiver process. So that's why he's here. I mean, granted, it is very old, and I don't know that staff. Dr. Curley or Dr. McCready can speak for themselves, but I don't know if staff has any issue with this.
So Luke, how come it would be a felony? Was it the amount of money or?
The commercial burglary is automatically a felony. I mean, he went into they didn't break in. I think a door got left open or something. There was no damage done besides removing the stuff from the computers. But commercial burglary is automatically a felony, regardless, even if they hadn't stolen anything. It's just a felony in and of itself when you enter any type of commercial business, including a school. So it's just the fact that they went in there is a felony.
Madam President. Yeah, I would have to, it goes without saying, to Mr. Smith, don't ever do anything like that again.
I definitely don't intend to.
I have no problems with him, but that has to can't go without saying that.
Okay, any other comments? So what is the work of the board?
Just make a motion that we allow him to proceed with his pharmacy tech license.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Thank you so much.
You're gonna be a pharmacy technician.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, this will get processed today or tomorrow, and you should get your permit in the mail next week.
All right, thank you.
We have Cynthia Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, sir.
And
Okay, do you have access to turn your video on?
Let me.
and let's see who the other two are as well. If that's
Yeah, we've got two phone numbers, 612-2327 and
318-1238.
1258. Are y'all both here for meetings with the board this morning?
Can you see me now, sir?
We can, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who do
Phone
we have
numbers.
on the phone number? 501-612-2327.
We've got a Katie Mason that's also scheduled for 9:30. Katie, are you on here? Marquise Jeffrey or Brandon Blevins that are scheduled at 10.
I'm clicking for them, asking them to unmute. They're on their phone. I believe, what is it? They have to hit *6 to unmute. There we go.
Ebony Green under the
Okay,
612
everybody has
number.
frozen up on me.
Oh,
Can you all hear?
who's
Can,
right.
can I be
1248.
heard?
Yes.
All right.
I'm the 612-2327.
And who is
What's
that?
her name?
Ebony Green.
Okay, she's scheduled at 11:30, but if she's already here, then we'll just fit her in. Who's the 318-1248?
Brandon Blevins. I'm trying to join the Zoom call, but I'm having some issues.
Okay.
I was scheduled at 10.
Okay, if both of y'all will stay on, Dr. Kurt, we'll get Ms. Johnson called up next, and then Dr. Kirtley, if y'all will listen, he'll only have to go over this once, and then he'll kind of tell you what's going on today and the process today. So Ms. Green and Mr. Blevins, y'all can go back and mute yourself, and then we'll get y'all called up after Ms. Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So real quick, guys, and once we call you on for Mr. Blevins, Ms. Green, we'll also try to get you on video so the board members can have a face-to-face with you. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On your screen, you will see some members of our staff as well as board members. On our staff side, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director, and Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our legal counsel. Then on the board member side, we have Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Lenora Newsom on screen that are all pharmacist board members here at the Board of Pharmacy. In this interaction, we call this informal because we're going to try to have a discussion back and forth across the table. We'll have our legal counsel just highlight the reason that you're having this discussion with the board today. So we'll give the board members a chance to discuss whatever it is with your application or any other issues with the Board of Pharmacy in front of us today. Give you a chance to speak with them. And at the end, the board members will make some kind of a decision. And whatever decision they make, the important thing is you can either agree or disagree with the board members. If you agree with them, we go forth with whatever it is they've asked us to do. If you disagree, if it's something like an application, you could either say, forget this and walk away, or you could say, well, I'd like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date, which would be a formal hearing before the board. So as each of you are called up, I believe that you know why you're here today, but if you have any questions about this process, either when you're called up or during it, by all means, stop us, wave your hands, get our attention. We want to be sure that you ask any questions that you have as well. Mr. Daniel, I'll punt back over to you.
All right, we've got Ms. Johnson up right first. She did, when she sent in her application, she did disclose that she had been arrested before. It does show a hot check conviction from 2017. Also shows, we also were notified that she has disciplinary action on her nursing license. She has a letter of reprimand from 2016. This was not disclosed on her application. I did get a copy of the disciplinary action from the nursing board. It showed that she falsified a patient's record while working at UAMS. She had previously received a written warning for falsifying a patient's record. And at this time in 2016, she was terminated from UAMS. Her nursing file shows she received a disciplinary notice from UAMS on those following dates, starting from 2013 up to 2016. Just unapproved absences, not completing assigned duties, and like I said, the the two issues with the falsifying a patient's record. Like I said, she was terminated in 2016 from UAMS, and also show a termination from Arkansas Children's Hospital in 2012. There were issues with unprofessional incidents with families, so it wasn't any, there was not issues there with falsifying anything, but she does show that she was terminated from Arkansas Children's Hospital in 12. So do have those issues and that hot check conviction in 2017. So, and Dr. Newsom, I will turn it back over to you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about all of these things that have been going on in your past?
Yes, ma'am. I will address the hot check. Yes, that was an unpaid, and then it was resulted in an arrest, which then it was paid in full, and that was in April of 2017, and there has not been one since that date that has been satisfied within the state, the county of, I believe, White County. UAMS, the falsification of records that they are referencing is that I had documented on my MAR that I had administered a medication buccally, when in fact I had administered it via gastric tube. And that had been a couple of incidences, and that had been communicated within the staff. There, I won't go into any further dynamics within the unit that I worked in. It was asked of me, did I do it? I admitted it. Yes, I did. And I just had documented on the MAR, clicked the box that it had been administered, but did not further document that it was administered via gastric tube and not buccally. After some discussion, then, like I said, there was some other dynamics involved within management, and I was terminated. The documentation from Arkansas Children's Hospital saying with family, I don't recall. I just remember that has been some time ago that was, I did not fulfill my PRN contract. I had excessive absences, call-ins on my PRN shifts that I had agreed to work, and I didn't fulfill that contract, and so I was terminated. I don't know the comments about the family.
Okay. Why didn't you show up at work?
Well, there was conflict. I would sign up for a shift, and on my PRN contract, then I would see that there was other staff that were going to be working that shift, and I would call off because I did not want to work with certain staff members because I had just personal differences with those staff members, and so I would just not work. I would call off, and I would try to pick up a different shift. And at that same time, I was also working at UAMS, and so I had a full-time job already, and the Children's Hospital at that time I was just PRN, and so that was my second job.
Okay, you said you had problems with management at UAMS. Was it the same type of problems? Were you not getting along with others?
It was, UAMS felt that I was not getting along with others. There was the dynamics within the department, and I felt that it was some lateral violence and bullying amongst the staff, because at the time of the documentation of the administering of the medication for the one particular infant, that there was more than myself that were administering the medication gastric tube instead of buccally. And no one was documenting that, just as I had. I was the only one that was reprimanded, and I was the only one that was terminated. I did attempt to seek counsel on the situation. And when I sought counsel, that's when UAMS made the claim to the Arkansas State Board of Nursing against my license.
Okay, do you realize that being a pharmacy technician, you're gonna have to work very closely with a lot of people?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And since then, I have moved on. I know that I have actually been in a management role, quality director, infection control nurse for Freedom Behavioral Hospital in Jacksonville. And prior to that, I was working in a supervisory role as emergency room RN at North Metro Hospital in Jacksonville.
Okay, and how did you get along with the other staff?
Quite well. I was able to build bonds amongst the staff, my peers, and my upper management and my physicians. And then when that emergency room closed, then I was brought over to the new company. I was then again in a charge nurse role with staff underneath me of LPNs and CNAs, worked closely with my upper management. And then about 6 months ago, I was promoted to the quality director position.
Okay. And why the switch from being an RN to becoming the first pharmacy technician?
The specifics on this, Ms. Newsom, are that I will be signing for the delivery of the medications. We do not have a pharmacist on site 24/7. Our pharmacist is only on a part-time basis since we are a small facility. So being that I am in the quality director position in infection control, that it was asked of me to submit my application so that I can then sign for the delivery of the medications, the shipments that we need within our facility, and I can secure them within our Omnicell or Pyxis until the pharmacist arrives on site.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate?
Dr. Newsom, I have one. This is Debbie.
Yes, ma'am.
So Cynthia, I'm not quite following. Why did y'all, you and others, give the infant their medication differently than was asked by the physician? Why did y'all do it?
So this was a micro preemie. When I was working at UAMS, I was in the neonatal intensive care unit. This was a micro preemie who was orally intubated, who had a gastric tube and a TPT, trans feeding tube. And so the physicians were asking for the medication to be given buccally. And at this time, we were giving a combination of, we were given methadone, Ativan, and I think morphine, and they were wanting it to be given buccally. And this particular infant had copious secretions, and we were having a hard time ventilating this patient because of all those secretions. And so it was felt by, not by myself, but nurses on opposite shifts of me, that if we were given the medicine buccally, then we were causing more disturbance of those tubes in the mouth and the throat, and we were increasing the secretions, which then we would have to suction the baby more often, and we felt that we weren't getting the medicine to the baby. And so we were giving the medicine in the gastric into the OG tube so that we could get the medicine to the stomach so that it could be absorbed, so that we were hopefully medicating the patient appropriately because the patient was on the vent.
So what y'all should have done was ask the doctor and let the doctor make the decision.
And we had communicated with the residents that that's what we were doing. The residents then never changed the order. And there were, we had primary nurses on this infant. Myself, I would work 2 or 3 days in a row, and then we would alternate. And there was a rotation of us, like a couple on night shift and a couple on day shift. And we were administering the medicine the same way, following each other. None of us were documenting that we were giving it down the tube. We were all documenting it as it was on the MAR. The resident had not changed the physician's order to be given because the resident felt that, it was tube or buccal, it was still being administered orally, because in the order it just says, if I recall, I don't have that information with me, but it didn't specifically say to give it buccally, it just said orally. And even if a medication was given via OG tube or NG tube, it would still be said to be given orally. The physician's orders did not differentiate at that time. I can't speak to currently, but at that time they did not differentiate between giving it NG tube, OG tube, buccally, or orally. It would just say orally versus injectable or rectally.
Did your MAR differentiate the appropriate route?
No, sir, it just said orally.
Okay.
And so, pardon me?
On August 28th, 2017, of the nursing board documents, it says that the physician ordered morphine 0.5 milligrams per mil, 0.1 milligrams per kilogram buccal every 4 hours as needed for baby M.
And
their documents show that it said.
And I don't have documents because that is HIPAA, but I can attest that at that time it did not say buccally. And I believe, in my honest opinion, that that was changed at a later date. And because there was multiple, I don't want to say multiple, there were a few of us, 2 or 3 or 4 of us nurses that would give it via the tube, and we were reporting on and off to each other, and we had gotten the baby infant in a good situation where we were able to make progress with our ventilator settings. And then we would have a nurse come in that was not in the normal rotation. The medication on that shift would be given buccally. The infant would require increased suctioning, stimulation, and then would have a backwards trend on the ventilator settings.
And you said that it didn't say that it was supposed to be buccally, but it says you were charting that it was administered buccally. If it didn't say that, why would you have charted that?
Could you repeat that, please, ma'am?
You said that the order didn't say buccally, but you were charting it buccally. So if the order didn't say that, why would you be charting it that way?
Well, the order that you recited was from September. Is that correct, ma'am?
I'm just reading a document from the nursing board that says on December 22nd, 2016, you were terminated. And on summary from December 9th, 2016 through December 18th, 2016, you self-disclosed that you were administering baby morphine through a gastric tube instead of the physician's ordered route buccal for baby M.
Okay.
But that you were charting that it was buccally.
Well, because all you had to do was click the MAR as that you had administered it at that time. There was no option. I was not going in and making a note on the MAR of the route specifically that it was giving, an additional information. And so I can, no, I did not document that I gave it via tube. no, I did not change my documentation to state that. It was, we just clicked the box that it was administered and what time it was administered. Like I said, this has been a few years ago. I don't recall and have any more notes from that event, because after I sought counsel, I destroyed all my notes. And I have.
Ms. Johnson, I've worked with a lot of NICU nurses over the years.
Yes, sir.
And I have a hard time believing that you did not have specific route instructions on that MAR. That what you said is that the route was just oral.
Yes, sir.
And you guys just kind of, that covered several different potential specific routes of administration. And I just have a hard time.
I can say this.
For safety reasons, have a hard time believing that, you know, morphine and methadone and those things that we administer buccally did not specifically say on your administration record.
I can, Mr. Jolly, if I may say so. After the first time that I was called in and asked upon this, and I believe that was on the 18th or the 19th, and I was able to go back and I worked one more shift. I went back and I reviewed a few MARs, did not document anything. I was just reviewing how orders were written in comparison to medications that were to be given orally. And this was information that I had taken with me to counsel, and I don't have it now. But there were medications that would be written orally. It would just say to be given orally. Though, yes, these were different levels of care on these patients. And there was, on more than one incident, we had found, because of another nurse of myself that worked opposite of me, that had been doing the same thing, but she was not reprimanded or terminated. And she was doing the same thing as I was. So I do feel that some of this was retaliation. I admitted what I had done. I had even, if we were able to pull those records and look at the documentation where I had communicated with the physicians and had asked to get those orders changed, where residents had said, yes, that's fine, go ahead and give it that way. But the order, the scheduled order was not changed for the route. We had looked through things that we would give every day and it would say orally, but if we had options of routes to give it, we could either give it through the tube or we could give it oral in the have the baby swallow the medicine. This particular incident, this was a very critical baby. We were trying to manage this baby's pain control. And again, like I said, this was a judgment, and obviously I made a poor choice of judgment at that time, but I admitted it, and I have not had any further incidents since then.
To the board members, I have asked Dr. Robertson to get on this Zoom meeting. I would like for Ms. Johnson to explain to him again what her reasonings are for wanting a tech license, where she's working, and what she's going to be doing. Dr. Robertson
that
is
was my question. Does she That was my question. Does she need a tech license to do what she's going to be doing, or can they even accept that at the hospital without a pharmacist?
I wanted Dr. Robertson to, that's why I wanted Dr. Robertson on the call so that maybe she could explain again what she's doing and what she thinks she needs a tech license for.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Robertson?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, could you, Ms. Johnson, could you please let me know what the facility's name?
Yes, sir. It's Freedom Behavioral Hospital in Jacksonville. It's
Freedom Behavioral is supposed to close.
yes, sir. And at that time, yes, sir. That is true. I was getting the license so that I could go ahead and continue to. But if we need to stop this hearing and move forward without the tech license at this time.
Hello.
Mr. Jeffrey, can you mute yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, I mean,
we show you here, Mr. Jeffrey, and we'll get you caught up shortly.
Freedom Behavioral.
Thank you.
That they were foregoing, they will be canceling their license. So if this permit is associated with that license, then I don't know a need for further discussion, at least from my viewpoint.
There has been discussion whether I would continue with Freedom off-site at their other facilities. We're not for sure. We still have our license for beds in the state. Our owner is in Louisiana. Our actual today, the 10th of December, was our last date to be on property. I was going to go ahead and continue on with this interview process since we had made it this far, and not knowing whether or not Freedom was going to be able to continue in the state of Arkansas so that I can continue my employment with them.
Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Kraus.
Yes.
This is for Dr. Newsom. Is a motion in line here?
Let me talk to Mr. Daniel.
Yes.
Does she need to withdraw her application, or do we need to deny, or what is your guidance from here?
You can have any, I mean, you can make any of that you want to. I mean, she has a nursing license, so of course, any type of discipline or denial of an application would affect that license or any other license that she tries to get in the past, kind of like the one we had earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But if the board is leaning towards not wanting her to have a pharmacy technician license, then a withdrawal would be better for her.
Okay.
So, Mr. Daniel, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
If Dr. Newsom doesn't mind.
Dr. Newsom.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
So even though my question to you is, next year when I have to renew my nursing license, is this going to affect my nursing license, since I currently do not have any disciplinary action or limitations to my nursing license?
If you withdraw, if they allow you to withdraw your application, that's not a disciplinary action and it will have no effect on anything whatsoever. If they denied your application, then yes, you would have to report that, and it could, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never been in front of the nursing board. I don't know what they take about that, but if they allow you to withdraw that application, then it's just like you just decided you didn't want to move forward, so you withdrew it. There's no side effect to that.
Okay. Because even in 2016, I didn't have to present before the board, the nursing board, with the claims that they made against me. I never had to go before a panel.
They just issued you a letter and that was the end of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The questioning that I have received here from you guys is the only time I've ever been questioned on those charges.
Okay.
Okay, is it okay with the rest of the board members if she'd be allowed to withdraw her application?
Yes, I don't think she even needs the application currently.
Right. It's okay with other board members that she withdraw?
On with me.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Richmond?
No problem. I would agree with that.
Okay. And Dr. Kraus? Y'all are freezing on me again, so it's almost like a little delay on everyone's answer.
I think, Dr. Newsom, I think everybody has said, unless I saw difference, I don't think anybody had a problem with her withdrawing it. So, Ms. Johnson, if you want to verbally withdraw your application right now, with this matter will be closed, and then you will have no issues reporting wise. And like I said, you don't have to do that, but they're giving you that option to do that, as opposed, because it doesn't sound to me that they want to give you a license based on what they've heard today. So they're giving you the option. Like I said, I mean, it is your option. You do not have to do that. But it appears that the other outcome would be them denying it. But I can't speak for them, but just listening to the conversation, that appears where that's going to go. So would you like to withdraw your application?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will show it withdrawn. And like I said, it's just withdrawn. There's no disciplinary action. It's not reportable. It's just you withdrew the application, and that's the end of it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I believe we have, who was next? Dr. Kirtley, was it Ms. Green? So I know she's not scheduled till later, but
yeah, she was next on screen, but isn't scheduled till 11:30. We do have our other 10 o'clock here with Mr. Jeffrey.
Okay, and I think Mr. Blevins, he was on early too, so maybe we can get Mr. Blevins called up.
Yeah, I think Mr. Blevins was on there first of our 10 o'clock. I did not see Katie Mason.
Yeah, and I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet, and I believe Mr. Blevins was able to get on a video too. Are you there, Mr. Blevins? I see him on here twice. Brandon Blevins. All right.
I just clicked on to have him start video. It shows one is unmuted, and I'm asking to unmute the other one.
Okay.
There's Mr. Blevins.
Can you hear us, Mr. Blevins?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. Perfect. And you were on there earlier. You heard Dr. Kirtley when he talked about the process today.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. You have any questions about the process or anything about what's going to go on today, or have any questions about why you're here?
Not at this time.
Okay. Yeah. And you will get a chance in just a few minutes to talk about why you're here. So board members, this is, like I said, it's I got Brandon Blevins. Was a pharmacy technician this is a pharmacy technician application. He did mark yes that something was going to come back on his background. And you have his packet there. He did go through and describe two alcohol incidents. The first one was on January 11th. This was a DWI conviction. I'm sorry, I didn't say January 11th, 2011. This was a DWI conviction. He'd been at a restaurant. It was just a traffic stop. He was intoxicated. BAC registered it a little over a 0.1. I think it was 0.115. As everybody knows, the legal limit's 0.08. That was in 2011. That by itself wouldn't have been just a reason to make him come in today, but he does have another alcohol criminal incident in 2018. This was a public intoxication conviction. He was a passenger in a vehicle that was stopped. The driver, if I remember the report right, the driver was arrested, and he was the passenger. He was unconscious, and the officer actually had to give him two, I don't know if anybody's familiar with a sternum rub, but two sternum rubs to get him to come come back conscious. He was very unsteady on his feet, appeared to be extremely intoxicated. Some police officers have a little portable BAC machine. I mean, it's not hooked up to the Department of Health, but it's just a little portable one that they use in keeping their car. And he blew into that and blew a .26. So, and that's what, 3 times the legal limit. So we do have those 2 alcohol incidents. Like I said, one in 2011, which was a DWI conviction, then that public intoxication conviction in 2018. So Dr. Newsom, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay. Mr. Blevins, how are you today? Can you hear me?
I'm so sorry, I was muted. I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Can you tell me about these little DWIs that you had?
Yes, ma'am. I was 21 years old. I had just turned 21 a few months ago, or a few months prior to the situation. I was celebrating my best friend's birthday, and I made a very bad decision that has haunted me since then. And I have not had an issue where I have drank and drove since then. That has not happened. Like I said, I was 21 years old and I made a very bad decision, and it still comes up often, especially, you know, I guess that's all that I have to say about it. I regret it. I did everything that I was supposed to do to take care of that situation. And like I said, I haven't done it again.
Are you still drinking?
I do not drink often.
I didn't hear that last word. You said you did not drink.
I'm sorry. I said I do not drink often.
Often. Okay.
What is your definition of often?
Yes.
Like holidays, birthdays, things like that. I don't drink on a daily basis.
Okay, but you just had gotten out of a celebration and you went overboard. So in these times that you drink often, how many times are you getting, like, say, totally drunk like that?
I'm sorry?
How often are you getting totally drunk like you did in these prior incidences?
I do not try to do that often. I don't. That's not something that I try to do. It's not something that I want to do. Not often would be 3-4 times a year, maybe.
But you still are going there.
No.
Do you think that you should leave them alone?
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't understand your question. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
3 or 4 times a year, I'm not trying to go overboard. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
Did you explain the
So
circumstances?
do you know that during the times that it happens, 3 to 4 times a year, do you know the difference in drinking to excess and drinking? You're saying you're still drinking. What are you doing to prevent you from getting like you were in 2011 and 2018?
Well, I don't do things like that in public. If I'm going to drink, it's going to be in my home, and I wouldn't leave.
But those are still dangerous behaviors. Are you where you can do a visual where we can see you?
Can you not see me now?
I can't. Can everybody else see him?
No.
He's on 2 different screens. He's got a phone.
Still different. Yeah. There's Brandon Blevins that's on there that shows a phone, and then he's also on there via video. He's waving right now.
Go to
See,
view.
he's not coming across to me.
Go to view and
He's
hit
in his
gallery.
telephone. Yeah, I mean, let's see.
Oh, I see him now.
Go up to view and hit gallery.
Okay. Yeah, I've got him in gallery, but let's see if I can just do speaker when he comes on with speaker.
If you do speaker, it will just show his phone because he has a video, but his voice is on a blank screen. So that's what it's moving his blank screen up into your view, but he is on video as well on a second screen.
Okay, well, I just can't see him as, I guess that little issue that was here yesterday. Oh, I see you now. Okay, I got you.
Mr. Blevins, do you understand the concern that they're asking? It's not necessarily just the frequency with which you drink, but it's the degree to which you drink when you do. Based on what I can see on the screen, based on what appears to be your body habitus, to achieve a blood alcohol level of 0.26, for a 70 kilogram person, one beer is equal to about 0.02. So to achieve a legal limit, that's 4 beers basically all at once. Get to 0.26, I mean, that's close to a case of beer, or the better part of a bottle of alcohol. That's a significant amount of alcohol to be consuming, even if it's only 3 or 4 times a year. So there has to be, the practice of pharmacy, and people who are engaged in doing that have to show self-control. And it's not that it's not okay to have a glass of wine or something, but to have a case of wine is a whole nother story.
Yes, sir, I do understand that. And I do understand the concern.
So what do you say happened in 2018? What did you drink? I understand you're celebrating, but what tell us about it.
I mean, to be completely honest with you, I don't recall most of that night. I'm sorry, you said 2018?
Yes.
I was actually, my husband had just gotten a new job, and we were very excited and made a bad decision, a very bad decision. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than that. And again, in that instance, I did everything that was required of me to be done. And there has not been an instance like that again.
Well, I guess the question is, I understand celebration, but did y'all go to a restaurant and you had 10 drinks or a case of beer, or what kind of celebration was it?
Yes, it started at a restaurant and then moved on to a bar.
And then, Dr. Newsom, I'm not sure if you asked, but why do you want to be a technician?
I actually took a job with Walgreens as a store manager, and I have been here for 3 months, and pharmacy tech license is a requirement for that.
Sorry, did you say you took a job as a manager at Walgreens?
Yes, a store manager. That's correct.
Yes, it's Okay, does anybody else have any questions or concerns?
If this were a pharmacist, we would recommend some sort of eval or something. I know one of them is older, but the second one is really kind of concerning. That he was at 0.26 and he has no recollection of it at all. And he says he continues to drink, just not as often.
Yeah, those are my concerns also.
Well, my concern is him knowing when to stop. Like Dr. Richmond said, maybe a glass of wine, that's one thing. But if you drink so much you don't remember the night, and once you get in that state, maybe you can't stop yourself because you don't know any better in that state.
One for customer service, please. I had registered one for customer service.
I
So
think
does
I
your
missed
daughter
his last comment. It sounded like he was talking, but I couldn't really hear what was said.
I think
I
there
think
was
it
I'm sorry.
a speaker. There was a speaker. He's in the store.
Does Walgreens give you a certain length of time to get your tech permit?
I don't know for sure. When I was hired, I believe the requirement was to have my PTCB within 6 months, I believe. But now in Arkansas, you don't have to have that. I'm not 100% sure on the tech license.
My concern is that he needs to have a technician license by default, not that he's really interested in the profession of pharmacy.
Right.
But that Walgreens has this as a requirement, as a condition of his employment. And so in that regard, there's really not a commitment to the practice of pharmacy and then really understanding what that's all about. So I'm not in favor of issuing this gentleman a license.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The rest
Madam President.
Yes.
I
Yes.
kind of agree with Dr. Richmond. I think a little more time needs to pass, but I'm not for a pharmacy tech license at this point either.
Okay.
Madam President, are we at the point of making a motion here?
We can. Go ahead.
Or do we want to let him withdraw and try at a later date when he's had more time, which
Mr. Blevins,
I would be all right with that.
okay, would you have any problems seeking some help or going to AA or something about your alcohol problems? Because this is only going to snowball on you. And you don't want to get to the point where you say, for instance, you eventually be able to get a license and you have a good job and then it's going to come back and haunt you. You've already got 2 incidences. Strike 3 usually means you're out.
Yes, ma'am. Is there something that I can do or I don't know. I guess I don't know how to move forward. Is there something that the board would like for me to do or I don't know what to do are we just saying that more time needs to pass or?
And more time with some help. Yes, go ahead.
That's what I was going to say. I think, a little more time away from the last incident to show that, change has been made. Some type of eval in your back pocket or monitoring or something that says, I'm not potentially a problem waiting to happen. That's, I think if you withdraw your application and you seek help or seek to see if you need any help, would serve you and serve your cause to be a pharmacy tech.
And I'll add that just as a little bit of an explanation. So this board's charge is to protect the public. And so if we are to grant you a pharmacy technician permit today, you've stated that you need it, not because you really want to be a pharmacy technician, because it's a requirement for management at Walgreens, and we understand that. But that permit would allow you technically to go get a job as a pharmacy technician anywhere you wanted to in a licensed pharmacy. We can't, we don't restrict that. So we're not comfortable doing that right now because based on the recent history of alcohol misuse, we have questions about your judgment and your ability to control that just sort of decision making and that habit. And so that's where our concern is. If we can see some more time where you can demonstrate that you have improved your self-control or judgment abilities, whatever it may be, then we're happy to sort of revisit this conversation in the future.
Okay, so you say in the future, like at what point should I try to apply again?
I would say after you sought out some help and some guidance with your alcoholism.
I think what the board members are trying to tell you, I think you're asking them to give you a specific date when they'll approve. And what they're telling you is they're not going to approve it right now. And they can't tell you a date because it's not calendar specific. It's actually, they want to see progress of how you are dealing with this differently than you have done so far.
Well
Okay.
put.
Yep, and Dr. Kirtley could speak to this, but there are 4 approved groups for the board that you can get your eval from. Your eval may come back and say that you don't have an issue, or it may come back with giving you tools to deal with your issue.
Yeah, we'd be glad to email a list of the evaluation centers. These are intensive inpatient evaluations. They do cost, I think something like $3,000-4,000 to actually get it, but it gives a true, deep dive into what's going on. Is there a risk? Is there a need for, treatment or exploration and recovery, substance use disorders or dependencies? It goes through all of that. It goes also through our soft pharmacy support group. But I think the board sees a lot of instances where people say, well, I just don't drink as much, or I don't drink and drive, or issues like that. And it's like, well, this is a deeper issue than just, a DWI or a public intox, and it's concerning in the workplace. So
yeah,
I think
and
as we can give.
And I'm looking at the date on the application, and he just sent it in on October the 1st. So this application is actually good for a year. So the board could also just table that, and then if some point before that application expires, he goes through, or he wants to come back and present what he's done, whether that's evaluation, some treatment, whatever the case may be. The board also has that option. Like I said, this application is good for a year. It was just received on October the 1st. So, it's got another, 9.5 months on it. So that's also just to table it. And then, like I said, at some point, if he wants to come back, it'll be up to him. But I see Dr. Krause and Dr. Mack looks like both had questions, but I'm just laying that out as an option.
So Luke or John, is there, just because I don't know, is there any other, like if you go to AA or you go to various and sundry things, or you go to a local psychologist, is there anything different? I know that for sure, if we demanded he go to the treatment center, of course he would. Is there anything else that could help him, or should he just move to that step?
That's up to the board.
Yeah, I know in the past when we've had technicians, they don't make, sometimes there's an issue with, when it comes to financial, going and getting one of those evaluations that costs, $3,000 or $4,000. I know previously there have been instances where the board is, where, somebody's, seeked out help on their own, and then the board's looked at that and, as opposed to an eval. But if this was a pharmacist, of course, we would be looking at an eval. But, and when it comes to technicians, a lot of times, they don't have the financial means, and I don't know about his financial means. I'm not, that's not our business, but it's just, sometimes that's an issue. And so I know the board has in the past looked at other options, given them other options.
Dr. Krause, I don't think
Yes.
Dr. Newsom can see you.
Yeah.
So I was just going to address Mr. Blevins one more time to kind of state my position, and I think the board's, just in being in a pharmacy, you have to avoid somebody with chemical dependence. And we regard alcohol in the same manner as prescription drugs in that, because, that chemical dependence, you've shown a tendency there. And so in order to protect the public, we have to try to prevent things like that from happening. And we need to be sure that before you license somebody as a tech, that those issues are gone. So does that help any?
Yes, sir.
Would somebody, I know there was, I believe, would somebody like to make a motion? We can kind of see where the board members are, or I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt if there's more discussion, but just trying to see if everybody's on the same page.
Okay, I'm at a point now, I can't see anybody. So you're gonna have to speak up for me. So,
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Go
Lynn,
ahead. Yes,
I'll
sir.
make a motion. Well, let me say this one more time to Mr. Blevins before I make a motion. Would you like, and you'll have to say it, we can't say it for you, but would you like to withdraw your application at this time? Or would you like to let it ride and come back later? Or do you want us to deny you? If we deny you, that's the worst thing. Probably the best thing is to withdraw it, you see.
Or he has a year to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely do not want to withdraw. I mean, I do not want to be denied. I'm a little confused. So I guess they said I have about 9.5 months left on that application. So do I have to withdraw, or I can just do what you guys want so that you have proof that, you know, that, or so that you feel better about giving me a license? Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can table it.
it does, and the board can make a motion to table it, and then it will be up to you, Mr. Blevins, to set a time. Like I said, that application would expire on September 30th of 2020. It's good for 1 year. So it would be up to you if they make a motion to table it at this time. It would be up to you to get in contact with the board. You know, we have meetings. You know, we have 3 board meetings a year, and then we have these informals that are just kind of scheduled out. I mean, they're not scheduled months and months out, but there will be one in the fall. And it would be up to you to contact the board and say, look, I mean, I'd like to come back and readdress the board, and, you know, here's what I've done. So that would be, I mean, and it sounds like that's what he wants to do. If the board members are on board to just table this, not make a decision today, and then the ball will be in his court to get in contact with the board. And if he doesn't, then that application just expires.
Okay.
I make a motion that we table it.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, the motion passes.
And Mr. Blevins, like I said, now it's going to be up to you. And if you want to reappear before them, before this expires by the end of September, you can reach out to me. But I can assure you from what's been said today, they're not going to make any further decision until you show what they've asked you to show. So whatever you believe that you need to do to, you know, get yourself some help, have an eval, regardless of what that is. I said, they're going to want to see some effort on your part. So, and like I said, it'll be up to you. And I mean, my email's on the website. You can give me a call, whatever you want to do in the future to get rescheduled. But okay.
And somebody had mentioned sending an email with preferred groups, or
I will send that to you. We've got 4 groups that the board has already approved that they will accept evaluations from. And when I send you this letter, I'll send you a list of those. There's 4 of them, and it has a contact person on there for you to contact if that's the route you decide to take. But when I send you this letter, I'll send you a copy of that too. And I'll try to get all this out to you no later than next week.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, we have, I'm looking at our list here. We have Mr. Jeffries at 10, and our 10:30s are here also. So if we want to move on to Mr. Jeffries tonight, I'm not sure if he was here when you did your last spill or not. I can't remember.
So, Mr. Jeffrey, did you hear us introduce the people that you'd be talking to today? Oh, let me ask you to unmute there. I'm clicking that button on my end.
No, sir.
Okay. So on your screen, you're going to see several individuals. And first of all, on the staff side, you have myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, Dr. Brenda McCready should be on there. And then there's also a Jennifer Bergen, who's actually part of our IT staff. You're also going to see several pharmacy board members. They are the decision makers today: Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lenora Newsom, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Becca Mitchell. We call this an informal committee review because the fact that this is a conversation back and forth between you and the board. You've actually gotten to see a little bit of that. But here in a moment, I'll turn over to Mr. Daniel to review kind of why you're here on an application or because of another issue today. And the board members will hear, what documents the board has, and then they're going to have some questions like a few, which gives you a chance to interact with the board.
Okay.
When they, at the end of that conversation, they're going to make some suggestion for a decision that you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they have advised. And if you disagree, it's a chance to have a future hearing or if it's an application, to walk away. So in just a second, I'll turn it over to Mr. Daniels. Do you have any questions about how this process works?
No, sir.
Okay, if you have a question during this, recognizing you've never done it before, like wave your hand at us, get our attention, interrupt us, and ask any questions you have, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Dr. Kirtley.
Yes.
Can we take a 5-minute comfort break, please? I've got it.
That'll work. We'll start back with you, Mr. Jeffrey, in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Taking a break.
Dr. Jolly, with your dark sweater, it looks like a robe, like you're a judge. I want to call you Judge Jolly.
Yeah. I tried to tell him that this morning. He's doing it in spirit of the SCOTUS decision.
That's right. It's not black, it's maroon. I think I need to turn the light on in here.
Yeah.
I can tell it's maroon when you're up close, but when you're far away, it looks like it's a black jacket of sorts.
Speaking of the SCOTUS decision, I have a notification from the Mississippi Board of Pharmacy about the victory in Arkansas. So we're getting lots and lots of press all over the country.
Yeah, I already heard from Texas too. It's getting around.
Yeah. It's a big deal. An 8-0 decision on anything in today's world is huge.
Absolutely.
And it basically says that the new justice didn't have an opinion because she wasn't there for the arguments. And I was like, well, so the worst it could have been would have been 8-1.
But it's great to have good news in this day and time.
I think we're ready to get back. Kraus said he's listening. He may not be on screen for just a moment.
Okay.
It's like Miss Green went out and is coming back in. She's got an appointment here in a little bit as well.
Dr. Richmond, is he back?
That's the only one I see that we're missing.
Okay, now everybody's coming in, but I have moments of where everybody just disappears on me.
Yeah.
Or either you're in slow motion or frozen. Are y'all having a beautiful day up there?
It's nice
Yep.
and sunny today.
Cold mornings though.
Yeah, it's supposed to get really cold this weekend.
I mean, it's hard to believe it's December.
I think we're gonna have to finally get some December weather when it's gonna be in the 40s and the 20s.
2020 decided to give us good weather, if nothing else.
True.
Don't jinx us now, Debbie.
I knocked on wood.
I know we'll have a tornado tomorrow just because she said that.
Pretty bright out here today.
Oh, look how bright that is. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks deceiving. I think it's pretty chilly outside though.
Yeah, but y'all get that nice eastern sun every morning. Okay, there's Dr. Krause. He's frozen.
Cole.
I'm here.
There you go.
There you are. Okay.
All right, y'all are ready to turn it back over to Luke with Mr. Jeffrey. He stayed on screen with us.
Thank you.
All right. This was an application. He did check the box showing or disclosing that he had been arrested in the past. In 2008, he was arrested for a felony robbery, a battery, and theft of property. He entered a plea agreement to a misdemeanor theft of property. He was in a vehicle. There was several people involved. Apparently they stopped. There was a fight broke out, and there was some money taken off one of the people that they were fighting with. So that's where the robbery charge comes from. Like I said, that robbery charge was a felony. The battery and theft were misdemeanors. He was allowed to plead to a misdemeanor theft of property, and did not plead to a felony robbery. That was in 2008. In 2006, there's also an incident report in your package about where he and some other people caused some damage to a restaurant. It was a criminal mischief report. They did, let me pull it up. I've got it right here. Where they damaged the back door of the restaurant, emptied the fire extinguishers, threw rocks, just otherwise damaged the rear of the business. Apparently there had been some kind of altercation with them and some people that worked at that restaurant. And so that was in 2006. In June of 2012, he has a drinking in public conviction. The officers I think him and a friend, officers just saw him drinking in public. They were on I believe it was a parking lot. They were convicted of that. There was also a plastic bag of marijuana that was found on the ground, just literally right behind where they were standing. Nobody got charged with it because officers, there was no proof of where the work came from, but it was just right there standing beside where they were. He was also in 2018, he was a suspect in a burglary, but was never charged. There's a police report in your packet for that. And in 2019, there was just an information report made where he was involved in a disturbance with his girlfriend. So the convictions are the 2008 theft of property and the 2012 drinking in public conviction. And then there are those other incidents where no charges ever came from. So Dr. Newsom, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay. How you doing, Mr. Jeffrey?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Doing all right. Can you tell me about these incidences in the past, please?
Yes, ma'am. As far as the restaurant incident happened, we were just walking down the street, and we was like walking like in the neighborhood, and it was like late at night, and we were just really one of my friends was messing with one of the workers, and so it's like three of us, and so like they came outside and like pretty much we got beat up. You know what I'm saying? We was like a big old fight or whatever, and it was like 20 or 30 of them. So that's what happened with that.
Okay.
I think I was like 17. I was like 17 when that happened. And okay,
Okay.
as far as the robbery charge, we was all playing basketball at the playground, and so we had got a ride to Westwood Apartments, like say like a couple of blocks away, a couple miles away. And so the driver pulled over, got the car, like punched the dude and like knocked him down and took like $12 from him. And I was in the car the whole time, so I got charged with a robbery charge. I ain't take no money or nothing. No, I had nothing to do with it. And as far as the drinking, yeah, I would. As far as that drinking go, that drinking charge, yeah, I had just got out of work and like me and my friend was like drinking the beer. I had just opened the beer, like I had just popped the can open and took like 2 or 3 sips, and the police rode because it was like behind these apartments, and the police came and we got the I got the drinking in public, and they found that bag, but that wasn't my bag. So
Well, have you ever had any problems with smoking marijuana?
I mean, no, man, back when I was like a teenager, like 16, 17, I used to do that, but no, I don't smoke.
Okay.
So
Well, why do
was
you
it
want to
your
be
friends? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dr. Newsom. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask him, was that your friend's bag? I mean, somebody threw it down right there where y'all were standing.
I didn't even know we had it. I didn't even know we had it.
Good.
So, yeah, it wasn't mine.
Thank you. That's all I had, Dr. Newsom. And again, I mean to interrupt you.
Okay, so why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Well, because I used to be a supply technician. You know, I work at UAMS. I've been here like 2.5 years, and I used to drop stuff off in the pharmacy. And it just seemed like something interesting. You know, I can learn the medicines, and you know, it seemed kind of fun to me.
So you've been at UAMS for 2 years?
Yeah, 2.5 years. Yes, ma'am.
2.5 years. Okay. All right. So what did you do prior to UAMS? What type of jobs have you had in the past?
I was a floor tech at Baptist Hospital in Little Rock. Like, you know, I did like housekeeping at Baptist and floor tech and let's see, security guard job and like caregiving.
And so a lot of jobs in healthcare area?
Yeah, Baptist and the caregiving and a lot of retail too, like Dollar General and Walmart. So
okay.
Maybe I missed it. What did you say you did at UAMS?
I did I was a supply tech, like you know, like stocking the nursing supplies and stuff.
Does any other board members have any questions of this gentleman?
Could he talk about, Mr. Jeffrey, could you talk a little bit about the 2018 incident with the residential burglary suspicion?
Yes, sir. Actually, I was a caregiver at Mr. Robinson house. I was his caregiver, and like that was like back in like February of that year. And I guess they came in like in the fall, and they came to my job, was like, "Oh, did you burglarize Mr. Robinson?" I was like, "No, sir. I was his caregiver." I was like, "You can call the company and ask them." So the detective went down there and called my old company, and they verified that I was his caregiver. I had nothing to do with that at all.
Who were you working for?
I was working for Visiting Angels.
Okay.
I used to cook for him. I used to cook for him and wash his clothes and stuff, you know.
So
what was the incident in 2019? I guess it was you and your girlfriend. What happened there?
Man, all that was an argument. You know, we was sitting in my car and we got into an argument. And I don't know, like I guess the neighbor called the police because we was arguing. I mean,
No, it wasn't her. It was somebody else that called.
Oh no, it wasn't her. No, we was arguing. And so I look up, here come like 3 police cars. I'm like, man, what's going on?
And maybe I missed it, but did you tell us what you do today? What is your job right now?
Right now, I'm working in a psych unit at UAMS. I'm like a patient care tech in the psych ward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from any board members?
On the incident that occurred with the disturbance with your girlfriend, she stated that she believed that you were in possession of a firearm.
No, sir.
You okay?
No, sir. I never heard that. That's my first time hearing that because me and her was arguing, and she actually had walked off. Like I don't know where she went. I was looking for her. Cause me and her used to, just get, we just always be like verbal. It was never physical. Just like like a husband and wife will argue, just like that.
But was she the one that actually called the police? Because I thought you just stated that it was someone else that heard you guys arguing.
No, it wasn't her because we was arguing. I think it was a neighbor. The neighbor called the police because it's an older couple that stay next door. I think it was them.
When they responded, the first line says they responded to a location with a disturbance with a weapon call. So whoever talked to the police told them that there was possibly a weapon involved. So why would somebody say that? If it was just a neighbor, how would they?
I don't, like I said, it was outside of my car in the back, and that's my first time hearing anything about a weapon. Like the police told me just to go in the house. Like, he said, man, just go, man, just go in the house. So that's what I did. So I don't know anything about the details of it. Like I don't have no weapon. I don't know if she had a weapon. I'm pretty sure she didn't. I don't hit women, so I don't know anything about that.
Are you still with her?
No, I'm not still with her, but I was with her yesterday. We're still friends. We still hang out. Yeah, we're still close friends.
So what is the will of the board? Go ahead, Dr. Jolly.
I was going to ask him, when he at UMS, was he working? Were you working for Central Supply?
Yes, sir.
Stocking drugs in the supply the Pyxis cabinets, or?
Well, not drugs, but I was stocking like the
not drugs, but IV fluids and things like that is what I meant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Dr. Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reading the latter part of what we were just talking about regarding the firearm, it goes on to say that the alleged victim he didn't become physical with her, and she never observed the gun. And the officer said that he was not in possession of a firearm, and he advised he didn't have one. Seems like this gentleman's in the wrong place at the wrong time quite a bit.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I believe that Mr. Jeffrey is a good worker and is his supervisors are probably pleased in the job that he does. But for me, under with the current record and the recent transactions, I can't see where granting this gentleman a pharmacy technician license would be in the state's best interest.
Okay.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Mr. Jeffries, what they voted to not grant your application for a pharmacy technician license. You will get a letter in the mail, and it will also state that you can appeal that decision to a full board meeting if you want to. You'll have 30 days to let us know if you wish to do that. But like I said, I'll get that in the mail, and you'll have it no later than next week.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, then.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
All right. Thank you.
And John, we've got several here, so maybe we can, maybe you can, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on here. So maybe we can do your, if you want to go through and let everybody know what's going on, and then maybe we can get to them pretty quickly.
I think Miss Megan would be next as far as our agenda, and she may have already heard it. We may want to postpone because if some other people pop on, we can catch them all at once.
Okay, perfect.
So is it Doughty or Doughty?
Dottie, yes.
Doughty. Okay, Miss Doughty, did you hear us earlier overview who you're speaking with today and how the process works?
Yes, I did.
Okay, with that, I'm going to just kick it over to our legal counsel, Mr. Daniel. If you have any questions during this, by all means, stop us and interrupt us and ask those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
This was, she did, this is an application. She did check yes that she'd had, that she'd been involved in a criminal proceeding involving the possession of a controlled substance. In 2011, she has a conviction for possession of marijuana. She did admit in that, and the police report is included in your packet. She did admit in there that she had that her and the other people in the car had just gone and had just bought a half a pound of marijuana from a house just right before they were stopped, which is, I don't know, is a very large amount of marijuana. She does have that conviction for that, and she admitted in the police report that at that point she was smoking marijuana on a daily basis. Her prosecution was deferred, and this was in Maricopa County, which is the county where Phoenix is. She was put into a Maricopa County drug court, which is, the diversion program. If you complete it, they go through and get rid of your charges. She did not successfully complete that program, and her charges were reinstated, which she later pled guilty to. She did not complete it because she failed numerous drug tests. This was in 2011, 2012, or around 2011. She also did not pay her fees, and she failed to respond to monitoring. So, like I said, they reinstated her charge, and she did plead guilty to that. So, does have that conviction. Like I said, that was in 2011, and it was a half a pound of marijuana, which her and the other people in the car had just purchased. I believe one of the other passengers in the car actually went into the house and got it, and then they were stopped, and it was in her bag. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing great. Can you tell me why you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I was formerly a CNA in California. My family and I have just moved out here to Arkansas within the last 4 months. I completed a CNA program out in California, hoping to further my education and better support my family. I quickly realized as a CNA that nursing was not the route for me. I don't really enjoy wound care, but I do enjoy the math that is medication. And so I chose to further my education and did the 9-month program to complete my certificate for farm tech. And we have moved out here to Arkansas, hoping to better my future for my girls, my husband, our family.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit about what happened in 2011?
I was a young lady. I will admit I was a troublemaker and up to no good. A few of my friends and I had gone in and purchased that weight of marijuana. When we got caught, it was a huge eye opener. I realized that this is not the path I want to travel. I did not enjoy being in handcuffs. It was not fun for me. I did have a hard time completing the requirements required by court, and I didn't pass those drug tests. But after, I'd say 6 months later, I moved out of Phoenix and completed a different drug program for my probation officer, and I completed the fines. I had to pay $300. Since then, I've gotten married. I've moved completely away from Arizona and the life I used to lead. I'm just trying to move forward now.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Does anyone else have
questions?
questions?
I have a few questions, Dr. Newsom, if I may.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
So, so you just recently moved here from where?
We were living in California.
Okay. Did you work as a tech out there, or you just went to school out there?
No, I was a CNA out there for 3 years. And shortly after having my second child, I decided that I enjoy healthcare, but CNA work is probably not going to send my children to college. So I wanted to further my education so that I could provide a better future for my family. And I thought that pharmacy tech would be the best route, more suited for me. We did know we wanted to move out here to Arkansas, but I was hoping to complete school first, which I did. I completed the program in June, and I applied for my license, for the Arkansas license, just before we moved out here in August.
Okay. And you said you went to a second type of drug program. What was that? What did that
So
do?
after it's called Task in Arizona, where they do the drug test and hoping to expunge my record. They had changed my charge to a misdemeanor, and they gave me unsupervised probation. I think it was 10 hours of a drug class and a fine, which I completed those.
Do you ever have any AA or any type of counseling or anything like that?
I have what's the word I'm looking, attended NA with my father and stepmother for the last 10 years or so.
You're still going to that?
Since I've moved here, it's been hard finding a program. I've got a lot of work and the family keeps me from it, I will admit, but I do speak to my sponsor regularly.
And how long has it been since you used anything?
Oh, I mean, I will admit I was still using at the time of these charges, but not very long after. Like I said, I moved from Phoenix about 6 months later to change my page, in a sense, to turn over a new leaf and start fresh somewhere else.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members have any questions of this candidate?
So Luke, just to clarify, she was charged with a felony. Was she ever found guilty of that, or was it reduced to misdemeanor first?
It was reduced to a misdemeanor. She was charged with a felony because of the weight.
Yeah, that's what it appeared to be for me as well.
So what is the will of the board?
I'm sorry, Dr. Mitchell, go ahead.
When's the last time you smoked marijuana or did any type of illegal drug?
I think my court case was, he said 2011, so maybe 2012 was the last. I believe it was the end of 2011, maybe 2012. I haven't used, I got married in 2014 and we've been clean for quite some time now.
And did you say you were going to NA as in Narcotics Anonymous or MA as in Marijuana Anonymous?
NA as in Narcotics Anonymous. My father and stepmother were already in the program, and so it was really easy for me to just continue going to meetings with them.
Okay, so what is your narcotic issue?
Oh, it was just marijuana. There was nothing else.
Okay.
It's just narcotics kind of umbrellas everything.
Yeah.
What was the program, the 9-month program that you went through, Ms. Doughty?
I went to Carrington College in California, the Sacramento campus, for their pharmacy technician program.
And did you get PTCB
Yes, I'm
certification?
certified. Yes, sir.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Megan, do you have and maybe you stated this and I didn't hear it and I apologize, but do you have a job lined up as a pharmacy technician at this time?
Yes, so when I was in California, the reason we moved out here to Arkansas, I was granted a career at Walmart as a pharmacy technician. Unfortunately, due to policy changes, they were not allowed to keep me over there as a temporary tech because I don't have my license. So Walmart has granted me another position for the time being, and then it's hopefully, if I get my license, the pharmacy is ready to accept me back over there.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I would think that this lady would be monitored, or at least she'd have to have a test before she went to work at her employer, and probably has to be subjected to randomized screenings. So I really have no problems with this candidate getting her license.
Okay, any other comments?
Just had one question because I think I
Yes, sir.
might not have been tracking. Did the California State Board of Pharmacy grant you a technician license, or the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy?
No, because I knew we were moving out here to Arkansas, it didn't seem to make sense to go through the trouble of getting a license in California when I wouldn't be working there. So I'm certified nationally, but I went ahead and applied for Arkansas State Pharmacy license so that I could work here.
Okay, thank you.
I think based on the longevity, how long ago this happened, based on the history of the things that she said she has done and evidence of that, I'm feeling comfortable with this. I agree with Dr. Krause in terms of what he recommended. It'd be kind of nice to have on record if we have a copy of what she testified to regarding the additional program that she's gone through, but assuming that to be true, I feel okay with it.
I agree.
Okay.
See head shaking. Would somebody like to put that in the form of a motion?
I will. I'll make a motion that we grant her pharmacy technician permit application.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The motion passes. You will be granted your license.
And Ms. Doughty, this will be processed. I've got your application right here on my desk, so it'll be processed this week, and you should have your permit by sometime next week.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
You
Good
too.
luck. Okay, who's next?
I think we've got several. So Jason Myers, I think has been here for a while, and he's next on our list. Mr. Myers,
Okay.
are you there?
Yeah. I am here. Can you hear me?
All right. You have access to your video where you can turn it on so the board members can see you.
Yes.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
There you are.
And everybody else that's on there, we've got Miss Farber, Miss Nathaniel, Miss Hernandez, and of course Miss Green still here. If all the rest of you, and I know Miss Green's heard this, and Mr. Myers might have too, but I'll turn it back over to Mr. Kirtley.
Yeah. Mr. Myers, did you hear our introduction earlier of who you're speaking with and how the process works?
Yes.
Okay, then with that, if you have any questions during this, by all means, stop us and ask any questions you have. I'll turn it back to Mr. Daniel.
Okay.
This is an application for a pharmacy technician, and he did not disclose on his application that he'd ever been arrested or there were any issues. When his criminal history came back, it does show a conviction. This is a misdemeanor, but it does show a conviction for, and I quote, weapon prohibited use drunk gun in Colorado. He does give a statement about that. about where he was intoxicated, and I believe there was a firearm in his vehicle. In 2014, this was all in Colorado, by the way, the 2007 weapon intoxication conviction, and in 2014, he has a DUI conviction in Colorado, which is, I mean, it's the equivalent. I mean, some states call it a DUI, some states call it a DWI. It's the same thing. But it does have that 2014 DUI conviction in Colorado. So he has those two convictions, both involving alcohol, 107. And on the gun or the weapon, there was no, I mean, there's no allegation that he was using the weapon or even had his hands on it. I believe he was intoxicated and a weapon was in his vehicle. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom, but like I said, do have those two alcohol-related convictions, and they are 7 years apart, with the most recent one 6 years.
Hi, Mr. Myers, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Good. Can you tell us why you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I passed my CPC certification back in January. So I've chosen to go into pharmacy to get my feet wet in the medical industry because I haven't had a medical industry job before. I'm currently working at Walmart in the pharmacy, and I've been here 8 months, I believe. So yeah, that's why I'm interested in becoming a pharmacy tech.
Okay. And what brought you from Colorado to Arkansas?
I moved from Colorado to Oklahoma, and I lived in Oklahoma for, well, since, when I moved to Oklahoma in 2010, and then I moved to Arkansas in, when was that? October? I've only been here a couple months.
Oh, okay. So you like in Hot Springs area?
I do like Hot Springs. There's lots to do, lots of hiking, biking. I take my dog for walks.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's fun.
Okay. And go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
And what do you see? Are you just clerking at Walmart?
Right now I'm clerking. They won't let me do anything behind where all I can do is clerk. That's it. Okay. Where in Oklahoma, they would let me bag and do different things, but in Arkansas, I'm not allowed to do any of it until after this meeting, and then my license is granted. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So what about your drinking? Have you curtailed that and put that in your past?
Yeah. Yeah, I've curtailed it. Let's see. The first charge, the maintaining a firearm while intoxicated, the shotgun was in my truck. We'd been skeet shooting earlier that day, and my alternator went out on my truck. So I was changing the alternator and drinking while I was doing it. The gun was inside the cab of the truck. It wasn't loaded. I didn't have any shells for it at all. So, and I wasn't driving it. So I was basically in the parking lot of my apartment complex, working on the truck with the firearm inside of it.
Okay. What was 2014?
2014 was a UI. I made a terrible decision to drive while drinking. I did a year probation. I did UA. I don't know if I did UAs for that one. I think I did a little bit. But I did do classes. I'm not sure if I attended AA for that one or not. But yeah, I did do classes and completed that in a year.
Does anyone else have any questions of Mr. Myers? Everybody's frozen again, so you'll have to speak up.
I had one question, Dr. Newsom.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Mr. Myers, on your application, why did you mark no?
I wasn't sure exactly if a misdemeanor was, if it would slide or not. So I that's why I marked no. I wasn't sure if it had to be a felony or if it had to be a misdemeanor, which one it would have to be for it to be, I don't know. bad enough, I guess.
Well, it says criminal offense, other
Right.
than basically a speeding ticket, I believe. I don't have any other questions, Dr. Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So, Mr. Myers, are you continuing to drink, or did you give it up at all?
No, I gave it up years ago. I can't afford DUIs anymore. It's expensive.
Okay, that's a good answer. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Myers, where are you wanting to go to work?
I'm sorry?
Where are you going to work, or where are you wanting to be a tech? At Walmart?
Yeah, I'm at Walmart right now.
This is Becca. I don't have any problems granting his application today.
Neither do I.
Okay, are y'all making it in the form of a motion?
I will. I'll make a motion that we grant his pharmacy technician permit application.
Okay.
Second.
And Dr. Krause, are you doing a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any additional questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, any nays? The motion passes. Okay, Mr. Myers, you begin your license.
Mr. Myers, I'll get this. This will be processed this week. You should have it in the mail by sometime next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Who could you have up next?
Let's see. Miss Green scheduled at 11:30, and she's been on here for a while. Let's get her, and then we'll move on. Then we've got. I showed 3 more. I'm not showing that we've ever had any response from Katie Mason, and I'm not showing Ramirez. Anybody? I showed Miss Farber, Miss Nathaniel, and Miss Henderson. So we can get Miss Green. I know she's been here through several things. Miss Green, you've listened to Dr. Kirtley. About who you're meeting with today and why. Do you have any questions about anything before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay. And board members, this is Ebony Green. She was, this is a reinstatement application. She was licensed, she got licensed as a pharmacy tech in July of 2018 and just did not renew it. It expired just a few months later. And so, and then she reapplied. We got her new application in September of this year. In March of 2019, she has a theft of property conviction. This was a shoplifting at Walmart. She did not disclose this on her new application that was submitted. So it came back on her criminal history. She did say that she was at Walmart with a friend, and they took some items and put it in her purse, and then she walked out with it. So does have that. That was in March of 2019. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Hi, Ms. Green. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Okay. So you let your license lapse?
Yes, at the time I couldn't find a job with the pharmacy tech license because most of them was looking for people with experience. So now I currently work at Walmart and they offered me a job at the pharmacy tech over there, but I had to renew my license, and when I renew it, I got the letter in the mail and I didn't disclose it because they told me that the person that I with was supposed to get charged as well because I took the charge for her. And so I contacted the court and they're supposed to be sealing it for me. But she said it can take all the way up to probably middle of January. But I did
Okay.
I paid all the fines and everything for it, and it was my first time getting in trouble. And
Okay. So you know not to do that and watch who you're associating with.
yes, ma'am, because this has
Okay.
really stopped me from doing a lot, like a lot. Because I also
Mm-hmm.
have my own business, like event planning business, and I want to grow as a person and do more stuff. And I want to be a traveling nurse. Like my aunt, she does the COVID patients and she get to travel and stuff. And I want to be able to do stuff and that not stop me. So I'm getting it sealed and getting it took off so I can, pursue in that. And then I want to do my pharmacy tech at Walmart as well.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of this candidate?
What was the amount of the items stolen?
I really don't remember. I know she had got some stuff for her baby. It was like washer detergent, but it on the charge thing it said $1,000 or less.
It shows, well, yeah, $1,000 or less just means it was a misdemeanor. It shows concealing items totaling $53.15.
And this occurred at Walmart, right?
That's
Yes.
correct, on March of 19.
And you've been offered employment by Walmart and they're aware of that?
It didn't pop up on there and I got hired there in September. And it was after that.
If sometimes those when private companies run a background check, a lot of times the misdemeanors, depending on if somebody was fingerprinted or not, will depend on a lot of times whether they show up. So it's not uncommon for misdemeanors not to show up when a private company runs a background check.
Yeah, but it did pop up at Amazon. And my application there is also pending for Amazon Prime because it did pop up on there because they did fingerprint me. But it didn't pop up on Walmart, and I've been there for a year. I've been cashier and customer service manager.
I guess if Walmart gave you employment with knowledge of the shoplifting charge, they must have forgiven you on that. That's what I was trying to get at.
Any other comments from board members? So what is the will of the board? Everybody's frozen again.
Thinking.
Literally or figuratively frozen?
Oh, it's just frozen. I mean, okay. I see movement out of Becca. I see movement on Dr. Richmond, but everybody else is still.
I'm pretty torn on this one. I think we established yesterday I have like zero tolerance for thievery and that level of dishonesty. But I also really hate to deny somebody the ability to work.
And I would say I feel like it's soon, but I mean, it hadn't been very long. But if we can feel confident that Ebony has really learned a lesson, yeah, that would be something. Maybe you can speak to that a little bit, Ebony.
Yeah, I've been stopped by a lot and I have learned my lesson and I know who to be around and not to be around, and been there for a whole year, haven't gotten in any trouble there, no disciplinary actions or anything. And that really like opened my eyes, and I don't want to be labeled and I don't want to be stopped, like, because I can go farther than what I am right now.
I think one important thing to note is it's really easy to steal at Walmart because it's a big store, but they're always going to catch you. And in the pharmacy and in the front registers and everything, they see everything you do. So, I mean, you can't even allow yourself to associate with anyone that is doing something like that. And you need to bring it up to management if you do see something, because I mean, it does make it very easy. You think you're getting away with it, but they're going to see everything you do. They see every move you make in that pharmacy.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
And
since
tell us
then
about your
I've
business. Go ahead.
about my business. Well, I have a Cricut and I do like t-shirts and stuff for parties. Like for the Cricut machine, how I can print off multiple shirts like for different birthday parties and stuff for events. And it's just a little, small side business and do like $10 a shirt. And I just pretty much create shirts and, stuff like that. Like it's kind of like, it's not embroidery, but it's I'll print off the pictures and then it'll print off like on a shirt, like for large groups and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I want my pharmacy tech license because I got an email that they're looking for pharmacy techs to do the new COVID vaccines. And they need pharmacy techs to do that. And then another reason why I want it is because my aunt, she's a traveling nurse, and I want to do the health screener when she goes to Dallas. Like I want to be able to explore my opportunities.
And being a technician would be a good place to launch it from.
Yes, and there's always like, I would never be out of a job doing pharmacy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Miss Green sounds properly contrite. I think she's thought through what she wants to do. It has been a short amount of time, but I don't think that much matters in my opinion. I would give her a vote of confidence, so I would be okay with giving her a license.
Okay, so are you making? Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Richmond. I concur.
Okay, you want to make it in the form of a motion?
I'll make a motion that we grant Miss Ebony Green her pharmacy technician license.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, good luck.
All right,
This will
thank y'all
get,
so much. I promise I won't let y'all down.
Okay. Your application will be processed this week, so you should have it by sometime next week.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Good
welcome.
luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Next up, Luke, I have, I believe, Celeste Farber.
That's who I had also. Ms. Farber, are you on there?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, can we see you visually?
We
she's
can.
on there.
Okay, that's okay. It's my system again. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
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 Perfect. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I believe Ms. Farber already heard the introduction, so it's straight to you, Mr. Daniel.
Okay, you heard Dr. Kirtley earlier talk about who you're meeting with and about the process today.
I did not. I came in the middle of someone else's interview, so if you don't mind repeating, that'd be great.
So you have several people on your screen on the staff side here at the board, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director, and Mr. Luke Daniel. On the screen, you also see several members of our board, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lenora Newsom, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Lynn Krause. In this, we call this an informal committee meeting. It's a discussion back and forth with the board members about your application or whatever issue you have with the board. And at the end of the conversation, the board members have the opportunity to make some decision or some suggestion for a decision, which you can either agree or disagree with.
Okay.
Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And do you have any questions about how the process works?
No, I'm pretty clear.
If you have any questions at any point or need to tell us something, wave, get our attention, and be sure that you let us know, okay?
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
There you go, Luke.
This is pharmacy technician application. She did not disclose that anything would come back on her criminal history when she sent her application. When we got her criminal history back, it does show a public intoxication from 2008. And in 2016, she was arrested for driving while intoxicated and felony possession of hydrocodone and Adderall. On the 2016 arrest, you do have a copy of the police report there. She was stopped. It was just a traffic stop. She was stopped in the vehicle. They said appeared to be intoxicated. The officer did find the hydrocodone and Adderall. She stated that she had a prescription for the hydrocodone at the time. She just didn't have the bottle with her. But there was also Adderall found in the vehicle, and she stated that she did not have a prescription for that. For whatever reason, this case was not prosecuted, so she was arrested, like I said, for that DWI and that possession charge. But it was there's a letter at the very end of your packet that just says office chose not to prosecute. So I don't really know why that was or the reasoning behind that. But regardless of it, she did have that DWI arrest and had that Adderall arrest, and she admitted to not having a prescription for the Adderall. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Doing good. You want to tell us about the things that happened in 2016, please?
Yes, ma'am. So I was stopped with the traffic violation. I had gone over the line because they were working on the road and my tire had slipped over to the other side. I was with a couple friends of mine. We had been drinking and I did fail the sobriety test and I did get arrested for a DWI.
Okay. What about the possession of the narcotics?
The hydrocodone, I had a half of one in my possession. However, I did not have the prescription bottle. I had just recently had some teeth work done. So that was just to make sure that if I had any issues, I could take it if needed. However, I was unaware that it needed to be in the actual prescription bottle at that point.
Okay, and the Adderall?
The Adderall was just an extra thing I had in my bag that I had literally totally forgotten about. I do not, at that point, I was not taking them regularly. It was just something that I had overseen and that was 100% my fault.
Okay.
What do you mean overseen and you weren't taking it regularly? Like you had gotten, like, I mean, had you ever been prescribed them or you were just getting them from friends? What was the deal
No,
there?
sir. Yeah, no, sir. I did not, excuse me, at that point have a prescription for it. I had got it from a friend of mine.
And when you said not very often, what are we talking about? You're taking one a week, you're taking one a day, what are we?
Now I do have a prescription for Adderall. My focus had been kind of going away and I needed more focus to do my job better at the pharmacy that I'm currently at.
But I mean, like back then, when you said you weren't taking them very often, like how often were you taking it back then?
No, I wasn't taking them at all back then. It was just once when I needed it and that was it. And then like I said, I had totally forgotten that it was in my possession.
Okay, you mentioned that you were working at a pharmacy?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
pharmacy were you working in? What capacity?
Currently, I'm at Smith Drug and Company in Eureka Springs. We are the only pharmacy in our town. So we take care of everyone on top of all the tourists that come through as well.
Danny Smith's pharmacy.
Yes.
Who's the pick there now?
Who's the what? I'm sorry.
Who's the pharmacist in charge?
His name is John Humphreys, I believe is his last name. He's our main pharmacist.
And what exactly are you doing there right now? What's your job function?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, I am a clerk. I pretty much run the window and help people with over the counters.
When you say you run the window, do you input prescriptions or any of that kind of stuff?
No, ma'am. I take, when someone calls or when they come through the window, I give them their prescriptions that are ready to go, or I can give the prescription number to the pharmacist or to the tech right now to get them refilled.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions of this candidate? Okay,
I think we need to be concerned about the fact that she had prescription Adderall. This is a Schedule II controlled substance, the most addicted that's available in a pharmacy. I don't know how we can overlook that.
right. Where did you get this Adderall? Excuse me.
A friend of mine had given it to me months prior, and I took half of it at that point, and then I never took it after that and forgot, like I said, that it was in my possession.
And that would, and like I said, I can't speak to what happened to the charges or why it wasn't prosecuted, even though she admitted to the police that she had or had the Adderall and did not have a prescription for it. I mean, it's a felony. I mean, as y'all know, I mean, due to the schedule, but I mean, it would have been a felony charge had it been prosecuted. Even for half appeal, it still would have been a felony just because it's
Correct. If I may, I had gone to my lawyer shortly after my arrest and getting bonded out. I explained to him about my prescription for the hydrocodone, and I did bring in my bottle to him, and he said he would talk to whoever he needed to talk to. And he said that since it was only a half of an Adderall that I did not have a prescription for, that he was going to get it dropped, and he did before I went to court for my DWI.
So what happened on the DWI? You got convicted of that and the drug charges got dropped?
I did. They did not get dropped. I did get convicted, and I did plead guilty for that because I was in the wrong.
You mean for the DWI?
For the DWI, yes, sir.
And the reason that you didn't disclose regarding the Adderall is because you weren't convicted of that.
Correct. I was under the impression that it was not on my record anymore, but I did not realize that it would still pop up in my background.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't disclose the public intoxication or the DWI arrest. She didn't disclose it or did not disclose any of it.
Well, the fact that there was no disclosure and the fact that the little cavalier attitude regarding the Schedule II controlled substance, that just gives me concern in this profession.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I feel like Ms. Farber's actions and possession of that is really incongruent with what we need in pharmacy techs. I'm not for allowing this to go forward.
Does anyone else have any comments?
I'll second that one.
Okay. So Dr. Kraus, was yours a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. And Dr. Mack was a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Thank you all.
Ms. Farber, they have decided to not grant your application today. You will receive a letter in the mail and it will state that you have the right to appeal this to a full board hearing if you choose, which will be all the board members. It's a little more formal, court reporter, sworn witnesses, all that. So that'll be your decision, but I'll get a letter to you with their decision today, and then you'll have 30 days to decide if you just want to you'll have 30 days to decide whether or not you want to appeal it or not. But like I said, I will get that to you.
All right, y'all. Well, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Farber.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have, let's see, Denise Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, are you with us? I'm going to click for you to potentially unmute and start your video. There we go. I see your video, and then just got to get you to unmute. There you go. Let's see if we can hear you now.
Can you hear us, Ms. Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
Did you hear the introductory portion of who you're speaking with today earlier?
No. Sorry, no.
Okay. You've got several people on screen. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, and Mr. Luke Daniel are staff members here at the board. And you also have 6 pharmacy board members, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond.
Okay.
This is an interactive, informal meeting where Mr. Daniel will tell the board members why we are here today, which will give them a chance to review information we have and ask you some questions. At the end of the discussion, they will make some suggestion for a decision that you can either agree with or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go with exactly what they've said. And if you disagree, it may be something you could request a hearing at a later date. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
Okay. With that, if you have any questions during this process, stop us and ask them. You can wave, get our attention, whatever you need to do, since we understand you've never been through this. Mr. Daniel, I'll pass back to you.
Thank you. This again, a pharmacy technician application. She did on her application, she did not disclose that she'd had a previous arrest. It came back when her criminal history came back. It showed a conviction for a domestic battery in the 2nd degree, which is a felony. This case and the police report is in there. The victim in that case was her 7-year-old or daughter, who was 7 at the time. Apparently, there was a physical altercation, argument / physical altercation going on between her and, I believe it was her boyfriend or husband at the time. And the daughter stepped in to get in between them. And I guess they were yelling or getting loud, yelling at each other, whatever whatever was going on there. The daughter stepped in. She states in her statement that she accidentally hit her daughter. In the police report, which you have, I believe it's on page 2 of the police report, she stated that she did slap her daughter across the face and did it because I believe, let's see, she was frustrated. And so she does admit in the police report to hitting her daughter. There were no major injuries. The reason it was charged as a felony under the domestic battery 2nd law, if the victim's under 12. So it was automatically charged as a felony because of the child's age. I mean, there was, redness, but there was no what you would call a major injury to the child. But she did plead guilty to that, has that conviction. It is did plead guilty to a Class B felony. And like I said, it was based on the age. Had this injury been to somebody older, it would have been misdemeanor battery, but based on the age of the victim. She was sentenced to 24 months of SIS, which stands for suspended imposition of sentence, which is the equivalent of unsupervised probation. She didn't have to report or anything like that, but does have that conviction, and this was in 2015. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. You want to tell us in your own words what happened here?
Well, what happened is I was arguing with my boyfriend, my husband on that time, and then he was mad with me. So he forced my arms, and then I'm trying to release from him, and then we didn't know my daughter was walking behind me, and then when he finally released my arms, I slapped her face, and me and him, we was like surprised because we never think she was behind me and walking, and then we hit her. So, but he was so mad with me, so that's why he put me charges from her about these accidents. So, and then I've been on court and I pay everything what the judge said. So, and then that's what happens.
Okay. So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Where?
Why?
Why? Because I have 3 kids right now. I'm a single mom, and then my older, he's 16. So, and then I'm a housekeeping right now, and I'm interested on improve my to get a new job. I'm a housekeeping for 10 years, and that's all my income, what I support my 3 kids right now. So, and I think it's a time to get something else better for me and for my kids. And it's like I'm saying, my older, is 16. My on that time, my daughter, it was between 6 and 7. So right now she's 12, and I mean, you know how they on that age, they asking for more things. And then I have my little one, she's 2 years old. So, and it's like I'm saying, I'm a single mom. That's my own income, what I have from housekeeping, and I need, and I want, and I'm interested. And this is a good opportunity for me and my kids.
Okay. Have you sought out a pharmacy technician job yet? Have you talked to anyone in the pharmacy?
Yes,
Have you
that's
talked
why
to-
they're. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes. Have you talked to someone in the pharmacy?
Yes, there's a friend what I have here. Actually, I'm a housekeeping on the hospital here on Fort Smith, and then there I have a contact who works on the pharmacy, and then he said you are bilingual, so that's what we need. So that's why he referred to me, and then he say get the license, and then when you're ready, you just come and apply, and then let's go to see what's going to happen. So that's why I'm here. Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate?
No, ma'am.
I understand that this was not disclosed, that's the case? This was not disclosed on the application?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The question was to Mr. Daniel.
Oh, okay,
No, it was not disclosed on the application.
And then just for clarification, the officer stated that, Louise stated that Denise told your daughter to shut up and slapped her on the left side of the face, leaving a mark. So you're saying that that's not the case, that you didn't do that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you as well.
He stated that in the police report, it says that Luis stated to the officers that when your daughter stepped in, you told her to shut up and slapped her on the face.
No,
He
because
asked if that,
okay, I'm trying to leave him since years ago. This is not the first time when we fight like that, but he always he never want to let me, I mean, he always, it was bother me, and then we always been together, give you an opportunity to stay with the kids, and then this time he just saw that good opportunity to, to put me charges like this, because he was so mad. So, and even if he knows if this what it happens, maybe he was knowing about maybe my daughter, it wasn't with me or with him. It was on DHS. So he just trying to, I don't know how to say it, but.
So why did you not disclose it on your application? Maybe I missed that.
So why did you not tell us on your application?
Tell us what?
You checked the no box where it said, had you ever been arrested? You checked no.
Okay, because my attorney, he say if you're going to be on probation for 2 years, and then this is going to be erased from your record. So that's what I don't worry or nothing. So until when I apply here, it was when I'm asking to this guy and then say it, what I have to write on this box. And then he say, I should do it. No. And I said, well, are you sure? Well, that's what I got asking to him. And then he said, if I will, you just write no. And then, okay. So, and then I explained to him, and then he said, let's wait to see what they send it to you, and then you can send it to them. So everything from this application, I've been asking to this guy, and then he just telling me where I have to go and what I have to do. And actually he knows about this meeting because I comment this about this on this morning.
And who is this guy? Like somebody from Walmart or who?
No, he works here on the pharmacy, here on the hospital. Mm-hmm. He was the one who referred him. refer
Oh,
to
I'm
me.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. I said Walmart. I was back on the last one.
No.
We said they were working, but it was somebody you work with.
Mhm.
Which is not surprising. I mean, and I know she said her attorney told her it would be erased. I mean, defense attorneys tell people that almost on a daily basis, and it's not true for, I mean, it's true for a lot of things, but not for us. I mean, there are other licensing boards, so that's not, I mean, it's not surprising. It happens a lot that they tell them that.
Dr. Richmond, we get more information than majority of people that get information on employers.
Dr. Richmond,
Yes, ma'am.
did you ever see and say your little thing you lit up?
Oh, no, I didn't have anything to say.
All right, sir.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I have no problems at this time with this woman receiving a pharmacy tech license. I'd like to make a motion that we allow her to get her tech license.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Good luck.
Who
With
was
your,
the second?
Dr. Richmond.
Okay. And Ms. Hernandez, this will be, your application will be processed this week, and we'll get it out in the mail to you. We still got that Harris Street, Fort Smith. Is that still a good address?
Yes.
We'll get it mailed out. You should have it next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Daniel, next up I have Jessica Nathaniel.
Yes.
I'm clicking to have Jessica unmute and start video. Ms. Nathaniel, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
There you go. Did you hear our introduction of who all you'd be talking to and how the process works earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, with that, I'm going to send it right back over to Mr. Daniel then.
Okay, this is, again, an application. She did mark yes that she would have something come back on her criminal history. And she did provide a letter, which is in here about where she was pulled over. This was a traffic stop. They found some marijuana paraphernalia. I'm assuming it was a pipe, but she can explain to that in a little more detail in a minute. We do not have a copy, or we're not able to get a copy of the police report on this. But she did plead guilty to the possession of marijuana. She admitted to the officers that it was hers. This was back in 2011, and just there's a separate waiver and a separate statement from her in here. She does have and has over the years quite a few failed to pay fines on charge. I mean, it was just a bunch of traffic citations. I believe she got it over a several-year period, and did have some issues with doing what the court was telling her to do on her fines. But the main issue is that drug paraphernalia, and she got a civil penalty for it. So I mean, a lot of times the courts on a first-time offense, they'll just give them a civil penalty so it doesn't show as a conviction. But she was, so that was back in 2011. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Ms. Nathaniel?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Good. You want to tell us about these items you had?
Yeah. So back in 2011, I had just graduated high school the year before. I was riding with my brother-in-law's cousin, and he was driving. And we got pulled over because of there was no tag light on his vehicle. And when we got pulled over, they asked if they could search the car. And we said yes. And so in my purse, I was holding marijuana paraphernalia, like a pipe, a grinder, and they got me for like marijuana residue. So that was when I was just graduated high school. I didn't have any sense of being an adult yet. And the driver actually tried to take you know, he tried to take the charges for me, but I wouldn't allow it because that was something that I had done. And I had told the police that, yes, this is mine. And I owned it. And I cleaned myself up after that, and really tried to get on my feet, and grow up. So it was just a young, dumb mistake on my part.
Okay, thank you. So what have you done in between?
So since then, I have moved around a couple places. I have gotten away from that place and the people that I was hanging out with. I moved to Alabama with my father, who was in the military. He just retired. And I moved on to base with him, to kind of get on my feet and change my life into a different direction. I had written the judge a letter, stating what I was doing, and how I was changing my life. So when I had went to my hearing, that he said that as long as I didn't get into any trouble for a year, and I paid my fines, that I would be okay. So I didn't get probation or anything like that. But now I am living in Hot Springs, and I was at my employer for 3 years until I accepted a position at Walgreens in the pharmacy. And I'm currently enrolled in school for a pharmacy technician as well.
Okay. So what position are you holding at Walgreens?
So right now I'm just a cashier back in the pharmacy. So I'm able to see what prescriptions are ready and just give those to the customer, and just put away prescriptions that are already bagged into our bins. But I'm not allowed to do anything else. I can't sell any allergy medicine with like pseudoephedrine and everything. So I'm mainly just cashiering.
Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate?
Do you think not only that you're going to tech school, but do you think with this license and possibly the PTCB national certification, do you think Walgreens is going to hire you as a technician? Is that the plan?
Yes, so that's the only thing that we're waiting on right now, is for me to hopefully get a certification or a license today, and then I would eventually get my PTCB, but that they don't require that part. I mainly want to get that because I want to continue to grow in the pharmacy, and I want to eventually work in a hospital at the pharmacy, and hopefully one day continue my education and become a pharmacist.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, would anyone like to come forward with a motion then?
I will. I'll make a motion. I mean, this has been quite some time. And it does sound like Jessica has really turned herself around. So I'll make a motion that we allow Jessica to get her technician license.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. You'll be able to get your license.
Thank you guys so much.
Ms. Nathaniel, I will. This will be processed this week, so you should get it in the mail sometime next week.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
It looks like the last person I had on for today is Miss Ramirez. She had an 11 o'clock. I showed she logged in about 11:38, so we did not get to her earlier. I'm clicking the unmute in video to see if she can join us.
Hi, sorry, I did hear everything. I do apologize. I've been having internet issues trying to figure it out where was the link on the Arkansas board side. So I do apologize. And then as you notice, I've been logging in back and forth because my internet is kind of going down. So I do apologize for that.
Okay, so she's already heard it. Mr. Daniel, if you want to kick off.
Okay. On her application, she did disclose that she'd been arrested previously. She has a conviction. This is a misdemeanor. She has a conviction for attempted aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. What this was in 2018. What this was, her and it was her boyfriend at the time. They were in a vehicle. She was driving. He pulled out a firearm, and for some reason, she took the firearm and fired it out of the window of the vehicle. She admitted to doing that to the police, and does have that conviction, and that is in 2018. Her statement is attached. There's also the police report. This was in Illinois. The police report is also attached, but it kind of goes through it. She does admit in the report to firing that handgun out of the window while she was driving the vehicle. So I'll turn that back over to Dr. Newsom. And again, this was in 2018.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez, how are you today?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. You want to tell us about this incident in 2018?
Yeah, 2018. Yes, I was driving. We were arguing, and then he was kind of like he's not here anymore, so he is no longer in my life. But he was really controlling. So everything that he was telling me to do, I always did it because of fear, you know. And so he actually told me what to do. So I was driving, thinking, and not even. I mean, I was focusing on the road and listening and hearing, and he was just telling me. And so I just react and did it. Honestly, back then, when the officers came in, I did mention they kind of asked me if I was under the influence of something. I'm like, thank God I have never been on that anything, not even drinking, but controlling on that stuff. I actually didn't think. I took the blame. I honestly went through the process, learn and stay away from people that actually they're not good for your life. After that, I did I paid a fine, and I was in probation for 18 months. I didn't have to appear. They were just stay out of trouble, don't do anything. And since then, I've been focusing on my girls and be for them.
So you
and of course, I'm a single mom, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So
no, you're fine.
The witness statement, you know, it was just somebody that just happened to see this, you know, called the police, and they said that the gun was being held out of the passenger side window.
Yeah, he actually hold my hand and told me to do it. Because he didn't had like he was not legal, and I guess his mind was just, I don't know what he was thinking, and me trying to focus on the road and all that stuff. I was holding it, and I mean, honestly, like I said, I was not even thinking. I was just thinking to be on the safe on the road.
I mean, what was the purpose, or was there one? I mean, what was the purpose of shooting the gun out the window? Just to randomly do it?
Honestly, on him, he just wanted to randomly do it. Like, I mean, honestly, my mind never thought about doing it, never think about doing it. Yeah, we can ever go shoot on a ranch and all that stuff, but never thought on my mind to do it. I don't know what was on him. I don't know if he was on something or I did see him that he drank a couple beers, but that was it. But
And he's no longer in your life, you said?
no, me, like I said, I never. No, he is no longer in here. He is in Mexico.
So have you sought out employment yet?
No, actually, one of my friends are working as a pharmacy tech, and of course, I needing of a job. I'm doing health screening right now only, but I'm also enrolling in school. Go back for doing nursing school. So I'm going back in January at NWAC. And so she kind of mentioned something about Walmart. It's always hiring, hospitals always hiring for pharmacy. So that's gonna be really good on my portfolio for going back to school and then continuing my education.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Any comments? So what is the will of the board?
Madam President,
Yes,
I don't
sir.
see a reason to prevent her from getting her pharmacy tech license.
I agree. My only hesitation is that it hasn't really been that long. That's my only hesitation, but if there was a motion to grant her permit, I would vote for it.
Okay. So is that a motion and a second?
I so move. Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramirez, you will get your, this will be processed this week. You should get it in the mail next week. And I've still got a Mountain Road, Springdale, Arkansas address. Is that still a good address?
No, I think it would be best. I'm actually this week I'm actually moving back with my parents for, like I said, for supporting with school. So the new address will be differently.
So,
Okay, do you
so
want to
email us an update of your address, and then we will know where to
Yes.
process in this.
You can still, I think it will be best because my apartment right now on the 2200 East Mountain Road, I don't have to turn in the keys until the 28th of this month.
But
hey,
So
we'll
you
need
can
to,
still mail.
Sorry, this is on Zoom publicly, so please don't say your address just for your safety.
yeah, and that,
Okay,
that's what I was
perfect.
gonna say.
No,
She's leaving there, but we have to have an updated address sent in anyway, so that it'll be correct in our records. So don't
Okay,
tell us here,
perfect.
but email us that you
Not a
need to
problem.
update your address.
Not a problem. I will. Can I still send it to Luke's email?
Yes, that's perfect. You can send it to me and I'll, yes.
Okay,
All right, thank you. And like
perfect.
I
I
said,
will
we'll get it mailed out to you next week.
do it as soon as I can. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you and good luck.
So,
Thanks.
Board members, we have one that did not appear today. Katie Mason, if we can do it just real quick, and then we will be through before lunch. This is, like I said, it's an application. She did not disclose anything. She has in 2009, she has public intoxication. She was found unconscious in a vehicle by the police. In 2012, has a DWI and possession of a controlled substance conviction. This was a traffic stop. Her blood alcohol was a 0.16. I also found 2 Xanax tablets in an unlabeled pill bottle in her purse. 2012, she was arrested for assault and battery. 2019, she was arrested for failure to appear and 2 contempt charges and was convicted of those. Based on her criminal history and the fact that she's not here, we would ask that her application be denied.
Luke, one thing, we do not show that she ever confirmed.
Well,
So
it was mailed, everything was mailed to the address on record with the board, and I have Katie Mason, it was mailed to her address that she has on record, and I do have a mail receipt. It's a COVID-19 receipt, but it got delivered to somebody at her address of record. I can't tell you who it was. I mean, they just write COVID-19 on it, but it was delivered and it was mailed to the address she gave us.
Okay.
All right, do I get a motion to deny?
I'll make one. I'll make the motion that we deny the application based on the facts and that she did not show up for this hearing today.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? The motion passes.
And we've got, the next thing we have is at 1 o'clock. If y'all need a little longer, it's with Erica, and I can text her if y'all want to take a little longer than 30 minutes. Whatever the board wants to do is fine.
Yeah, you're gonna say 1:10, give everybody almost 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Okay, we'll see you guys back at 1:10. I'll mute everyone before I say how hungry I am today.
Oh, okay.
I heard you
I'm
yesterday, John.
gonna shut down completely.
Yeah.
So I can get a better reception.
Yeah, Luke told me he was glad I only said holy crap.
Yeah.
Becca, can you hear anything?
Yeah, I think everybody was muted.
Oh, I wasn't hearing anything and I thought, uh-oh, maybe I'm having Lenora's problem.
Nah.
And it looks like we've got everybody back, board member wise. I know we still got a couple of minutes. I see Eric on there. I've asked Dr. Newsom to recuse from this, so she may not log on until later, and she agreed to do that. And I've asked Dr. Mitchell to chair this one at 1 o'clock, and she's agreed to do that. So I see John. Erica, are we still waiting on some of your people, or what's the?
No,
I see Brad and Dwayne on here also.
yeah, I've actually got all of the pharmacists in my conference room at my office.
Okay, perfect.
So some of them I'll be able to get into this screen, but the other ones will just have to move the camera.
Perfect.
So
And
if you can understand me okay, I'm going to leave my mask on.
I can. We can understand you perfectly.
Thank you.
John, you got anything else? If not, you want to go ahead and start and have Eric introduce everybody, and then.
That sounds great. Counselor, if you want to introduce who all you've got, and then I'll do the same on our side.
Okay. Do you want me to show you on the camera?
We can just do names for now. We'll see them all at some point.
All right. Well, to my left, I have Eric Roberts. To my right, I think we might actually be able to get her in there. I have Lindsay Tankersley. And then down here, as we go down, we've got Erica Sisler, we've got Sharon Powell, we've got Kaylee Angleton. Thank you, Kaylee Angleton. We've got Megan Yingling, and we've got Justin Lee. And then we have connecting also Dwayne Pignon and Brad Lawson from Walgreens.
Good deal. On our side, just to let you guys know who all you're looking at on screen today. You have on our board side chairing this afternoon session is going to be Dr. Becca Mitchell. We also have board members Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, And let's see, Dr. Rodney Richmond, there he is. And then on the staff side, we also have myself, Cindy Fain. Dr. Fain is one of our inspector investigators. Dr. Brenda McCready, our assistant director. Jennifer Bergen is on there because she helps to run the background of a lot of our IT stuff. And see, Dr. McCready has stepped away from her desk. I'm sure she'll be right back. And then Mr. Luke Daniel. This procedure, I know that Ms. G is all too familiar with it. We call these informal conference or informal committee meetings because this is an issue where we are trying to have just a conversation between the two parties, the board and whoever else we are dealing with, so that we can just have a frank and direct conversation with a little bit more freedom than we would have in a full board hearing of sorts. You have part of the board here today. You're dealing with 5 of our board members rather than all 8 or all 7 if we had a recusal, which would be the normal flow in a order notice of hearing, full hearing with a hearing officer, a court report, and everything else. In general, with these meetings, at the end of the discussion, the board members will come up with some type of approach or some type of suggestion for potential action. In one like this that involves multiple parties, it often will be something that they will ask the staff to reduce to writing and send to you guys for review that gives you the opportunity to either agree or disagree with it. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever it is the board members have suggested that we memorialize. And if you do not agree with it in a situation like this, it would push us towards a full board hearing at a later date. So I would ask if any of you guys have any questions about why you are here or about the procedure itself. I don't see any right off. I know Counselor G knows all too well. If you need to stop us and get our attention, especially in Zoom, it's a little bit harder than just kind of waving at us, but get our attention, wave your hands, whatever you need to, especially if you need to clarify something or ask a question. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Daniel.
And this is, and just for Dr. Newsom, I see she's on now. I did share with the rest of the board members and opposing party that I did ask you to recuse on this, and that you agreed to do that. And Dr. Mitchell is going to run this. So Dr. Newsom, I would just ask that you not join in any discussion or in the voting. And we are here, and I know we've got Dwayne and Brad on here, so if y'all need to interject at any time or whatever, I can see Brad, and I know we've got Dwayne on here too. So, and this is, we're going to start, this is kind of one that Ms. G and I, hold on, I just got a message from Becca that just said she got booted off, so we'll let her get back on real quick.
I clicked, she's joining back in right now.
Okay.
Now we can see Dwayne.
Yeah. We were having some connectivity issues yesterday that have actually, gone better today thus far, but you never know.
It's an adventure with the Zoom. So just so you guys know, everybody in the room can see you and hear you, even though you can't see them.
Okay.
Yeah, I think hers is stuck. It just keeps saying joining. Luke, you can probably see that as well.
I can't see it on my end, but I don't know. I logged out at lunch, so I don't think I'm scheduled. I don't think I'm down as a host anymore, so maybe I can't see it.
Looks like she dropped off and should pop back on hopefully here in just a second. pop back up and admitting again now. See if this works. There we go.
She's connected to audio. It says.
All right, looks like she has connected to audio now. Dr. Mitchell, can you hear us?
Looks like she had to get on with her phone. I think she had to do that at the end of the day yesterday too.
All right. She's texting me. She's on the phone talking, but apparently it's not letting us hear her.
Says she has audio. I guess she can hear us. We just can't hear her.
Yeah. Okay, now I've got her, looks like her computer turned in. So I'll release it. Good thing I didn't get interviewed for my IT skills here. They have been more than
Becca,
tested.
can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Oh my gosh, I still don't have audio, or I mean, I don't have video. I'm so sorry. I don't know what
No, that's
happened.
fine.
Yeah.
So frustrating. I'm so sorry.
If we cut out, Dr. Mitchell, text me and I'll pull us to a stop. So I'll turn it back over to Mr.
Okay.
Daniel now that you can hear us and we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll get, and I've talked to Ms. G several times back and forth. This case has kind of been pending for several months. We were kind of wanting to do this in person because it involved so many people. We thought it would be easier, but it just got to the point where we just had to set it for today. So this is in just a moment. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fain. This was in not really an inspection, but just where some prescription records and pharmacy records were reviewed for accuracy. And she's going to kind of go through what she found. This involves, like I said, the pharmacy itself with Walgreens, and then several pharmacists. So Ms. G and I have spoken, and if it's okay with the board, kind of what we would like to do is kind of handle it one at a time. We'll get Dr. Fain to go through, and we'll just discuss the pharmacy, what the errors were, what any other issues were, and then we'll kind of move down from pharmacist to pharmacist. But we just kind of like to, instead of it all kind of being jumbled in, kind of do it one at a time. And am I missing anything, Ms. G? Anything else that we talked about? Does that sound about right?
No, that sounds right. Okay. And I've got Lindsay Tankersley is a PIC at the store. So.
Okay. And she was actually not the PIC when this went on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I will turn that over, but we have him here, I believe, the former PIC at that time.
Yes.
Okay. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain. And Dr. Fain, if you'll just kind of go through what kind of, I guess, what started this, and then what you looked at, and what you found. Like I said, if we can just, at this point, just kind of stick to the pharmacy itself and get into those areas, and then we'll see if the board has any questions, and then we can move on to the individuals after that, if that works for you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Faye.
So we had a complaint at this particular pharmacy, and due to the complaint, we went in and it had nothing to do with errors, but we decided to do an accuracy audit is what I would call it. But basically I pulled 2 weeks worth of prescriptions. The date range was from January the 2nd, 2020 through January the 14th of 2020. And I reviewed a total of 645 prescriptions for accuracy based on the labeled directions. This is just a paper audit. It doesn't include, looking at the bottle or what was in the container or anything like that. It's just a records audit. The electronic prescriptions were not included in this audit, so these are just hard copy prescriptions. I reviewed a total of 645 prescriptions, and which revealed an error, 114 errors, which is the overall error rate of 17.7%. Most of those errors are minor, but it's not my job to determine what the board considers an error or not. 76 of those errors were just incomplete directions, like leaving off PRN on prescription pain meds, or leaving off the duration of therapy for an antibiotic. 18 of them had wrong directions. 6 of them were like Schedule 2 prescriptions with instructions not to refill until a certain date, or not to fill until a certain date, and they were filled prior to that. Now, we have since received communication from Walgreens. Even though they were filled prior to the date, they were not dispensed and sold until the date of. Wrong prescriber on the label, that's 5 of them. Unclear directions, 3. Wrong DEA number, like we'd have a physician that had 2 different locations of practice, maybe like the ER in a personal practice or something like that, and they used the wrong DEA number, which that's an issue with the DEA. The wrong strength of drug. I have on my report that there were 2, but there was really just 1 that they were able to explain and provide documentation that the doctor had authorized to switch on the other. A missing prescription 1 and wrong quantity of 1, which that turned out to be a patient request. The Walgreens' response said that, like if it was a PRN med or the duration of therapy, that was covered in counseling. So that's pretty much an overall overview of the errors. I mean, we have a spreadsheet which would have been provided to you all that had it all detailed out, and I can go over some of the highlights if you'd like, or I can just let Dr.
I'd like to see it if you can pull it up.
Okay. Okay, hang on. I have to hide some stuff. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left-hand side is like the details, the data about the prescription number, when it was filled, and that sort of thing.
Hold up, Cindy.
Cindy?
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking at your Windows Explorer screen. I think you need to actually share the spreadsheet.
Well,
Spreadsheet hasn't come up. It's still the page with all of the pharmacists listed.
Okay, hang on.
That's in our Dropbox loop.
It is, yes. Yeah, and the board members all have a copy. was in the Dropbox also.
I see.
Okay,
It
there,
is
Cindy, it's up.
all for my eyes, I'll tell you.
Okay, I know well, it's a lot of information too. So column J, let me see if I can get this to lock that first column too. Okay, so column J is the prescription directions, and column, and then in column K, I explain what the issue is. Let me scroll down. Other than incomplete directions, let me scroll down to some things that are more pertinent. I apologize, I'm probably making y'all dizzy. Okay, so like here, ibuprofen 600 milligrams, and it was take 1 tablet 3 times a day with meals, and for 30 days, and they put for 30 doses instead of for 30 days. Highlight this.
So there were several, I guess, of all, most of, or I guess the one with the highest, I guess, would be the wrong directions if I'm looking at the your summary correct. So there's
no, the one with the highest was the incomplete directions, which would be leaving off
I'm sorry. Okay,
PRN.
yeah. I just saw that where it has 76. Okay.
Yeah. So leaving off the PRN or the duration of therapy, but the next highest was the wrong directions. And to me, this is, definitely a higher priority. But, like the one I have highlighted, it was the directions were to be take 1 daily, is what was on the label, but it was take 1 daily after breakfast by the doctor. That's not a huge thing. It's just, I think I probably misclassified that as incomplete directions. But like the next one.
Did you look at the schedule? Did you look at, when you went in there, did you look at the schedule to see like how many pharmacists, how many techs and all that were working during this period?
I did. And I did not find any patterns or overstaffing except for 1 day. And I just switched on the screen on January the 10th. If you could see this is highlighted. There was only 1 pharmacist on duty, but there were 4 techs. Now on the other days, they're highlighted in yellow as well. That's over the lunch period. So I could reasonably assume that somebody's in and out for lunch.
Okay, and will you scroll that page down for a minute just to show where the pharmacist?
Yes, okay, so this column that you can see right now is the techs. And if you go down a little bit, this is how many pharmacists were on duty. So there's 1 hour. Okay. There's 1 hour of overlap from 1 to 2.
Okay, and some days there's a little more overlap than others. So, but a lot of days there's just 1 pharmacist, and it looks like 1 in the morning and 1 at close with some overlap in the middle of the day.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know about how many prescriptions they were filling a day?
According to the, I would have to look at my.
That's fine, and I know we didn't discuss this earlier, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was curious.
It is a high volume store. I will say that, and I could pull up the last inspection if you'd like.
Okay, so and you said this is a high volume store. Where is this store?
It's located on South University in Little Rock, over by UALR.
And this was a 2-week time period, you said, where you pulled records from?
Yes.
And we're going down, and there were some, wrong strength, just had a couple, wrong quantity had 1. So it appears most of the direction, or most of the areas have to do with directions. Either they're clear, or they're wrong, they're incomplete.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Dr. Mitchell, if board members have any, then I'm sure Ms. G would.
Do we have questions? I'm sure we do. So
I have one question, Becca.
Sure.
So I know you found all these errors while you're there, and I understand that, but had these ever been reported to Walgreens, or were they just errors and they didn't even do anything with them?
They were errors that, I mean, I took like 2 weeks worth of records and brought them back to the office to review. And they were not errors that had been reported to the board. It was kind of a twofold, thing. We had a complaint on the pharmacy previously, but we've been hearing complaints of staffing. Well, we can't do anything about maintaining specific staffing, but if it's affecting the accuracy of the prescriptions you're filling, then it becomes an issue. And so that's, thanks to COVID, we had the time to actually go in and review that in detail in several stores.
I just wonder if they, if either the patient, the doctor, or somehow if they knew about these errors, and then if they reported them, I'm sure the company has some kind of reporting. So I just kind of wonder.
They were not reported to the board.
Okay.
I don't think we know if if any of them or all of them were reported to Walgreens. I don't know that she looked at that. She just, like I said, pulled 2 weeks, and a lot of them wouldn't have been, unless the patient had an issue with something, I don't know that it ever would have gotten back to even Walgreens for that matter. But I don't know that, and maybe Ms. G or somebody over there can answer, but I don't know if any of these were even found out about by the patients or even reported back.
That was a lot of errors in a very short time.
And I think part of what we were trying to show in that is that earlier this year, after hearing some of the things we did about not just staffing ratios, but at times understaffing, not just this store, but just stores in general, knowing that we were going to have to spend more office time on some things, we did some accuracy audits along with med errors. So this one started, you'll see we had a complaint from a prescriber that I believe had reached out to Dr. McCready, complaining about error issues and even the potential filling of fraudulent prescriptions that were known not to be fraudulent. So that's fairly alarming to us. What we did was we did retrieve the hard copies and compare the back tags as to what was on the hard copies for an overall accuracy audit. You'll see on these, a lot of these are not clinically significant. A lot of these may not have had any impact to the patient, but it is an overall, accuracy audit so that you guys can see what all was going on there.
Dr. Kirtley, I just pulled the last 2 inspections I could find, one from 2018 and one from 2019. They were both conducted by Clyde, and they show about 250 prescriptions a day. I did not find one for 2020.
Did you just say that a volume of 250 prescriptions a day?
Is what I show, what the Laserfish shows in 2019 when Clyde inspected in April of 19.
Clyde was not here in 2019.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's not my signature?
It might have been Rusty. Let's look. It didn't look like Cindy's writing, but let me look.
I'm pretty sure I did the last
Sorry,
one.
it was Rusty. On 4/5 of 19, Rusty inspected.
And we can ask them what their volume is,
right,
because that's just a verbal thing recorded on the inspection.
Right.
Can we ask them what their volume is?
Yeah, we'll get to we'll get to them in just a minute. Does anybody, if we can see if anybody else has questions for Dr. Fain, and then I'll turn it over to Erica. And then
Dr.
What
Fain.
was the very first complaint? I'm sorry, Dr. Krause. What was the original complaint? I understand exactly why you looked at the accuracy, but what was the original complaint?
A doctor had complained that they had contacted the store with forged prescriptions and asked them not to fill them anymore, and they alleged that the pharmacy continued to fill those forged prescriptions even after being notified by the doctor.
Dr. Payne, could I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Was your process whereby you selected those 600 and some prescription, was that a random process?
In this case, I believe it was a random process. It was close to that time period that the doctor filed the complaint, but it was a random.
But we pull an entire like consecutive block. So we didn't pull 100 from this week and 100 from a month ago and 100 from 2 months ago. It was one, concise block of time, like one week period, as I recall, of the hard copies. Is that correct, Dr. Fain?
Yes, that is correct. It was a block of time, but the block of time was fairly random.
Yeah. One other question. As you went through and you said that you had identified some errors of different types, but then you explained maybe it sounded like maybe you explained away some of them. Is there an adjusted area? So we know there were what was it, 114 errors overall, but were there any that were explained away and now became an adjusted error rate?
So I was able to justify 12 of those, which took it down to 102 errors, which makes it a 15.8% error. But it also depends on what the board considers an error. If they, don't consider leaving off PRN or a duration of therapy to be an error, that could change yet again.
Well, I think if you were to take, let's say, Eliquis, if the directions are supposed to be take one tablet twice a day and you put on there take one tablet twice a day PRN, that would be significant. And there's no way to define when that error of adding to or taking away from PRN is going to occur. It could occur at any time. So I think anything that varies from what the directions call for could be significant.
Is an error
on the drug.
And I agree.
Yeah. Dr. Richmond, I think staff would agree with you. I think that, and we've had this conversation even with Ms. G and with some other people with similar cases, there's one side of it, the term I've heard used for is malicious compliance for accuracy. And then you also have to consider severity of, is it actually a harm to the patient? And the two things that we've discussed a lot in the office, at least, is PRN, leaving it off when it's called for or adding it when it's not, are both significant issues. But also things like if it's to take something for 14 days, you really need to take all of it for 14 days, not just take part of it or anything else. So there are some issues like antibiotics and things, but we're showing you the full gamut with that detailed spreadsheet that everyone has, so you can look at the individual ones themselves.
Any other board members have any questions for Dr. Fain? And I know I know some people have got questions for Walgreens, and I'll turn it over to them in just a minute if nobody else has questions. Erica, you have any questions for Dr. Fain before we turn it over to you?
I have a couple. Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Dr. Fain?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. This is a little bit of an experimental setup, so wanted to make sure. So you mentioned, Dr. Kirtley mentioned, I think Dr. Crady mentioned that your initial reason for going to the store was a complaint that there had been fraudulent prescriptions being filled.
That's correct. Yes.
Is that part of this case?
No, not that I know of.
I mean, did anything come of that particular issue?
I think there was a warning letter.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to be clear that, since we've mentioned it several times, that's not actually part of what we're talking about here today.
I understand.
Okay. So I don't want to go through all of the prescriptions and spreadsheet, but I do want to talk to you a little bit about what they are. So the vast majority of them are what you have categorized as incomplete directions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you give a couple of examples of what you would consider an incomplete direction? And you don't have to pull it up, you can just describe it.
So like on a Norco prescription, hydrocodone prescription, it would say 1 every 6 hours PRN pain. And they would just put 1 every 6 hours. Or an antibiotic, be like ciprofloxacin 500 milligrams BID for 7 days, and they would just put BID. So, the errors I saw weren't adding a PRN when it wasn't required. It was more leaving things off and being incomplete.
And that's 76 out of the, what did you say you ended up with?
102.
102.
Yes.
Okay, are in that category.
That is correct.
And do you consider those to be significant errors?
I don't consider them to be significant, but they are still errors. I think that it can affect patient care.
Okay.
And patient compliance.
Understood. One last question for you. On the spreadsheet, there's a column that's titled PD of record. And are you familiar with how Walgreens uses that term internally, what the significance of that is?
I will tell you how I interpreted it, and then if that's not how Walgreens interpreted it, you can share that. But I interpret that to mean that they were part of the verification process.
Okay, so if I told you that Walgreens uses that designation internally and it does not mean that that pharmacist was involved in the prescription process, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me?
I would want to know how you document who does verification, because it was my understanding on the label that the pharmacist of record is the person that did that final verification. And yes, they would be involved in that. So I don't have no reason to think you would be telling me a lie. That's not what I mean.
Oh, sure, I got you. Well, we'll address that. I just wanted to find out what your understanding of that term was before we get to our part. And I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any more questions for Dr. Fain. If any board members don't have any more based on what she's asked, I'll turn it over to Erica. All right, Ms. G, floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a couple of things I want to address before we get into the meat of the case here. So first of all, as I was just suggesting to Dr. Fain, and we'll get the Walgreens pharmacist to explain this a little bit more, but there are a number of prescriptions where the responsibility for the error involved was listed under the PD of record. And in some cases, that pharmacist was not involved in the actual dispensing of that prescription. So I don't know how detailed the board is going to want to get into each of these errors. And I'm certainly not, if you want to, then I do want to point that out so that some of them might need to be shifted around depending on the specifics of what you want to talk about. The other part that I want to mention, at least briefly, and Luke and I have talked about this, sorry, Mr. Daniel and I have talked about this several times now, is, I really appreciate the effort of Dr. Fain and Dr. Kirtley and the board staff to put some standardization on the errors. I mean, I think, all of us are looking at a type of case that hasn't really come before the board before. And I think that's a really helpful way to look at it, to try to assign some categories. And we're certainly not here to argue about what happened or argue that there were not situations where things should have been done differently. But I do want to say that to the extent that the board wants to look at individual errors, we have some disagreement on the significance of those errors and how they should be viewed. And we don't necessarily match up, in my opinion, with the requirements of the pharmacy law. So I'll leave it at that. If we want to get into more detail, I certainly can, and I'm sure Luke can as well. But with that introduction, I think at this point, what I would suggest, or what I'd like to do, is I'd like to introduce y'all to Lindsay Tankersley, who, as I said, is the PIC at the store currently. She is also one of the pharmacists that has a case with a list of errors in front of you. So we thought we'd start with her, talk about what's going on with the store, and then you can also talk about her case as well, if you'd like to do that. So let me move the camera a little bit so you can see her a little better. Hold on. Or try. There you go. All right.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, and Erica, if you'll go back towards you just a little bit where we don't see both of you.
Okay.
That's perfect.
There you go.
All right. Technology.
All right. So as you can see, we're distanced. I'm going to take my mask off. I communicate much better without a mask on my face. So forgive me for that if that is not a good thing. I took over as the PIC of 5730 Walgreens on 5/26/20. I was aware of this audit at this time and aware that I was involved in it. And I wanted to take it over in an effort to make myself a better practitioner, as well as maybe help the store going forward and the other people involved. So starting off with the store proactive measures that we began taking as soon as I took over as PIC. The main thing that I wanted to do, starting from technicians through the pharmacists, through even myself as the RXM, was to instill a diligence and a sense of utmost importance of accuracy about communicating everything on a script accurately and completely to ensure patient safety, to make sure that we're putting the patients first and using the errors that were discovered through this audit as a guide to things that we may have overlooked in the past and that we needed to be more diligent upon. So that was the biggest thing. And once I got every other technician on board about it, then it became a flow. And most of the people in the pharmacy have really taken on that charge as well. Some things specifically that I emphasize with pharmacists, if there's anything on the script that is unclear, make sure that we clear it up, take the time to call the prescriber and ensure the accuracy before we dispense it. If there is anything on a prescription that we do clarify, make sure that we make annotations and stuff. I know when Dr. Fain came and spoke with me mid-lunch one day, we were able to show a few annotations that helped a little bit. Those annotations can mean a lot. Stress the importance of those. We created some double checks throughout the process for pharmacists to ensure accuracy upon completion of a fill. Like I myself, even though I've double checked everything in review and then product verification, I also go back through if there's a hard copy and check off on each thing that I need to make sure of to do a triple check, and I sign off on it. Also giving accountability if something were to go wrong on that prescription. I was able to hire a staff pharmacist, a new one, right as I took on as PIC, and she also took on this charge with me. Saying that, we also attempted to share that information with floaters that would come through. I know that all of us that are involved in this hearing, I think for the exception of Eric, were floaters that were floating through that week, mostly as new grads. The technicians that I did with them, as they're the ones that enter it to begin with, like I said, we're pharmacists, we take responsibility for how it comes out, but I've got them instilled with that importance, of utmost importance of entering it correctly. If they're unsure, ask a pharmacist. Don't move on unless you know for sure. Proofread, proofread, proofread. I say that about 1,000 times a day, and finally they've said, I'm proofreading, Lindsay, I'm proofreading. So I think that that's getting through on it. I assigned WAG, or Walgreens specific entry training to each technician so that they would be able to review that process, and they have all completed that. Each time I saw an error on my screen, and my staff pharmacist did as well, given the time and the opportunity, which I tended to make that opportunity more than maybe got my script out a little slower, but I took the opportunity to call the technician over and say, here, this says this, so we have to make sure we input it this way. Do you understand why? Do you understand why this is important? And teaching in that importance really helped them, I believe. That on the spot training, they also, for a number of weeks after the audit, I would compile, HIPAA redacted things, of course, of scripts that were screenshots that were errors, and I had each of my technicians review those weekly and sign off on them, acknowledging those types of errors. And we have a peer review system where we review errors that occurred in the pharmacy, and then the pharmacy manager goes in and makes 3 suggestions. And since I took over as PIC, I have included something from this audit as a suggestion and how to eliminate those suggestions. And the techs also have to sign off and acknowledge that they've done that. So that's how we kind of did as the store. Did you have any questions about that? And then I could briefly tell you how I moved along personally as a pharmacist. How would you like to move with that? I saw your hand, Dr. Mack.
I just wanted to ask one thing. So you were a PRN at that time, kept floating through that store, and now you're the manager.
Yes, ma'am. I was a 3-month graduate.
3 months. When you floated through, were you noticing? Were you aware of any that they were just putting whatever the tech thought they need to put, and it went on through? Were you aware of this going on?
So some of the things that would come across the screen, honestly, I didn't know, and I didn't make myself aware of Walgreens system aware to know that like a spelling error wouldn't be, or a spacing error wouldn't be corrected. That's my fault. I still needed to correct it from the text. But as floaters, that's where you start. You start off as a floater. So you move from store to store to store to store until you find a home. And you kind of just go with what the pharmacists more experienced around you are doing. And as you can see, with the number of people involved in this 2-week audit, we were all doing, it seems, the same thing. So, I mean, yes, I acknowledge that the errors occurred. I take full responsibility for them. And moving forward in my practice, I've made many changes as to not do it again.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of quick questions if none of the other board members do at this time. So at this point, there was the PIC and everybody else was a floater?
That may not be a question that I can answer, okay. Luke. I know that at this point I was not the PIC, and I think that at that store there is only a PIC and a staff pharmacist. That is it, and that's currently what I have now. And then we have a floater on our off days. I think that the staff pharmacist at that time was on vacation, which is why there are so many floaters.
Okay,
during
so
that 2-week period.
Okay, so right now you have you, and then you have a full-time staff pharmacist, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we have
what's the schedule like now? Is it similar to the one Dr. Fain put up back then? I mean, there's overlap, in midday, but mornings and afternoon are pretty much one.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
and
sir.
What's the prescription count a day? Just a rough guess. Right
so
now.
The last numbers that I went over on Monday, as I do each week, last week we sold 389 prescriptions a day as an average. Yesterday when I looked at the pharmacy, when I looked at my stats about 1:30 or 2, we had entered 572 prescriptions by 2 o'clock yesterday. So there's a difference between entered and sold here as well, because all of these errors could have occurred during an entry of a prescription that wasn't sold.
Yeah, so you were looking at 500 being entered yesterday before 2, and then you're looking at around 400 going out the door a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And like I said, about how many hours overlap there in the middle? Just, 2 or 3, or is it right at the lunch hour?
Whenever it is whenever my staff pharmacist and I are there, we have a 3 or 4 hour overlap. If we have a floater covering one of our days off, that overlap can go from 2 to 4 hours.
Okay, and it's at the middle of the day, I'm just giving an example, 11 to 2 or something.
Yes, it would, the second pharmacist comes in either at 12, 1, or 2.
Okay. And
if I'm the second pharmacist, I come in at 11, but I work more hours, so.
Okay, and what's that store open?
8 to 8, 8 A to 8
okay.
P.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fingers.
Real quick, but when this was actually the pool of information, you were just floating, you just happened to be there a good bit due to other absence. Is that correct?
Yes, John. Yes, Dr. Kirtland.
And I don't know if Ms. G wants you to explain this or someone else, but I think for you, it might have the biggest difference in numbers. But is the PD of record, I thought the PD of record was the pharmacist like on duty when it's sold, responsible for counseling.
So as far as I can explain PD of record, anytime I walk into any pharmacy and I log into IC Plus, which is our operating system, it asks, do you want to be the pharmacist of record? And normally when you walk in as the opener, you say yes. And whoever walks in as the second pharmacist says yes. But just because I'm listed as the PD of record, I may not have one thing to do with that prescription from being scanned in to being sold. I'm just listed as the PD of record.
So it shows who entered, and then the review is the pharmacist who actually reviews the input.
Yes, sir.
Do they also review the final product verification?
That could be one or two. That could be the same pharmacist or another. Yes.
Okay. So on the sheets we have, do you guys know if that review is the data review or the product review?
I do not know what that spreadsheet, what the definition on that spreadsheet is. No.
But for every prescription, we could, if we choose to, Dr. Erica, we could find out exactly who did what on every prescription.
We could do a full audit trail, but those are very cumbersome. My assumption is for the board then that the PD of record is almost like who is the pharmacist in charge of the shift overall, but the reviewed, I thought, and this could be wrong, but I thought that was the pharmacist who is reviewing the inputting done by either another pharmacist, a technician, or an intern for the label. But if PD of record would be different than reviewed, that would give, like Lindsay, that would give her a net decrease of 7, and for Dr. Roberts, it would be a net increase of 2. But it's actually involves 9 prescriptions that change under Tankersley one direction or the other, and 12 under Roberts.
Right.
So any way you look at it, multiple under each of them.
And there was a note, I guess, on an inspection a while back. Apparently, your volume went up drastically due to, I guess, a Walgreens close by closing. Around when did that happen?
It occurred November the 4th of 2019. Okay. We've had I think we just received in the region of the #1 growth award. We had a 39% prescription growth over the last year. Okay. So it's our volume has increased dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, almost 40%, in a year. And I guess a lot of it's probably due to that.
Yeah.
And I saw Dr. Mack with her hand. Go ahead.
One other question. I realize you currently are the pharmacy manager and work for Walgreens. So this is not to put any bad light on Walgreens or you, but with this increase of business, do you think you are properly staffed? Can you legitimately tell us that you can do everything that's required of a pharmacist and take care of your patients with the current staffing?
Well, do you want to know about now or when all this happened?
Well, now, and then she was a new grad, I guess, I think it sounded like. But what did you feel like back then? So they're kind of two different questions and two different numbers.
And before you answer, I want to make sure it's clear that at the time of this audit, she was a floater.
Yeah,
so
right.
Her information is going to be pretty limited.
As far as that.
But how she felt. I'm just asking how she feels, not really to put a black eye on Walgreens. I just want to know how you feel about it.
And Debbie, I appreciate your honest question. When I was a floater, when this audit occurred, I was licensed at the end of July. So I've been working for Walgreens for 3 months. I had worked for Walmart all through pharmacy school. So I was unlearning Walmart to learn Walgreens, which I would say that was a big barrier in me. The systems are very different. At the point when I was floating, I probably felt that the coverage was adequate because I didn't recognize all the responsibilities that were actually due of me. Since taking over as the PIC, there have been many times, especially lately with the increase in volume, which has been very quick. where I don't feel as if I can do my job safely.
And I guess you're also, I mean, when you're there by yourself, you're having to do, I mean, especially this time of year, I mean, flu vaccines and all of that. And if you're there by yourself, okay, I can see. And
My
who
concern
sets-
was if there were this many errors, even though, you know, we could argue all day about how substantial they were. If there were this many errors going on back then, and now you're trying to clean it up and make everything better, but the volume has increased so much more, it concerned me about, you know, your well-being and how you felt as a pharmacist.
Thank you.
And who sets the schedule for pharmacists and technicians?
Yeah, we've got Brad as a healthcare supervisor, Brad Lawson. I don't know if y'all know him yet or not, but he can jump in and answer some of these broader questions that you have about what's going on here, if you're ready to hear from him.
Sure. Dr. Lawson, we appreciate you being here today. And you are just so everybody knows, I think you moved into a new position. So what position are you in now?
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. I am the healthcare supervisor for the vast majority of stores in Arkansas. I've been in position for 2 months.
Okay. And that was where Lindsay Butler, who we used to speak with quite a bit, that was where she was previously?
Correct.
Okay. And where does the staffing schedule and who sets, this pharmacy gets this many pharmacists and techs, this pharmacy gets this. Where does that come from?
So the scheduling of the people themselves, of the technicians, is handled at the store. Now, the amount of hours is based upon the volume of the store itself. That's for pharmacists and for technicians.
Okay, and that's just something Walgreens does internally. I mean, they have this much volume, so this is what they get. They get this many hours, they get.
So it's based upon the needs of the patients and the volume of the strips that are being filled.
Okay, and how often is that looked at? I mean, for instance, this store is a great example of, growing, 40% in a year. So how often is that looked at and maybe readjusted?
So it's readjusted on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, weekly basis, depending on the needs of that particular store. We do have the capability of adding in additional hours if there's need for a particular growth, just as this, or for patient care.
Okay. I have nothing further for Dr. Lawson. If anybody else, Dr. Kirtley or any of the board members, Dr. McCready.
I have a couple of things I'd like to ask
Okay,
him.
I'm sorry, Ms. G, I didn't mean to skip over you.
No, it's fine. To just circle back a little bit on some of the questions the board members were having. Dr. Lawson, I know you were not in this position at the time, but have you looked back at the information that applied to this store back at the time of this audit, leading up to it and immediately afterwards?
Somewhat, yes. I would.
I'm not going to ask you every single thing that happened, I promise.
Sure.
Can you talk about, for the board members, when did the volume at the store increase, generally speaking, and were there any additional hours adjusted for the store in response to that volume increase?
Sure. So with the closure of another Walgreens in close proximity to this store, we were expecting an increase in volume of scripts. And we acted proactively in order to increase labor budgets of technicians and pharmacists in preparation for that increased influx of prescriptions. I believe that happened around November of 2019, somewhere around there. I could be wrong. But we did proactively start increasing hours. There was around a 30% increase in script counts. This store has averaged 300, a little bit less than 300 scripts per day over the past year. With that increase, there has been a 20% increase in pharmacist hours and over a 50% increase in technician hours between the time of the 12th Street location closing down until roughly around April. But there was a pretty significant increase in labor budget.
Thanks. Let's revisit also the PD of record issue. Can you explain from your perspective, what is the significance of that, if any, and how can we tell, or if we can tell from the spreadsheet that we've got, who was involved in dispensing the prescription?
Yeah, the PD of record holds no significance. It's a total internal designation for our filling system. Has nothing to do with who's checking what and who's verifying what. We have other capabilities of identifying that, but the PD of record has no compliance indication at all.
Okay, thank you. I think we've covered my questions, at least for now, so I'll stand down, Luke.
What is the significance of PD of record? Why do you have it?
It's an internal part of our proprietary system. We have to have some type of pharmacist logged on as PD of record in order to allow physicians or technicians to perform technician duties. So if for some reason there's not one in, technicians can't perform the technician duties. So it's just
okay.
But it serves no significance of actually compliance of who's doing what. We have other ways of identifying that.
So you could be logged in and never touch or have anything to do with any of those prescriptions that go through.
You have to be on site.
Yeah.
The PD of record, they have to be on site.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is they could be over there doing something else and not have any. I mean, there could be, tons of prescriptions go through that they don't have anything to do with, don't even touch.
Correct. Yeah. So we have other designations to identify who is doing what in the entire step process.
So if you were only there.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Dr. Mack.
Well, you're probably on a different trail, but so you've only been there 2 months, but you look back at the records, and in 2019, so over a year ago, you believe they did build up some staff before I guess the business started growing so much. And then in your 2 months, and this pharmacist knows that she's very busy, in this 2 months, have you, your personal self, looked at the staffing and if she's got the right amount of staffing and pharmacists and technicians?
So I think we can all tell that numbers on a piece of paper are one thing, but when you're actually in a store, it's something else, right? I'm a practicing pharmacist. I know what it's like. So I can't speak to what it was like last year because I wasn't here. I wasn't in on that. All I see is numbers on a spreadsheet. But what I can talk about is what's going on now, how I'm handling situations that are going on currently in my locations, and really ensuring that our pharmacists are put in a good position to be successful in providing that level of care to our patients, with compliance and accuracy as a top priority. If there's an issue, we take it on a case-by-case basis. If we need to add in additional hours, pull people out of other sites to help get through a certain situation that's going on, that's what we do to help our particular teams take care of our particular patients.
Well, I think this pharmacist you have here is a really good one that is taking a lot on and trying to correct a lot. I'm hoping y'all really see the value in her and take care of her.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I can, I wanted to just ask a question to make sure I heard this right. So the number of prescriptions filled has increased by roughly 40%, but the staffing allocation hours from the time in which these errors were discovered is increased by 20%. Did I hear that correctly?
So technician hours on average were increased over 50%, and pharmacists on average were increased around 20% from the initial transition from the closed location to the location on University.
Can I ask a question related to that?
Sure, Dr. Richmond.
Since Walgreens, and I have an opinion as to why you all do this, but since Walgreens requires front store people to become licensed as technicians, but if that's not their primary job, and then when you increase staffing, are you pulling these inexperienced people from the front of the store who could be contributing to the error rate because they're not frequently involved in day-to-day pharmacy operations, but rather they have that certification, but yet they really don't practice? Like we heard a gentleman today who said he was the manager of the store and he simply was getting the technician license because he was required to do so as part of his job, but he had no intention of becoming a technician per se. But if he is a licensed technician and could be pulled back to the pharmacy, I'm interested to know, is that a major part of your labor pool and you're pulling these inexperienced people back into the pharmacy, and are they not making the matters worse instead of better?
So I don't think it would be fair to say that they're all inexperienced. I wouldn't throw a blanket over that. We have people that come in and work different varying levels and times. There are times when we may be busy and these people have a technician license and they may come back and run a register. So there's not a lot of data entry for some of these, maybe, like you said, less experienced team members. It may be them just coming back to run a register so that we can check out the customers up front. But we do take compliance and adherence and accuracy, quality, extremely important priority for us. And if there ultimately is someone who's not performing at that rate, then that's we have things in place to help to coach that person up and try to build them up.
Related to that what you just said, that you take it important, have you done subsequent audit studies to determine what your error rate is and how the changes that you have put in place, have they affected the outcome of your error rate? Has it improved, or do you have any idea?
So once again, in the 2 months that I've been in this position, I don't have a lot of specific data to speak to that, unfortunately.
Does anybody on the call can you speak to that? That's, while I'm certainly concerned about the pharmacist's performance, and they're the ones doing work as a pharmacist on behalf of Walgreens, but Walgreens as an entity with the corporate structure and the tools that they provide pharmacists with and staffing and whatnot, I'm concerned from a policy level that are you in fact addressing problems that you see specifically going on? I don't know to what extent it's in the purview of this board to address even your support from corporate, but is there any review from the corporate level in terms of these medication errors, and are they passed back down to the store level? I've got some prior history with that I know what has been done in the past, but I don't know whether that applies here.
Sure, and I go ahead, Erica.
Dr. Richmond, let me address your question. I think I can, at least partially. Walgreens does absolutely track errors and issues, and they are reported to a patient safety organization, which is privileged under federal law, so we're very limited in what sort of information we can share. But certainly Walgreens tracks errors and does address them with the employees involved. And they also have taken efforts, which Lindsay has talked about and Brad could talk about some more, to provide additional education and training when that's warranted based on what the errors are.
Just for clarification, Mr. Daniels, maybe you can answer this question. For a patient safety organization, I understand that data reported to those organizations can't be used in civil litigation, but are they in fact available to administrative boards such as us?
Some of it, and some of it is federally protected when it comes to patients stuff, and some in-house. There's some of that actually is protected, but we can get, we haven't had issue in the past. When we've asked for information, most places are pretty good about giving it to us unless it is federally protected, and there is a small amount of stuff that is federally protected.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think originally they were known as error reporting organizations, EROs, that were given some of the federal protection for information being prepared for EROs.
Yeah, and Ms. G, back to what you just said, is that done when you said that it's that the errors are collected? Is that just when they're noticed, or is there any kind of auditing? Do y'all know? Or maybe that's a better question for Dr. Lawson or Ms. G. I'm not sure, but
I actually don't know the answer to that.
I just didn't know if Walgreens ever did any auditing occasionally, or if it was just errors that are caught. or just,
My guess would be yes, but I don't know the answer.
Okay.
If I could revisit my prior question though, and because the answer that I got was that you couldn't give details, my question was have there been subsequent audits done since these changes have been put in place? I think you can answer that question. I mean, whether or not you tell me what you found, that's one thing, but can you tell me were audits in fact done in this specific store as follow-up to measure outcomes of what you've changed?
I don't believe, and Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, that there has been an audit that is the same sort of thing that Dr. Fang did. There has certainly been effort and focused, concentrated training and education and looking specifically at what has happened in that store, absolutely.
You understand that process doesn't equal outcome though?
Yes, sir.
I feel like it's fair to point out that.
I have a question for Dr. Tankersley, if she can answer it for me.
Yes, ma'am, Dr.
You talked a bit ago about the number of prescriptions this week and those sold versus those input.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
kind of metrics does the pharmacist also have at the same time to do flu shots, counseling, other issues that Walgreens has put in place for metrics that you have to meet? Are there any? And if so, what are they?
I definitely have a flu shot metric of number of flu shots I have to meet by a certain time. Anytime there is a prescription that requires a counsel, I have to do that. That takes precedence. Yeah, there are many metrics. I'm not really sure how to answer that question, Dr. McCready. I'm not sure how specific you want me to get or what you want me to.
Are there metrics that determine how quickly you get a patient in and out of the pharmacy, how long you have a prescription in hand, how quickly you get those people in and out, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am. That would be our verified by promise time metric, which for a waiter is generally 15 minutes. For a person coming back is, I believe, an hour and a half. Those are our main metrics. We're constantly fighting against the clock to try to get those in on time. Those are metrics on which bonuses and such are based, so they're important.
So based on your comment then, if you don't meet those metrics, it is a financial penalty to you on a bonus rate?
It is a portion of what could affect my bonus, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Dr. Lawson, can you follow up on the discussion and give kind of a high level overview of how the quality improvement process works in Walgreens?
Sure. So continuous quality improvement is of the utmost importance in everything we do in our profession. So we do have a specific procedure in place where we're able to keep track of events that could possibly negatively affect patients. We have a proprietary system that we use to collect that data, ultimately put the, analyze the data, determine what areas of improvement there could be, and then disseminate that information back out to the field where we can improve upon areas that we found that may need improvement.
Okay, thanks. Can you also speak to the question Dr. McCready asked to Dr. Tankersley?
Sure. I think that, specific by flu shots, there's an overall flu shot goal. There's not necessarily a specific number you have to hit every day, but there is an overall flu shot goal that we work toward. The vast majority of things that we really emphasize with our stores are solely based around patient care and ultimately getting the patients the prescriptions when they expect to have the prescriptions and keep them compliant and adherent to their medications.
What kind of metric is there a day for flu shots, Dr. Tankersley, in your store?
Like, as Dr. Lawson said, I do not have a daily flu shot goal, but I have a goal of I believe my number for the year is right under 900. That has to be met by a certain day. So we just try to do the math and do that many. It's not said, you have to do this many a day, but when the deadline gets tight, we're working toward it. I think we're almost to our goal. We don't
So it's
have
in a time frame.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My technicians are great about getting flu shots. We really promote safety with the flu shots. My girls love to sell them. So we're pretty good at that aspect of it.
So I know there were several other people on the overview and that are there with you guys. Ms. G, were you planning on having all of them speak to the board today, or is this just if the board wants to ask anybody else on the list a question?
They're certainly prepared to speak if the board has questions or wants to talk with them. Everybody's here. Just tell me who you want to talk to.
So for the board members looking at that review, just doing a quick eyeball of the difference between the reviewing pharmacist and removing the PD of record. For me, it would show an increase of 2 on Roberts, a decrease of 7 on Tankersley, an increase of 2 on Sisler, and then 1 on Angleton, Lee, and Kumar, all adding 1. And there's another pharmacist not on your list that would have added 3 too. So that does change up some of the number mix.
Yeah, and like I said, like we talked about earlier, we do have, they are all here. They are all in the conference room with Ms. G, even though you can't see them all. So we kind of wanted to get everything out on the pharmacy and see, but like I said, they are available. I mean, at this point, but we wanted to just to get all of the facts out on the pharmacy itself. And any questions that anybody had, we just didn't know if the pharmacy, now what the members thought on the pharmacy case would affect the cases on the pharmacist. But like I said, they are available if anybody has questions or if the board would like to hear from them. And Eric Roberts was the pick at the time that this went on, and he is present over there with them too, if anybody has questions for him.
So I feel like we need to hear from especially Eric, and then maybe some other pharmacists of what they feel like was going on at that time, and what they could say about not complete directions and text, just typing it in and leaving whatever the tech put on there. That's one thing I'd like to hear from at least Eric and some others. And then I wondered if the district manager, as pharmacists have errors, and you don't have to get into specifics, but as pharmacists have errors, and maybe they have more serious and several, do you go counsel with that pharmacist and try to work with them on it, or what do you do? I mean, once Walgreens knows about it, do you have a program in place?
Sure, Dr. Mack, thank you for bringing that up. So we most definitely have an improvement process in place, not only for our pharmacists, but for technicians that can be utilized as well, where we have specific criteria that we look for on an ongoing basis, and we coach to improve the performance. And ultimately, it's a process we use to ensure accuracy, and we do coach to improve.
But your information, if a pharmacist notices something, it doesn't go back to that technician. How do you know that technicians are making a lot of errors? Is that just from hearing it from the pharmacist?
So once again, our system tracks everything, who does everything, who verifies everything. So we're able to verify who's typing in what. And then we utilize that data once again to improve our overall performance.
But I think part of what Dr. Mack is saying is if all the stuff in these spreadsheets wasn't fixed in the system, then Walgreens apparently did not know about it until we sent it. Would that be correct?
So our error reports that we utilize are from either we self-notify, or the patient notifies, or another healthcare professional notifies us. At that point in time, that's when it's entered into our system.
But all of those get fixed in the system, correct?
So those are what we use, yes, to not only fix if there is an error that occurred, that affixed it in the exact prescription to ensure that we're patients taken care of going forward, but also for us to identify trends and what we can do to help the overall team and pharmacists get better.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to point out, Dr. Mack, that they have a process that they can track what is going on, but the spreadsheet that you're seeing is a retroactive review that does not take, like, we did not go ask for everything that had been fixed after dispensing. We did not look at everything that was caught during the dispensing process. This is our accuracy report was, these are the labels that went out the door versus what was on the original prescription. So this would be a separate piece of information than what they would have had previous to this case.
Right, and I don't feel like any of this was turned into Walgreens. Nobody thought this was an error. It was just because the pharmacists were letting it go through, so nobody was going back and fixing it. But my other thought was the technicians, and I understand he has some reporting on the technicians, but the pharmacy manager was saying that she'll call the tech over and let them see their error. But if it didn't really go back to that tech to do the work, I don't think Walgreens has a handle on how many errors any tech is making.
Well, I know there are some systems where I don't believe it's in Walgreens, but they can correct me, but some corporations have it to where if you notice that there's a kickback where it sends it back to the technician and they actually track those kickbacks. I don't know if Walgreens does that or not. I know another company that does.
That doesn't sound like it, but he could probably tell us if it does.
So depending on what type of error was inputted, it may or may not actually make its way back to the technician to input. We do have data that shows what was being updated by each pharmacist to allow us to improve going forward. So we can see a percentage of what this technician typed, that directions had to be changed, or the doctor was wrong, or the quantity was missed. So that really helps us hone in and identify what we can coach to.
Okay.
I think the add-on question, and for whomever this is for, is so what is Walgreens doing with the information that the board has produced as part of this case, retroactively looking at the accuracy issues?
So, I mean, I don't mind to talk with that. Like we talked about, I think that we take this very seriously. I do personally take this very seriously. I think that I consider, we have a group of caring pharmacists that are sitting in that room right now. I know for a fact that each one of them cares extensively, not only about their patients, but about their team overall. We want to do what's in the best interest of the patient. So I myself personally, since taking over this position, have made it a priority to work with this through our district managers to disseminate that information to the store. But I will reiterate what has already been done with the field staff in an overall retraining of what it looks like, what good looks like, what should we do with these acute type scripts, and how the appropriate way to enter them is.
Is everyone in your role a pharmacist?
Yes, ma'am. In my particular role, healthcare supervisor, yes.
So I would like to hear from the other pharmacists, just sort of what their thoughts are and if they think there's a root cause in their mind for why they made the errors that were found on this audit. And then I would also like for them to each individually answer the question that was asked of Dr. Tankersley about whether or not they feel like their stores are adequately staffed.
Do you want to start?
Sure.
Switch, swap. We're just going to swap seats.
Warmed it up for you, Eric.
We play musical chairs with everybody.
That's probably the quickest way to switch them. All right, so you've got Eric Roberts here.
Good afternoon. So do we want to take this more as questions, or do you want an overview of what I feel like was going on at the time, or how would you like me to begin?
I think you start by addressing Dr. Mitchell's questions.
Dr. Mitchell, could you repeat the first part of that question? I understand about the staffing, but.
Sure. So I would like to know, especially from you, since you were the pharmacist in charge at that time, why do you think these errors occurred? And if it was related to staffing, do you currently in your role feel like you have sufficient staffing? And I guess a third question that I thought of when y'all were playing musical chairs is, if the answer is that no, I don't think I have enough staffing, do you feel like there is a way to communicate that to corporate without, potential for retaliation?
All right, sure. So with the types of errors, at least of the way I understand them, there's not a single root cause, at least not in my opinion. I believe that the incomplete directions is more of a fundamental misinterpretation at the pharmacist level of what was required to be on the prescription label. I don't really think, at least my personal opinion, is that staffing had much to do with that. I don't believe it was something that was missed. I think it may have been more of a conscious, we're going to take care of that at the point of counseling, and we're going to keep the label as simple as possible with the intent of what the doctor wanted. Is that the best way to do it? I absolutely think that after being shown this, that we definitely have room for improvement there, that was not the best way to pursue that. And it's something that we definitely, I think, as a group and both myself individually, are working to change. There are some other errors that, yes, definitely would be things that were missed if there was a direction that was ambiguous, that sometimes if you're giving a short amount of time to review a prescription, what your brain sees in that moment based on how quickly you're trying to do that may not be as accurate as you need to be. I do not believe that those were purposeful, but yes, definitely a shortage in staffing or a time pressure to get a prescription out definitely could affect accuracy in that point. So in answer to your question, yes, I believe some of the errors that were pointed out definitely would have benefited from increased staffing, but not in every case.
So whether you work at this location or another one, do you feel like in general that you have enough staffing in all the locations or days that you work?
So actually, me personally, my role has been different since I left as PIC at that location. I have actually been working on a special project with the COVID testing center. And so I actually have not been inside of a dispensing pharmacy since mid-June. So I can't speak to the actual immediate staffing. I can only speak to my perception of that.
That's fair. Thank you. Board members, do you guys have any more questions for Dr. Roberts?
Yeah, just a curious.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Mack.
One clarifying question I had was, do you think y'all literally looked at a label and thought, I'll make it as short as I can and change from what the doctor said? The way you said that, it sounded like y'all just were putting what you wanted on the label. I mean, I know not literally, but you're just putting on the label what you thought needed to go on there quickly and just move on. That doesn't really sound like what a pharmacist does or a technician does. Did you not want to send it back to the tech when they were doing that? Or was that a overall decision making? Or you, as you look back at them now, the only way you can describe them is saying, we just wanted the label to be as simple as we could?
Maybe it would help if we used a specific example for you to talk about, like maybe talk about the 30-day listenable prescription.
Right. So,
7-day amoxicillin.
so as specifically with regard to acute antibiotic prescriptions, there are times, depending on when the patient would actually pick that up, if the physician had written on there, take twice a day for 7 days, but the patient wasn't going to pick it up till 9:30 at night. There was a conscious decision to put on there, say, twice a day. And in best case scenario, it should have been until all taken, and maybe we did not execute as well as we should have in that scenario. Because there can be some ambiguity based on timing with certain antibiotic prescriptions. Not saying that happened in every case, we're just looking at a specific example. But it is definitely retrospective going back and looking at this. We're discussing a situation that happened around 10, 11 months ago. So there are not going to be a whole lot of personal recollection of the exact thing that happened there. So yes, in answer to your question, it may be more of a situation where we're looking back and trying to explain it. And that's the situation that we're in.
Well, do you think because of the time you were given for each prescription, that if the tech typed it and it pretty much said what the doctor said, y'all were just letting it go because you didn't want to spend the extra time to send it back? Or if you could rationalize in your mind, oh, they'll know what they need to do with this, you just let it go. I'm having a hard time understanding how that many could go across and there wasn't really any correction to them. It's just, it kind of baffles me that.
Sure.
So I'm wondering, yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, that because of the type of snapshot that we're looking at, we don't really get to see what corrections were actually made. So I do not imagine that no corrections were made as these other prescriptions went through. But definitely there is a time crunch on being able to process a prescription that may have led to, at least at the time you look at the prescription, that yes, that was the intent of the physician and it let go through.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at.
You ready for the next one?
Well, I think Dr. Richmond, I know he had a question. I think I saw Dr. Kraus with his hand up. You still had?
Yes, I had a question. It's just curious that Mr. Roberts, or Dr. Roberts, that you as the pharmacist in charge are the one that had the lion's share of the errors. And so not only are you as a pharmacist responsible for the prescriptions you dispense, but you as the PFC were responsible to make sure that the pharmacy was doing, meeting all the requirements for the guidelines. So, I mean, can you explain to me why you had at least 3, almost 4 times the number of the next pharmacist? And it's also curious that Dr. Tankersley, that she was a floater and yet still had the second highest error rate, and she is now the PIC. So it concerns me that the 2 pharmacists who either were then or are now the PIC constitute the vast majority of the errors that occurred. Is there something about that position that you were in at that time that somehow contributed to that? Was that a personal thing? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Dr. Richmond, I do want to point out to you that he was the only one that was there full time at that time. And so this snapshot, he was working the vast majority of that time and everybody else was a floater. Some of them only worked 1 day.
Okay.
So I think that's the first answer to your question.
Well, I think that is the answer to my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I was there for, I would have to look back at the actual calendar, but 9 or 10 shifts out of the 14 that were identified versus most everyone else was there for just a single, maybe 2.
And Dr. Tankersley would actually now be number 3, looking at the reviewing pharmacist, not number 2. It actually dropped her down.
I think she's actually lower than that, but.
Yeah.
So I want to ask a question real quick. Forgive me because I'm not familiar with Walgreens workflow duties, but I'm assuming that the techs input all the prescription information initially in the workflow.
Under normal conditions, yes. Now, there are some times where pharmacists can go back, can input if there is an issue with how busy we are, if technicians are having to do other duties and we're starting to have prescriptions backlog.
And so I know, we had pharmaceutics in several classes, in pharmacy school pertaining to this, but is there any training that's done with those techs on how or the proper way to put in directions, or is there any oversight as far as that goes?
There is a program within our computer system to allow technicians to practice, and it will identify errors and how to correct those errors in the system. And it was a normal part of onboarding when we bring in new technicians that have not worked with our system before for that type of training.
And so you're telling me that was utilized for each of the techs?
Correct.
For all these prescriptions?
Correct. We have them do that before they ever actually enter prescriptions on their own by entering in dummy prescriptions to practice.
Because, to me, there's two sides to this. There's an error in putting it in, and then there's
failure to catch it.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so I'm wondering if those two areas are being addressed.
And I think part of it is asking Dr. Roberts where he is now and what he's doing differently there, that we won't see the same thing at new location.
Well, Dr. Roberts is not dispensing right now, but we could certainly ask the next pharmacist.
Or what will he do when he begins dispensing again?
Okay, well.
Right, and absolutely, that with the information and the spotlight that has been put on the deficiencies that we have, absolutely, if a prescription, the way it comes to us, without a doubt, everything needs to be entered into that label, and anything that we have any ambiguity or disagreement or concern about needs to be immediately addressed with the prescribing physician and then documented. That's absolutely of utmost importance with this going forward.
So Erica, I think one other question, and he could answer this first, but looking back, it's always nice to learn and change things, and that's great. And y'all are all admitting that you will change some things. Will you allow the time it takes to do this? Will you allow yourself to take the time, even though you're rushed and even though you have to hurry up and get prescriptions out? Are you going to let the time pressure make you do something less than what you should do?
I absolutely will take the time. I actually had self-identified that me being in a pharmacist in charge position was not in the best interest of my practice of pharmacy. And actually, before this came to light, it was during the process, the inspection had begun, but we hadn't gotten any of the results. I actually proactively asked to step down from my pharmacist in charge position and go back to being a staff or a market pharmacist. Because whether it be personal deficiencies or whether it be situational, I wanted to be in the best position to take care of my patients.
So what are you doing now?
Since basically when I stepped out of the position, which took them a while, it was the middle of June, I have been at the COVID testing site off of 12th Street.
And that's the same pharmacy we were discussing earlier that closed, which is why this pharmacy's prescriptions went up. That's the same pharmacy or same
Correct.
building.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the parking lot, anyway.
Yeah. Well, we've been inside for a while now with the weather.
So as pharmacy manager, not only did you have to fill prescriptions so fast, you were trying to do management duties, and then you decided that's better for you to not have to do all of that.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody else have anything for Dr. Roberts? And I think we lost Dr. Lawson for a while, but you're back. You have anything? Okay. Anybody else have anything? Okay, and I know Eric, I believe they said they wanted to hear some more from more of the staff pharmacists. You want to bring somebody
Yep.
up?
How about Erica? I think you're next on deck. This is Erica Sisler. Hello.
Hi.
Did you have any specific questions, or would you just like me to give my take, or?
Well, I think Dr. Mitchell's overall question for everybody was, she wanted to hear your response on some of your errors.
Okay, so with regard to the duration of therapy or the incomplete directions, prior to this audit, I mean, in my personal experience, it seems about 50-50 whether the practitioner includes that information on an antibiotic prescription, for example. So I guess I could say it just wasn't really on my radar as something that was absolutely necessary for the patient to have on the label in order to complete the therapy. Again, because you typically counsel on it, finish all your antibiotics, et cetera, and they're given a limited quantity of pills. However, since this audit, I'm very, very careful, to read completely what the doctor has on there and make sure that any and all pertinent information is included. I will say that on the issue of maintenance medications, I still find myself a bit confused on what the board considers the standard to be, because I see sometimes the doctor will put for 30 days, yet the prescription has 3 refills. And I would never want to mislead the patient to believe that they should stop taking their lisinopril after 30 days by including that on the label. However, I believe that a couple of my peers were audited in that regard for not including that information because it was included by the physician. And I also feel like sometimes it has to do with the software that the prescriber is using. I feel like some of the software will automatically include a day's supply. Sometimes it's on the SIG line, sometimes it's elsewhere on the printed prescription. So, I find myself even including it now when it's not there, if it's an antibiotic prescription for 7 days or 10 days, just to be very thorough. I want to make sure that I'm doing my job to the best of my ability. So that's something that I'm really proactively looking at and taking the time to do.
Can you all hear her okay?
Yes.
I know I'm super loud. I just want to make sure she's not as loud as me.
So John, Dr. Kirtley, what would you say to that? You're literally supposed to put whatever the doctor says. And then if there's a question for 30 days, you call the doctor, but you don't add to the doctor or subtract from the doctor without checking with the doctor.
I think that if we were looking at prescriptions and it had suppositories and it said use one 3 times a day and the pharmacist was adding the route of administration to be sure that was clear, I understand that could be questioned as an accuracy issue, but it's also one that would not be harmful to the patient and therefore you would measure that. And I think, Dr. Fain and I would talk about, we have done some changes even in the way we would present this to become less rigid than some of those considerations at times. And I think that I think that we are doing ourselves in some ways a disservice if a prescriber is writing for a patient to take that for 30 days and it's lisinopril and puts refills on it. I would assume that that meant they really did want them to take it for multiple months. But why on earth did the prescriber say for 30 days? I mean, is there some
Right.
other underlying thing of I only want them to try this for 30 days? And if they try it for 30 days and they think it's working and call me back, then I want them to get the rest of it. There's some either gap of I don't know what I don't know about this. And you've got to figure that out either, from the patient or the prescriber of why would you put only take it for 30 days and then give someone, up to 3 or 4 months of it? It doesn't add up, which is a red flag.
That could be a prescriber error and she may be catching it. But
And
you
if
don't
so,
you can't just assume it's something and go on. I think you have to call the doctor in that one.
And in
And
some
that one's
ways,
weird.
if you make a call to the prescriber and they keep having to fix that, they'll keep doing that kind of dumb stuff.
I think Becca's part of her question was, what do you think was happening back then? And Becca may correct me. And then what do you think the staffing is correct today, back then or today?
Well, I mean, with
and
regard.
then my question was, will you allow yourself the time to do it complete accurately, even if it has to go back and you're under a time crunch? So
Yes.
that's 3 questions.
Yes, well, to answer your last question, absolutely. I do find myself, ever since this audit was first presented, slowing down and being much more meticulous, to make sure that I am correctly representing what the doctor has placed on the prescription, and that it was reflected in the patient's instructions. With regard to staffing back then, I mean, that was a while back. It's difficult for me to remember, but just, knowing what I know of the situation, obviously there was an increase in volume, and that is one of the more difficult stores just because there is less overlap. So there are a lot of demands placed on the pharmacist beyond just data entry. So it's easy to be distracted by, having to step away to counsel or, a technician asking you a question or, those types of things. So just knowing that those distractions obviously have the potential to increase my chance of making an error, just making sure that I'm not just going through things, that I'm making sure that I'm 100% focused on the screen and what it says when I'm doing that, and just being mindful of the fact that I can be easily distracted by what's going on around me, to make sure that I'm fully focused. If I need to, just back off verifying that prescription until I can give it my 100% attention, is a change that I've made. To make sure that I am giving the time that is required of the very important task of data verification. And as far as, now versus then, I've only worked at that store like 1 or 2 more times since then. It does seem like things are running, more smoothly now, I think training at any store is an issue, just as a market pharmacist or a floater, that I don't always know the situation that I'm walking into. I don't know, I mean, now it's a little bit different because I've been, working at a lot of the same stores. So I kind of have a better idea as far as how much training and experience, certain technicians have. But, some situations are more challenging when you have a lot of relatively new technicians that have a lot more questions, that don't understand, the workflow, or have a lot more questions about how to do certain tasks that can be a little bit more demanding. But as a whole, I mean, from my experience, I feel that the majority of the time I have adequate staffing and adequate help to do my job.
Where are you working now? Are you still floating, or are you assigned?
Yes, I still float.
How many stores, how many different stores?
I mean, that's hard to quantify. It kind of varies, but I mean, I'd say I frequent maybe about a dozen, and then there's always like one-off situations where I might go somewhere new or somewhere that I don't go very frequently.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Thank you. And I guess we want to keep going. Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Mack, was that the kind of the gist of the board? Okay.
Haley, I think you're next.
And Ms. G, if you just kind of want to have her just, kind of walk through what's been asked, and maybe we.
Sure. You've been listening, right?
Yeah.
All right, it's Kaylee Angleton.
So on my my errors, it's kind of the same as Erica on like leaving off incomplete directions. And then I did have that other one with the strength, and there's like in retail, there's those drugs that are common when you dispense all the time, and there's one unexpected one that you would get that you don't see a lot. And I don't remember doing it, but I'm pretty sure I usually dispense just one strength of that, and it happened to be one we don't usually have, and I just did not look close enough. And so it went through. But since then, I double check everything, but I triple check, especially controls. So that does not happen again.
You want to tell them which one you're talking about?
Oh, yes, it's Norco 7 point.
Believe it was 7.5 and you dispensed.
No, it was
5 and you dispensed 7.
Yeah.
Sorry, I talked over you.
Yeah, you're
Go
fine.
ahead.
Yeah, it was supposed to be 5-200, and I thought it looked like 7.5 200.
And then I guess the same question, do you feel like the staffing affected any errors back then, or now today? I mean, you still work for Walgreens.
Yeah, I've been to the store a couple times since then, and it does run a lot more smoothly, like Erica said, and I can see Lindsay, what all she's done, and I watch her do it, and I think the tech has gotten a lot better, and the whole store has improved since then.
Do you think hurrying and staffing had anything to do with all these errors? Not each individual one, but quite a few errors out of one location. Do you think staffing had anything to do with it?
I mean, it could have. I really don't remember, but I float, so I go to different stores, and sometimes I do think they're short-staffed. Others I don't. And the short-staffed one, that's probably why I'm going there, is because they need people for whatever reason that's going on. So it's kind of hard to say.
Do you think with the scrutiny that's been put on this, it would make you take enough time to fill each prescription regardless of the time crunch of filling the time crunch from the patient and the corporation for that matter?
Yeah, I've become a lot more aware of it, especially the incomplete directions. I definitely don't do that anymore, and I do check it a lot more thoroughly. I checked it thoroughly before, but a lot more thoroughly now that mistakes have been made.
Thank you. Board members, do you guys have any more questions for her?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. G. If you'll just bring, I guess, whoever's next on your list.
Sharon Powell is coming.
Hello, guys. I'm one of your oldest pharmacists here. And the room seems like I'm on my last 10, everybody's on their first 10, so different perspective. I will say I'm on 6 prescriptions. 4 of them, I was on the product only that I verified it was the correct product. The 2 that I am tagged on for directions, they were both same patient, same doctor, same everything. It was a morphine, which said 1 tablet every 8 hours as needed for pain. That was on the bottle. I did leave off, do not consume alcohol or take with other sedating medications. Do not drive while taking this medication. That was conveyed in a consult to the patient directly. The same patient got a promethazine BC plain that said 5 milliliters orally 4 times daily as needed for cough. That was on the prescription. This medication is sedating. Take caution while driving while taking it. That was left off because they are both sedating and the directions conflict with what it says on don't taking them together. Considered more of a consult needed directly with the patient even before dispense to tell them what their medications will do and how the doctor would want them to take them and how it will affect them. I would look to the board on how to put all that on a prescription. Of course, since then on prescriptions that deal directly with excessive length of prescriptions, I will cap it so that it cannot be sold until the pharmacist comes over to remove a cap consultation so that we convey that information and we have it documented that we convey that extra information that could not be completely in its entirety dispensed on the actual label of the prescription. As far as staffing, since I'm a floater now and go to several stores, I have spent a lot of time and effort conveying this across the state. First of all, I love being an Arkansas pharmacist, proud to be one, thrilled with my vocation choice. So I do spend a lot of time addressing with technicians and staff at the different stores how this has affected me. I'm open with them about it and telling them how it should be done going forward as our profession and taking care of our patients. I do feel that it's an important thing that we have in our hands, which is their safety and their well-being.
Do you feel like you're adequately staffed everywhere you work?
I feel that adequately staffed is, for me, is also a product of do I have enough technicians, or I'm having to do technician and pharmacist responsibilities at some stores that could be low ratio of technicians there for the day for whatever reason that they happen to be missing, call out sick or stuff. Pharmacists, it seems like, are less likely to call out sick than technicians as a whole, and I think that affects me more.
And then I sorry, Rebecca, but if you are under a time crunch for whatever reason and you're understaffed, do you, especially being a seasoned pharmacist, are you willing to take the time to ensure that you do every prescription accurately and not let the time crunch push you to your limits?
That is what I do. I can't say I'm 100% perfect in that aspect, but that is one of the first things I look at is accuracy of the prescription labels that I can convey to the patient. If not, I will do it in consultation. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Sharon. Megan, I think you're next. This is Megan Yingling. Am I saying that right? Yingling? Yes.
Hi. So as far as my errors go, a majority of them were the incomplete directions. Two of those were what I would consider maintenance medications, something that it wasn't for an acute issue necessarily. And it had the first 30 days or whatever it may have been off. The other two were more acute ones, and I did leave the day supply off on that on the directions. Yes. But for the sulfamethoxazole and the ondansetron, those would have definitely been caught in counseling, because for all new prescriptions and everything like that, the pharmacists are required to counsel on things like that, especially. The other two, I'm not sure. I don't work for Walgreens anymore. I actually quit at the end of February, beginning of March, so I haven't been able to research into any of these prescriptions and see exactly what went on with them, or like
when exactly they were dispensed or anything like that. So besides that, I can't really speak to the prescriptions specifically.
Where are you
The
working now?
staffing, yeah.
I work for Walmart now as a floater pharmacist.
So back at the
And
Walgreens time,
go
did
ahead.
you think the staffing was enough?
I can only speak to the few times. I only remember working there once in January. And I was the closing pharmacist that day. And definitely in the evenings, we struggled with being able to get everything done or get all the prescriptions out that we had promised to get out. I believe that store has a 2-lane drive-through, and so no, but it's a very busy drive-through. So I know the technician that was scheduled to close with me was stuck in the drive-through the entire time, and so I was working the front counter. I was also doing the pharmacist duty and filling prescriptions that particular day. We had called the front for help because they are supposed to be licensed to help us. But the store out there, they had only scheduled one person to work the store out there, so there was no one to come help us.
So you were working at that time, that day, you were working with one tech for the end of the day?
For at least an hour. I'm not exactly sure when the next to last tech left, but she was our filling technician. And she might have, I can't remember if she left at 6 or 7, but after the filling technician left, it was just me and one other technician.
And that's an 8-to-8 store. Did I hear somebody say that earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, it doesn't appear there's any
Do we
more.
have
I
any
believe we
more?
got,
Yeah.
what, one more?
Yes. Thank you, Megan.
And just for the board's members, we did not, Dr. Kumar, we did not ask her. She had one error, so she was not asked to appear today. So I know she's listed on there. That's why she's not here.
So this is Justin Lee. And he is the final pharmacist.
Hi. My errors were related to PRN either being put on or being left off of the prescriptions. I guess really the reason that I think that occurred is my inexperience as a pharmacist. Since then, I figured that retail pharmacy really kind of wasn't for me, the fast pace of it. And so in April, I actually left Walgreens and retail pharmacy completely because of that.
Where are you working now?
I'm a staff pharmacist at a small hospital in Clarksville.
The
Board
fast
members,
pace
do you guys
of
have
retail
any
in general?
any questions for
Yeah.
him?
You're talking about the fast pace in general for or for your, as a young pharmacist, that was probably your first job and you found out how fast it really was.
Yes, ma'am. I think I'd been a pharmacist maybe 6 months at this point, and so this was like my first job. About that time, I realized that just the fast pace of retail pharmacy it wasn't for me. I didn't feel for me that I had enough time to really digest each prescription. And I think in the hospital setting, I have a lot more time to do that, especially at a smaller hospital. I have the phone number of every doctor at that hospital that I can call if I do have a question about the prescriptions.
Any more questions for Dr. Lee?
Thanks, Erica, and, or thank you, Dr. Lee.
So
And then,
Luke,
Erica, do you have any follow-up you want to address or anything before?
I was going to say, Luke, we are 2 hours into this hearing, so I'll ask the board members if they need a comfort break.
And that is fine too. And just so the board members know, we do have other stuff scheduled. It's out in the way. So I'm not trying to rush anybody, and we need to give this all the time it deserves. But just make that.
So we good to keep going, or does somebody need a break? Speak now or hold your peace for at least another hour.
Can we proceed through this one?
Comfort break would be good.
Let's
Okay.
proceed through this if we can.
Okay.
Y'all okay to proceed through this one and then take a break?
Erica, were you asking for 5 minutes?
I was, but,
I'm okay with 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, Erica.
oh, no, it's okay. I wasn't sure if I got a vote or not, but.
You do when it comes to that.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. 5 minutes would be awesome.
Perfect. And let's do 5 minutes. We'll see everybody back shortly.
I don't know. Becca, can you hear me? I don't know. I don't know what it's about. I'll find out though. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was muted. So my phone started blowing up because apparently I figured it out, but apparently the SEC commissioner is doing a press conference at 5, and the Governor Hutchinson is doing one at 7. But when I first got that memo, they were switched. And so I'm looking at the clock going, okay, if the governor is doing a press conference related to, COVID and healthcare in Arkansas at 5 o'clock, if this board is still meeting, do we need to pause for that press conference? I was trying to figure it out, but surely we will be done by 7. I don't think we need to pause for the SEC commissioner.
SEC like Security and Exchange or Southeastern Conference?
I think the Southeastern Conference, I think. And I'm like,
Sankey's going to be on TV.
Our basketball team is going to be really good.
What Lynn was asking was the one, do we need to watch it if it's football, or if it's Security Exchange, we can just not.
Right. That's all I'm saying, I don't want to look like it.
So I was trying to figure it out because I just felt like I was sitting here thinking, if Governor Hutchinson was doing a press conference at 5, would we need to pause this? I'm looking at the clock going and looking at our schedule going, we very well could still be here at 5. Would it be appropriate for us to pause? But I think the messages I was getting had the times mixed up. So according to the Twitter, it's the governor's press conference is scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure
And
it'll
it
be
is everyone's best
yeah.
guess as to whether or not we are shutting back down again. I really hope not. Y'all are going to see why, because
part of it will probably be about the session.
Yeah. My children are going to be home from school here in the next 20 minutes, and y'all are going to see how challenging it is to be a work from home mom. So.
Becca, I just missed what you were talking about at 5 or 6 or 7. What's going to happen?
So Governor Hutchinson has a press conference to discuss the coronavirus at 7, and the SEC commissioner, Southeastern Conference, is scheduled to do one at 5. And so the first memo I got actually had those times switched. And so I was looking at the clock, wondering if we should actually pause our board meeting for the governor's press conference, but that's actually not scheduled till 7. And I'm going to cross my fingers and toes that we're done. We're done by 7.
I hope we are too, or my kids may be walking home from soccer.
Yeah. We may be well done by 7.
Mom Mel to Sherwood's a long walk.
We can stay very focused and get this done. We'll do that for you, Becca.
Okay. Involving good liability.
Everybody's back.
Okay, I think everybody's back. So I know we had finished talking with everybody, and Dr. Mitchell, if it was okay with you, I'm going to see if Ms. G had anything to add based on anything that's.
Well, I want to make sure the board members got to answer all of their questions.
I'd like to ask Ms. G a question, if I could. Does it look like to you that, and for staff as well, but does it look like to you that errors occurred really no matter which pharmacist was in there? And if you're in there more, then there was more likely more errors attributed to your name?
I would say that the vast majority of errors are pretty similar across all the pharmacists. And as we talked about before, Eric was there the most and has the most assigned to him. There are some differences, of course, but 76 out of the total were not every single one of them, but almost all of the 76 out of the 102 were leaving off PRN or leaving off 7 days, or, you know, the duration of therapy. And almost everybody had at least one of those, I believe, a couple, more than one. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So I guess just to reiterate it, if a pharmacist was there, regardless what pharmacist was there, there was errors caused, or there was errors that occurred, and the number of errors that occurred were, you know, if you were there more, then there was probably more errors attributed to you there at that time because you were there more. Is that, and if you were there less, you probably didn't have as many. Is that kind of how this breaks out?
Well, Eric, I'll tell you, since you can't see him, Eric Roberts is nodding his head. He would certainly agree with that. You know, I'm gonna have to be a lawyer about it and say that I think there's probably some other factors that play in there, but, you know, generally speaking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but.
And at that time, he was the only staff pharmacist that worked just there, correct?
Well, he was the
other one was
pharmacist.
on vacation.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, during this period.
So, Dr. Kraus, to answer your question, if this is a steady state rate of accuracy issues, then your question would be yes as an answer. But I don't know that this is either A, normal, or B, steady state for that. I think that Ms. G is correct. I think there are some other things at play, that there's a little bit of a sine wave in that. But Mr. Roberts was the PIC and was therefore, you know, also in charge of ensuring that the staff, even when he's not there, is appropriately trained and reviewing things. And most of that is inputting staff. He would also be the pharmacist spending the most time with the inputting staff, technicians, that would probably be there more consistently, according to the records, than even the, you know, substitute pharmacist coming in. I mean, you know, having worked relief in my career, you know, when you're the relief guy, it's kind of like you run in and just try to get everything taken care of for those patients you're filling prescriptions for. But the relief pharmacists are not generally in charge of helping to go back and educate the other staff on how to follow procedures.
So, yeah, and that's kind of what my thought is, or what I'm seeing here, is it really didn't matter which pharmacist you put in there. The flow or the job demands or requirements to do the job coincided with errors with each pharmacist. So I'm looking at, you know, these are exciting new metrics that we're looking at the board, and I think that it's a good thing. And I think that, you know, from a board standpoint, I would be, you know, because this bunch is trying to, you know, they put things in place to improve upon what has happened and corrected it. And it looks like they may have even known about it. But they're trying to correct it. And with these metrics that we're looking at now, that I think the board could really have a discussion on how we want to go forward with applying them. You know, I don't know if it's beyond our capabilities, but I would think that Dr. Fain or an investigator should go back and say the first quarter or by the next board meeting and look at another batch of prescriptions and see if accuracy is improved.
Can I ask a question real quick? Dr. Krause, what metrics are you referring to?
Well, I guess I said metrics, but I guess in looking at these prescriptions and the directions and how it was filled.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood what you were talking about. Okay.
Dr. Kirtley, the way I'm kind of seeing it in general is this was a busy store. They were under a time crunch. I think we can all admit that, whether it's right or wrong on Walgreens' part. They were busy, and we know numbers don't always mean how busy you are.
So they were busy. All these people are relief coming through, and these techs have been typing it like this, and nobody's stopping them anyway. So there's not probably enough training for the techs and discipline for the techs. And they're just seeing it as, oh, this isn't that big a deal, and letting it go through. I think all of these pharmacists have learned not to let that time crunch push you into doing things like that. But I think we would, and I guess that's what we're here for, is to try to determine, does the corporation need to put some kind of focus on that too? Because I feel like some people skip things when they're busy, and that doesn't make it correct. And it happens. And sometimes, well, I didn't counsel enough because I didn't have time. You can't blame it on time. And if it is time, you have to do something more about it. But to me, I think it was they were just letting it happen and thinking it wasn't that big a deal. And then when Dr. Fain goes in and sees all of them, it is a big deal.
Yeah.
Kind of my theory of what's going on here.
So there is a couple of things I wanted to say if the board was ready to wrap up our part.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the interest of time, I'm going to speak on behalf of Lindsay Tankersley instead of bringing her over here to tell you, what she wanted to add to her testimony was that she had completed 8 hours of CE on PIC responsibilities and education errors since this occurred, and she wanted y'all to know that. Then want to take a step back and take a little bit of a larger view of what this case is, particularly since, as we talked about at the beginning, this is a new type of case for the board. And I want to talk about what this case is not. This case was not brought to you, as so many medication error cases have been, by a patient complaint, by patient harm, by a prescriber complaint. That's not what happened here. As far as we are aware, there were no patient or prescriber complaints about any of the prescriptions that you have in front of you today. So I want to make sure that that is something that you keep in mind, because that's different from a lot of cases that you've had before. This was started and continued under a different set of circumstances. In addition to that, the vast majority of the errors that were identified by Dr. Fain are, by her own acknowledgement, not particularly significant ones. I'm not here to say they weren't errors. I'm not here to say that they should not have been handled differently. Well, in some cases, I think we would argue that they were handled correctly. Others, they were not. But the point is that there is simply boiling it down to a number, saying 102 errors or 17% error rate, doesn't really tell you what's actually going on here, because you have to look at the errors more closely. What happened and what is the significance of that error, as opposed to looking at them as a giant whole. And I also want to point out that the pharmacists you heard from here today, as I think Dr. Mack has acknowledged, have learned from this situation. And I think every single one of them told you about what they have changed about their own practices going forward, and how this sort of thing will not happen again. They're also telling everyone they work with that don't leave off PRN. This is an important thing. I mean, I think that message has gotten out loud and clear. Brad is nodding his head also. Brad Lawson is nodding his head. And you've also heard about the changes that were made at the store, specifically at this store, in terms of dealing with staffing, doing retraining of the technicians, of the pharmacists that work there, discipline that was taken in response to issues following that training. I mean, there has certainly been quite a bit of activity on the individual level and on the store level and on the corporate level in response to what the board has found. So I want to make sure that that is kept top of mind as you all continue and discuss what you think is appropriate here going forward. I'm not going to get into the regulations unless Luke makes me.
I do my best to never have to argue the law. I don't have anything else, and I don't, unless John or Dr. Fain, Dr. McCready, anybody has anything else to add, I do not. Would just turn it over to Dr. Mitchell if they don't, for some board discussion and anything that the board believes, any steps or actions that the board believes need to be taken.
All right, so I feel like it's a lot of information. It might just be easiest to just kind of go around and see kind of what the board members are thinking. Does anybody want to volunteer to go first?
I will. I can go first, Dr. Mitchell. I agree with a lot of what Erica said in her statement. I do think that while, we can say that the errors were not, significant in terms of maybe the harm that they caused, I do think they're indicative perhaps of systemic issues. We know that most meta errors are system problems. And so I think that it's beholden upon Walgreens to take this serious and to look at system issues and address those so that these type of things don't happen. Education and retraining are very important, but they've also been shown to be the weakest methods you can use. And so I think they need to take this serious and do a deep dive into what are some of the systemic issues that contributed to this and how can they correct those moving forward, because minor errors, in my opinion, are just potentially leading to serious errors. And I think it's something that, even though we can't document that any patient harm occurred, I think it's something that we need to take seriously, and I hope they will.
Thank you. Dr. Richmond?
Sure, I'll go. I don't think that our aim here is to address the significance of individual errors. We're not here to assign causation. That's not what we're looking at. Our aim as a board to make sure that our licensees, the pharmacies where the practice of pharmacy is performed, and the pharmacists and the technicians who perform those actions on behalf of the licensed business where patients come to trust to have their prescriptions filled, that it's our responsibility to make sure that errors don't occur. I think we could go through each one of those types of errors, and I could give you an example without much thought at all as to how an error could be significant given the right drug and the right direction. It concerns me that Mr. Roberts said that he couldn't identify a single root cause, which suggests to me that it's a widespread problem, either on multiple individual types of errors not being addressed, or it's just a broad-based problem in that the underlying point is the systems in place don't work, or there's not enough staffing to perform the duties. But if we're looking at 1 out of every 7 prescriptions that come out of that store constitute an error of some form, even if a fraction of those then become an error that hurts a patient, then I think we're overlooking things here. I think that there would seem to be a lack of institutional control. I applaud Dr. Tankersley for the efforts that she has put forth. I really do. That's not lip service. I think that she has come in and taken a widespread approach. I also agree with Dr. Jolly, though, that much of that is focused on things that don't gain a great deal of ground when it comes to preventing. I think that you have to have redundant systems. You can't just work harder. You just can't pay more attention or look at it 3 times, because by the time that you've already looked at it once, you've already seen it once in the wrong light. The second time you look at it, you're confirming that same wrong look. And the third time, you're almost certain that what you just looked at was right when in fact it's wrong. So I think there have to be redundant systems that are put into place that go beyond simply working harder. While there have been a number of things that have been put forth in terms of changes, there has not been a systematic assessment of how those changes have worked. So there is no outcome data. Nobody can quote for me a single time that you went back and looked at another audit to say, are the things that we have changed, are they working? So I think that needs to be addressed. I think some things that could be considered is that to address this institutional control, there needs to be significant continuing education beyond that of simply your biannual CE. And I'm talking many, many hours of CE focused just on medication safety. I think that you could do some follow-up audits that constitute like a medication use evaluation study, where you focus in on types of errors and how you're. I think that you could consider a quality improvement committee at the pharmacy level. Now, quite frankly, I think this probably applies at all corporate stores, but we're dealing with this one specifically, and so maybe it becomes a model. But there needs to be some focused effort beyond just the PIC's effort while they're dispensing prescriptions to go beyond to look at the quality improvement that can be done. And this should be broad-based, pharmacists, technicians, perhaps even a professional from outside. And that there should be some monitoring that comes out of that comes back to the Board of Pharmacy to show that, yeah, in fact, that the things that you have put in place are in fact making outcomes that are different, and that we have improved the quality of dispensing at that store. And then, of course, staffing. I think that becomes part of it as well. I'll stop there.
Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I reflect a lot of what Dr. Richmond said. I believe that the system that's in place, the pharmacist that was there, committed too many errors. They're trying to find pharmacists that can go in there and handle the load, and without changing the system. And then the system has to be changed. The people that are putting in the instructions obviously are not up to the task. Not if they're making mistakes 1 out of every 7 prescriptions. So who's putting that information in needs to be proficient in that. Like I said, I think that with the new crew that's in there and with Dr. Lawson and the people that are in there, I'm for giving them another chance. But I think that we as a board, knowing what we know now about that location, I feel like we need to follow up and see if that issue has been corrected before we can assign full blame.
Your turn, Dr. Mack.
Okay, thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that's been said, but I'm a little concerned about we're only looking at one store a few weeks or month, and I think a lot of that boiled down to staffing and pharmacists overlooking things, but it makes me wonder, what about the other however many Walgreens there are in Arkansas? Because if this store is understaffed, there's a very good chance that all of them are understaffed. I don't think staffing is an all-inclusive reason to let things like this happen, but I think there's a staffing issue. I do believe these pharmacists seem sincere, and they're certainly not going to work trying to do anything wrong, but young individuals like that might put themselves in such a test of hurrying up and getting things out that they may not be thinking of the seriousness of it. Now these do, but there are a lot more pharmacists there. So I'm kind of concerned about the staffing in general. I don't know if we can do a deep dive on the staffing in general, but I think this is an issue that's been brought up, and I do agree that at least for this store, but I'd prefer it for more, to come back with some kind of report of what they found at others and what they found at this one, since this particular new pick is really trying to change things.
So I don't get a vote on this one, which is fine. But as far as just my opinion, I feel like I agree with what y'all have said. I don't think any of these pharmacists were intentionally trying to hurt anyone. I think these are all good pharmacists. In fact, a lot of them actually took very, what I would say are brave and dramatic actions to actually remove themselves from, this aspect of the profession, because they did not feel like they could provide the level of patient care that they're comfortable with. And I applaud them for being able to, that's a big leap, and that's hard to do. What I think concerns me, and I'm just surmising, but what I have heard is that it's almost like they settled for, as far as like direction accuracy, for good enough, right? If it wasn't just flat out wrong, then because they have other metrics that they have to meet in order, to keep their jobs or to meet whatever goals the store has, make sure their techs get whatever it is they need, then they were willing to accept good enough. And that, to me, is sort of like a cultural thing that I think, I agree with Debbie, I think probably extends way beyond this store. I think, not having small details on the directions that they didn't consider an error, because they're like, it would be easier for me to just cover this in patient counseling than to send it back to the technician. Like, that's going to slow us down. And we're not going to meet whatever metric we're supposed to meet. That, to me, is concerning, because that's a systemic, like a cultural, I'm more concerned about metrics than I am about doing the very best job that I can do. And that's a slippery slope. I think we're focused on the wrong metrics. And so I would absolutely like to see, I'd love to see similar data from other stores and other high volume stores, not necessarily just Walgreens. I don't know that today we're going to get that. So as far as what do we do today, my thought is that we, I have kids at home now. My thought is that we ask the board staff to go to this store sometime before the next scheduled board meeting and, do an audit. And I don't mind, actually, if the audit period is previous to now, when they didn't know we were going to re-audit. Mm-hmm. But I would love to see a couple of more stores with similar volume. And I think as far as what do we do with the pharmacists in front of us today, my thought is require some CE on medication error reduction. But other than that, I'm not really thinking there's significant discipline that needs to be imposed on the individual pharmacist. And I'll stop talking and let us discuss it as a group. I can only see one of y'all at a time, by the way, so apologies if I missed somebody. If you're like trying to wave at me to tell me you want to say something, I'm not going to see you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to try to make a motion.
I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that, but first off, let me preface it by saying I think it's more important to see what for me personally, so this may just be more discussion, but for me, it's more important to know what the current staff is doing. And I think if she goes in and does an audit on the prescriptions, I'd like to know that they've improved on that rate and that the measures that were put in. But if the other board members are against that, I'm fine with not limiting it to that. but I feel like in the form of a motion that we should require, I'm going to say at least, well, I'm going to say 3 hours of mid-air CE, and that the board staff please do another one of these audits prior to the next board meeting so that we can assess what their error rate is at that time.
So I would second that, but I would like to add to it. I don't know if we can do it
I
that
have
way.
no problems with you adding.
Could we, and maybe it's all in Brad's area, but, and not to say it's his fault that this happened, but just for local stores is what I'm trying to say. Maybe could we add X number of stores, 3 to 5, that the board randomly picks and does a similar audit? And, you know, maybe it can't be as big if we do that many stores, but I would like to see if, you know, it's probably not just one bad store. So I'd kind of like to see if there's staffing issues at other stores or issues such as this.
So I believe we have 5 similar, I think this is one of 5. How many is it, Cindy? 7 now cases like this. How many of them are Walgreens?
Okay,
So
I didn't realize there were that many.
I was thinking of 2 specific, but we had kind of a first round and then have added some. So we have 4, you know, potential Walgreens cases. Like, if the board wants to settle the pharmacist side of it and then bring the corporation in later after a secondary review to see how the changes have changed it, that is a, you know, that's an approach that we can do and get done. A round 2 on this one would not be incredibly difficult because it's a lot of office time, but trying to add like a second round of the others, I mean, if you want us to do that ahead of time, we can also do that.
Yeah, and I might ask for a little more, you know, our next board meeting's in February. Yeah. And I just don't know. I mean, it's a lot of, I mean, Cindy, and I mean, it's a lot of time. And so maybe we can just do an audit here, and maybe, you know, we're looking at maybe scheduling an informal in March or April. So maybe if it's okay with Dr. Kraus on his motion, maybe.
Yes.
I mean, do a second audit on this and then audit, you know, like Dr. Mack.
I'm good with it.
Okay, and then like Dr. Mack wanted to add, then do audits on a few more of those stores on dates from like here forward. I mean, I know there's I mean, we've got other cases, and I don't think going back 6 months is going to show us anything. But like, I mean, from here forward to see what progress has been made, you know, from like, you know, maybe after the first of the year, pick 2 dates, you know, after the first of the year. Because
I would, I'm fine with, I mean, whatever the will of the board is on that, I'm fine either way. I didn't know about the others. I just knew about this one. So,
well, and we didn't I mean, we didn't want to bring those up, and, you know, I mean, until, I mean, the end, we didn't want to flood the waters there or make the waters any more murky, but.
I would.
So I have a motion and a second. Can we clarify, Luke, what you have on record as?
Yeah, what I've got is 3 hours of med-air CE per pharmacist. And of course, as, I mean, it's not stated, but that goes to state that it was, that it is in addition to their 30 that are already required for the biennium. And we'll give them, I mean, we usually you have 90. And then I've got another pharmacy audit.
Luke?
Yes.
Yeah, we had a little interference there. Did you say you give them 90 days?
Yes. That's what we usually do. We usually give them 90 days to get that, to get that 3 hours. And again, this is in addition to the 30 that's already required.
Okay.
And then I have another pharmacy or another audit at this pharmacy prior to, or I mean, then, like I said, he had prior to the next board meeting, but I'm just going to say another audit if that's okay. And then that way, when we get it done, if there are issues, we can get them back in. And to add what Dr. Mack said, an audit at 3 to 5 stores, Walgreens stores after the first of the year. And so the 3 hours within 90 days. Another audit at store 5730, and an audit for pharmacists or for prescription errors at 3 to 5 stores.
Of the board's choosing.
Yeah, we just pick.
Yes, choosing.
I accept those amendments to that motion.
I accept it for a second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I don't think we've gone far enough, though. Yesterday, we had another Walgreens pharmacist, or former Walgreens pharmacist, who required 10 hours of continuing education for medication errors to make an investment. And the number of errors that that person committed were nowhere near the number that we've required here. So I think the number of CE hours that are required, that's, you can sit down and do that in an evening. So I don't think that's enough.
I think you're right. I really do. We should have thought of that, but I do think you're right.
I would
agree. Is that an amendment?
I would advocate that we be consistent with what we did yesterday and require these people to have 10 hours as well. And that this go beyond just the pharmacists, that the technicians working in the store also be required to complete CE. And then if we're talking about coming back and doing an audit of other stores because there are other problems that exist, that between those stores, that they convene a quality improvement committee from representatives from each store, both pharmacists, technicians, and perhaps other people, that they look at ways that they can assess. So rather than just come back and do an audit and see what has been done individually at the different stores, to really think tank put this together. So if we're going to look at these other stores, let's take the collective knowledge that we can benefit from each of those stores and put it together. So I would ask that we amend that to 10 hours of education, that we require that also of technicians, and that of the stores that are selected, that they convene a quality improvement committee to address a variety of issues related to the problem.
When you said the techs, and I know it's the techs at this store, how many hours were you? 10 for them too, or?
I think it needs to be significant, that it needs to be an investment. I'll say 10. If somebody wants to make an argument for something different, then I'm certainly open to that. But I think this needs to be an investment, not just a casual completion.
Dr. Richmond, do you think, let's say they come back with this audit and things improved, and then we check 3 to 5 stores and there's no telling exactly what we'll find. Do you think after the findings, you would want this group formed that really looked into things so they know what types of things that, were found from the audits? Or are you saying pick those stores and put together the group of people now to try to figure out what to do? I'm just trying to figure out where the how you would want to utilize those people on the team.
Well, I think that if we wait to do some audits at additional stores, and then we take a look at that, I mean, by the time that you kick the can down the road, we're 6 months down the road, and now reevaluating at our June meeting. I would advocate for going ahead that if we're going to select stores from the ones that we're already aware of or some other criteria, but whatever the stores are, I would say just go ahead and form that within the next 90 days as well.
I think you're right. It'll be a long time before all this is evaluated. And what do we want to do today?
And we can do that. I mean, we can send out, I mean, we can send a request to, 3 or 4 stores for a block, for this block, and then they can, I mean, however they want to do it, a pharmacist, I don't know, it can be, Dr. Lawson can maybe, I don't know, pull a pharmacist from each store or whatever it needs to be. I mean, if that's what the board decides today, but we can kind of, but yeah, like I said, we can just let them know, and we can let him, I mean, once we send a request, we can all send it through him and just let him know which stores at random we picked, and then they can, I mean, then it'll be on them to set up that. I guess, what'd you call it? A quality improvement committee.
Because I do believe Dr. Lawson is new in the area, and we would have a real good chance, because he's a very professional pharmacist, it appears. I think we'd have a really good chance of him driving this to really succeed.
It sounds like y'all are wanting to close at least this portion of it with the pharmacist and tech involvement today, and then leave the rest for the follow-up meeting on the pharmacy itself.
Yes.
And like Dr. Fain said earlier, we do have some other Walgreens stores. Can we offer those pharmacists the same as we've offered, that's being made to these pharmacists, and then I'm just trying to see if we can resolve those other ones today without them having to come in.
So this would be a hard question, but do we think their errors were these types? I mean, abbreviated type directions, or were they errors like the wrong drug, wrong street, or all, I think it kind of depends on all that. And
yeah, Dr. Fain can answer, but I think it's a fairly similar mix, but I think that the numbers are not as significant. Is that correct, Dr. Fain?
That's correct.
So similar mix of errors, but a lower percentage than what we had on this one as far as accuracy.
I'd like, Madam Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion and probably talk about this a little bit more.
Okay. Motion is withdrawn.
So as I understand it from everybody, we're good with the pharmacist getting the additional CE, and I don't have a problem with the text doing it, but maybe I do actually. I think maybe I don't know if I would, I don't know if I would require them to get 10 hours, but because in the end, it's the pharmacist's responsibility. They are the pharmacist's responsibility, in my mind. I think that, we had some errors that we found in going in and looking at prescription. And I think that Walgreens has done some things or put some things in place to change that. I would like to know that, because those meds are, those people have taken those meds and it's gone. They don't even have those meds anymore. So let's see if this new bunch is doing a better job. And if not, then what it secures to me is that it doesn't matter what pharmacist you put in there, it's the system. And so then we have to look at, looking at corporate and saying, the system that you're putting in place on these people is not conducive to safe prescription filling. And then, we make a judgment there. That's kind of how I see it. Now, as far as looking at the other Walgreens, I think that, unfortunately, this comes to light that it's something that we need to look at more closely in high volume stores. And so I don't disagree with Debbie and wanting to look at the other stores. But I don't really care if I have the results from those other stores as fast as I do with this one, because I can't walk away from this one because I know what happened. If I didn't know what happened, I could walk away, but I know. And so I want to know that these mistakes are fixed. And I think that this store, on subsequent investigations by the board every 2 years, that, once something like this has shown up, I think it needs to be looked at again. But thank you for letting me speak.
Somebody, and I think we've got a consensus on the pharmacist. Would somebody like to make a motion that just involves the pharmacist? And then we can have that and then move on. And I had, 10 hours of CE within 90 days. 10 I believe was the new, unless that's, I mean, if that's agreed on. If it's not, I mean, y'all can make the motion however you want to.
I have no problems with 10 hours on the pharmacist. I don't know how effective it is on the techs, but
I mean, and this was over a year ago, so who knows if those techs are even at that store anymore.
10 hours specifically related to medication errors and safety.
Yes.
Not just 10 hours of CE, but medication errors. And
correct.
Would you like to make that motion, Dr. Richmond?
Yes, I make a motion that we require all pharmacists working at that location to complete 10 hours of continuing education on medication errors and medication safety.
And that will, and those are the pharmacists. Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
So all the pharmacists in the room, not necessarily they work there today, correct?
Yeah, that's a good way. We got pharmacists there, but many of these folks have moved on.
Right, but they still were part of it. So I feel like
that's who I think needs it. Is
it would be
moved on. They need that training. They've obviously
we have jurisdiction over the pharmacists that are here today. So yes, even if they moved on, I mean, yes.
Yes, but Dr. Kraus, you said that you felt like that this was a systems problem. The pharmacists are working within the system. If they're not educated on it, how are they going to change the system? And so I think it becomes incumbent on whatever pharmacists are that work in that store.
I agree, but I think the burden of responsibility especially sits with those that made the errors.
Yes, so I've got 10 hours of CE on medication errors or safety, pharmacy safety. Somebody want to second that?
do we know off the top of someone's head there? I know she said she hired a new staff, but can we, like Dr. Richmond saying, the also current pharmacists in that store, can we require them to do that if we didn't bring them before the board, or is it only the ones that we
would have to have, I mean, we would have to have them here. I mean, they hadn't even got to know that there's any issue or anything. I mean, we can't require them to do more than what's already allotted for their biennium. I mean, unless we sent them up a notice and made them aware of that so they could, have the right to be here today.
So then I would go back and second that we make these individual pharmacists do 10 additional CE hours that relate to medication errors, patient safety.
Okay.
If that's what Dr. Richmond wanted for his original.
So I have a motion and a second regarding the pharmacist. Do we have any other discussion specific to the pharmacist? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries.
And Erica, I'll get this to you in writing and I'll copy Brad on it also. But like I said, we'll give you 90 days. I mean, y'all can decide then, how you want to move forward. But if they decide they want to accept this, then we'll give them 90 days. And if that's a problem, you can let me know. But I'll get that to you in writing. And
before we move on from the pharmacist, I believe somebody mentioned this earlier, but I'm not clear if this is non-disciplinary.
Yes, that's my understanding. They didn't vote that it was going to be disciplinary, so that would be my understanding. And you correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that's not.
Board members, does anyone feel like it should be disciplinary? I don't.
I don't.
No.
Not this time, no.
Okay, thank you.
Luke, do we need to get that on the record, or is that okay?
That's fine. It's non-disciplinary. We'll have it down non-disciplinary. It's not going to be in a consent agreement or anything. I'll just send Ms. G a letter. Well, I'll send each attorney a letter, but I'll send them to Ms. G and it'll say non-disciplinary 10 hours. There's no fine or cost or anything associated with it. So there won't be an issue with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and now if we can get back to the pharmacy itself, and I know there had been talk earlier about, and I'm just, like I said, this about another audit prior to a board meeting, 3 to 5 stores audit, and I believe this was just a mix of what the board members had discussed, but another audit at 5730, then an audit at 3 to 5 stores, and then a quality improvement committee that would come out of the stores that were selected for the audit. So you would have this 5730, and then you would have whatever stores were selected for audit later. And like I said, that won't be a problem. We can select those stores all at one time and just ask them to provide records for whatever time period. And then I can let Dr. Lawson know which stores those are. Then they can have whatever personnel they want to select out of those stores. I guess we could just leave that up to them. I assume it would probably be the picks, but so I don't know if there's any more. Like I said, that's just what I think about 3 different board members throughout. So I just wanted to get that. That's what was being looked at, and I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Mitchell.
Dr. Mitchell.
All right. Yes, Dr. Kraft.
And if we're about to talk about the pharmacy itself, I think that one of the things to consider or to remember as we deliberate is that these techs don't seem to know what they're doing. You know, they're not doing a very good job in inputting the information. And they're not getting checked, but I'm just saying that part of the equation is input. And so I hope that as we go forward in deliberations, we think about the feasibility of maybe requiring Walgreens to have some form of med error training for their techs as part of their duties. It's just a thought.
And then Luke, would this be kind of like continuing, not really deciding on the pharmacy today and continuing? Because in the past, for sure, if we thought stores were short-staffed, we fined heavily to the corporation. So
and like I said, we can just, this is an informal, so it's not like there has to be, there's not going to be a big formal order that's going to come out of it. But yeah, if y'all just want to move it until, after, you'll say the informal after the next board meeting. The next board meeting is in February, so it'll be kind of, that would be almost impossible to get audit stuff in and go through it in that time frame. So if you wanted to say just move it until the next informal after February, then that would give enough time to do, if this is what y'all decide you want to do. And I also got a message from Dr. Fain. It was actually 2 Walgreens stores. Yeah. She said 4, but she was looking at some other pharmacy. We've done
7.
Yeah, 7 total. 7 total pharmacies. 2 of them were Walgreens. So we've got the other one. So we have another Walgreens store, and maybe that other Walgreens store could be part of this.
Yeah, the 3 to 5.
Yeah, of the quality improvement committee also. So, but yeah, there are 2, and it would just be moving it down the road until we can see what steps have been taken, or if that's the decision that y'all make.
So what is the will of the board?
My vote would be to extend it and get more information, because I don't think we have enough. We didn't deep dive enough into the staffing to be able to really say they didn't have enough staffing and fine them for that, because we didn't get any details on. We saw a chart of how many techs were there that day and how many pharmacists were there that day, but it seems like we would have to have a little bit more information to really figure out what to do to the corporation.
I don't disagree.
What about any of the other information that was missed or that was mentioned about another audit and audit at the other stores?
I would like to make I would like a motion that has that in it. I'd like, if I need to make it, I'd like to make a motion that we perform another audit before the next informal, or whatever it was that you said there, Luke. That,
here's what I've had written. Another audit prior to the next informal, and audited 3 to 5 stores just randomly selected. and a quality improvement committee out of the stores that are selected, along with Walgreens 5730, which is the store.
So Luke, can I say one thing before we take that
Of course.
further? And you may want to weigh in on this. To make a corporation, you know, it's a lot bigger than the room today. To make the corporation have this group of pharmacists, which I highly agree would be very good, but to make a corporation do that, it's going to take all kinds of approval, and, you know, this market director can't just simply do something like that. So I'm not real sure how I don't know if we need to have more findings so we can definitely say that it's a corporate thing and then go to that. I understand Dr. Richmond's point. We don't want to let it go on too long, but I mean, your experience, John or Luke, do you think dealing with corporation to get that done, what do you think about that?
I mean, this is an informal, so we can pretty much put out whatever we want to. I mean, and see if they'll agree to do it or not. But as for you, I mean, I don't know what would be involved, and I don't know, maybe Brad or Dwayne could, I don't know what would be involved in them putting together something like that. And it may be a lot of, I mean, it may be more pain than it's worth. I don't know that.
I don't know what they can share because they're in a PSO is what I'm kind of concerned about too.
I mean, and like I said, I mean, whatever the board wants to do, if that's something that you wanted to look at some of these other stores and see if this is, if the point's gotten across and if these issues have been corrected first, to see if something like that's required. Like I said, that's whatever y'all want to do today. And did we lose, speaking of Dr. Richmond, did we lose him?
No, he's on.
Oh, he's on. Okay, sorry. I just.
I mean, he would have to answer that because he's the one that recommended it. I just want to know if they're in a PSO and they can't share anything with us, are we going to get anything out of it? I'm not sure.
Dr. Jolly, you're awfully quiet.
Well, I was, I mean, I'm fine with doing more investigative work if that's what we want to do. You know, if that's the motion that we want to make, then I'll be happy to make it. If that's what if you guys feel like that's what we need to do between now and the next board meeting.
I think you guys are going to want us to do it either way. And I think that once you have that data, you'll know, are you dealing with a one-off or an across-the-board issue? And right. I think it's a completely different approach over which it is. Or, you know, we've already got one other, it may be 2 of 4. So is it a one-off, which tells you if you're trying to do root cause analysis to prevent potential future harm, are you looking at one specific location and issue that is in all likelihood more the human aspect or how the humans are trained or seeing what breakdown there is there, or is it an across the board issue, which is a completely different answer for the board? So
I don't know. I think what I'm struggling with, John, is in thinking about how we handle this in my practice setting. You know, we classify all of these as med errors, and yes, we take sentinel events and errors that reach the patient much seriously, but we don't only address those.
Yeah.
We come up with a systematic quality improvement program, and we not only implement systematic changes, but also track the results of those. So I'm trying to figure out from a board standpoint, is that what we're wanting to do, is to carry something like that over into this retail setting? And if so, does it apply to just this one store, Or do we think that this is more of a systemic issue? And what does our action need to be? What, if that's the route that we're wanting to go, what steps do we need to ask them to take in order to show us improvement, or in order to show us that steps have been made to improve the overall process and cut down on the number of errors that we've noted?
I'm wondering if we should get Brad and others, probably because Brad doesn't have the whole state, I don't think, to, without going into PSO type details, to give us maybe at the February board meeting, a full blown, what do they do at Walgreens? He alluded to several things that they look at and do. So that wasn't what he was prepared for today, but would it be wise to hear what is their program? They may have a very robust program. I don't know if we know.
And I think that would be helpful, Dr. Mack. I also wonder if it wouldn't be helpful for us as a board to have a discussion about this and just talk about this, not just during a live issue session, but just have an overall discussion about, because these are coming up more and more. And I guess if it makes sense, I'm asking what is our approach as a board in addressing these types of issues so that we're consistent.
Walgreens has a significant number of stores in the state of Florida. And in Florida, the board regulations require every pharmacy to have an active quality improvement committee. So they already have a model.
Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Richmond. I was just going through our regs looking for that. And I saw it in, John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw quality improvement within certain settings, but I couldn't find anything that was like a broad statement that applied to all settings. Of course, as a hospital, we're required to have a medication error reporting system in place and quality improvement initiatives. And I think I saw it maybe in the durable medical equipment or something section. But I didn't see anything specific to the retail setting. And so that's why I bring up, overall, what's our approach to this? And I think that's what I'm struggling with is based on my past experience in the setting that I've worked in, how these issues extrapolate over into a retail setting, and even more complex than that, a multi-site, chain setting. So.
Can I speak for just a second, Dr. Mitchell, on that subject? I think it might be helpful to your discussion if we were able to do what you've suggested, to have Brad come back and then also have some members of the quality assurance part of Walgreens come and talk to you about how they handle these issues. And say, make a presentation to you. This is how we handle this. This is how we track it. This is what we do with it. And then also specifically talk about what was done in this store. And then the board you can see what you think about the actions that have already been and are already being taken.
I think that would be helpful. And I think having that information along with basically an effectiveness check on the error reductions for this store, I think that would be really helpful and would give me a better just sort of overall picture. Sorry, Mr. Daniel.
No, you're fine. I didn't mean to interrupt. And also maybe Dr. Lawson, maybe something that might be good is to know what Walgreens considers an error. I don't know what, the board's definition and what, the board looked and said, all these were errors. Walgreens may not take that, this being left off or this being left off. So just kind of maybe what is Walgreens' definition of what you in-house consider an error might be helpful to know kind of what, the difference of what the board's looking at and what Walgreens is looking at.
And let me say, I'm sorry, John.
I was gonna say, I think we would have more time and flexibility at an informal to unload and unpack all that than we would at like the February meeting, because it's very challenging our full board meetings with all of the appeals and everything we have to get.
Are we thinking April would be our next informal, or?
Well, we were going to talk about that. There's either, I've got, we had looked at the March or the 1st of April. I mean, I know, you know, we got spring break in March, and then there's a couple of weeks that I know Dr. McCready was going to be out, Dr. Mack was going to be out. There were several people that had issues, so it would either be like end of March after spring break, or maybe the 1st of April. So yeah, you're looking at, I mean, 4 months, give or take. Well, a little over 3 months, give or take. So. And it also, just to back up what John said, it also, I mean, I know y'all are going to talk about this later, but it also appears that we're going to have to do, regardless if the board meeting in February is in person, we're going to have to do reciprocity virtual, because we can't ask people to fly. Yeah. So, I mean, that's going to take all morning, if not longer. So, I mean, we would literally only have another half a day besides hearings that are scheduled. So, I mean, and it could be at an informal conference with the entire board. I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know, just because it's not in February doesn't mean.
Okay, so I'll throw a motion out there to make a motion that Walgreens, specifically, I guess, Dr. Lawson, will be able to, would come back to our next informal and give us a report on how Walgreens defines medication errors, how they track medication errors, and how they address, from a quality improvement standpoint, those errors. Would that motion capture the desires of fellow board members?
I think
does that also include a re-audit?
Yeah.
Does that need to be part of the motion, like the re-audit of store 5073?
Yeah.
5730.
And I've got that. And just back up, Dr. Jolly, you said define, and then I had the third one, how they address them. What was the second?
Report.
Yeah, how they discover, how they report, how they track medication errors.
And on the third one, I think it's how, well, say, for example, Brad, once he kind of alluded to these, once he knows a pharmacist did X, what type of program does he run them through? Or once he knows a store is having all these issues, what does he do to that store? So we're not looking for specifics on an error. We're looking for what's their overall program. What did they do?
Yeah, how do they address?
They've got one.
So how do they address both individuals and more systemic issues maybe within a store?
Yeah,
I think Dr. Mack is what I'm hearing. So amended to all of the above. Dr. Richmond, Dr. Kraus, does that sound good to you guys?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, and just to write down what I've got, Walgreens, Dr. Lawson, report at the next informal, and the board will conduct a re-audit of 5730. On the report, it will be defining what Walgreens considers a medication error, how they discover and track those, and how they address them afterwards. Is that okay? I just want to be sure my language matches what y'all had.
So for this meeting, are we going to leave out the 3 to 5 more stores? Just do the one store?
Yeah, I guess so. And maybe, or that's what the, well, that's up to y'all, but it wasn't included in the motion. I believe there was some discussion to leave that out.
Based on what John said, it seems like we may have already done that. If you said there's several more cases involving Walgreens, I'd kind of like to see what that data looks like and then go from there.
Well, there's one more. We have 7 total cases, pharmacies, period, that we've done this on, and there's one more Walgreens.
Yeah.
And on that other Walgreens, I guess y'all just want to pin it until we hear this new information?
Or
Could we
bring it
not-
in that day.
I would prefer to hear it that day so we can at least
Okay.
see a comparison.
Yeah. Is that it for this one today?
We have a couple of questions before we leave it, if we can, and we'll try to be brief here, but, Sharon Powell is gonna speak for the group of pharmacists. We have some questions about making sure that they understand what the board is considering a medication error so that they can do it correctly going forward.
My question is a little broader because I have
Okay.
so many friends across, peers across all different types of store situations. They're all looking in on this for me to tell them how, as our profession, we should behave. That specifically for Walgreens, that it would be helpful if the board knew that how to tag a pharmacist on an error based just on the fact that just the pharmacists who let the error go versus every pharmacist involved from not even getting to see. So you wouldn't tag pharmacists needlessly that weren't involved in the actual process of viewing the directions. Okay. So like based on antibiotics or drugs like prednisone and so forth, must take one every day for 7 days or 3 times a day for 8 days. Is take till all take is sufficient in counseling for the patients. This has to do with all pharmacies, not only Walgreens. What is the definition of what we should do?
I think if you have a list of questions like that and you can submit it to us, that'll actually give time for some thoughtfulness. I think if you're asking a very specific question like that to the informal can answer questions on a specific case for how they would interpret trying to settle that case. But I think you're actually asking for an official policy statement from the board.
And let me back up just a little bit. You asked a question when you were speaking to the board about the change that you had made to the directions and whether or not the board considered that to be an error, and I'm not sure you got an answer. So maybe we can focus on that. So.
My one error was leaving off all of the extra information about cautions that the doctor had included that was very lengthy, which of course I included in my counseling. How do we go forward to correct that if it's something so lengthy you can't put on the actual label?
Well, we have had people before, and I can tell you that even in practice, where we literally had to, either pass back a section of the prescription for additional info because it would not fit, or attached info. Right now I'm trying to pull up on your specific one.
Promethazine, BC plain, and morphine.
They're for the same patient at the same time.
Conflicting instructions, don't take with other sedating medications, and they're both sedating.
Yeah, I think on something like that, what did the physician tell you about their instructions to not take them together? Did you call the prescriber about the conflict in the directions?
That's where I need to know, I guess, do we not dispense medications till these are timely medications, and I feel sorry for patients who won't get their medicines the same day as prescribed.
But what did the prescriber say to you?
He did not convey anything except for the lengthy instructions on the SIG line.
Well, but if it's a morphine, he wasn't calling it in. What were your efforts to clarify the directions with the prescriber?
I gave the directions verbally to the patient.
I'm sorry, but I don't feel like you're actually answering the question I'm asking. I'll try to clarify. Did you call the prescriber?
No, the prescriber was not called.
Okay.
I gave the directions to the patient.
You could give the directions to the patient, but at that point, you have a patient that you're advising. You cannot take 2 medications together that I am giving you with directions that cross each other. I would be interested to hear what the board members themselves say, but I think from the staff side, I've got Dr. Fain, Dr. McCready, that would be a significant potential medication interaction if you've got directions that are in direct conflict with the medications that are given. Unless the patient tells me, they told me to take medication A for a certain number of days and then pick up with medication B, but that's not in those directions. So I think that in a case like that, if there was a complaint, the first thing would be, you know, how did you counsel the patient? And the second thing would be, did you seek clarification from the prescriber?
I understand where you're coming from. I have no problem with that. I honestly don't. I do feel greatly for all the patients that the doctors put that standard information on a lot of controlled medications now, since they can click that button in their software. And I don't want to hang anybody up on medications that the doctor intended them to take both.
So I think if you have some specific questions you want to send us, we actually have people in our waiting room right now that were waiting on their 2 o'clock appointment.
Okay, we can do
Because
that.
otherwise, I mean, we could unpack every one of these for 10 minutes and get 8 opinions on it.
Okay. One more question, and I swear that's it. Can the follow-up audit be for prescriptions after today's date? So
I was going to recommend that, and yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. G, and all of your people over there. Thanks, everybody for showing up. Brad, always good to see you. Dwayne, good to finally put a face with the name. I know we've spoken a lot and sent a lot of emails, so. But thanks for everybody that came in today.
Thank you for your time.
We've John has just let quite a few people into the meeting out of the waiting room. One thing we do have, which I don't imagine will take long, Alex, are you there? This is Nicholas Day, and I know that J.O. is out in the waiting room. John, will you let him in?
I let everybody in.
Okay. And Alex is here. It's under Nicholas Day on your sheet. He was at an informal back, or it might have been a full board meeting. I don't remember, but it was back about a year ago. And he had some issues. There were some alcohol issues that he had with UAMS. And if there are members remember right, this was the one where he was intoxicated in the lobby, came back from a night of drinking and was so intoxicated that he was stumbling around in the lobby. There was video of that. And then there was video of him breaking out a window. Anyway, he came before the board and they asked him to come back today. He was going through the program there at I believe it's the UAMS wellness program that he was going through there. And they just asked for him to come into report today. So Alex, is there anybody else here with you that's going to speak, or is it just you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, this thing works half the time. I don't believe so. I think it's just me.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, you didn't have to bring anybody. I just wanted to be sure that if you did, you had that right. And Dr. Newsom, I don't know if she's back or not, but like I said, this was, and y'all have his packet. It does have that original police report in it, but it was an alcohol incident. And then when he came back that night, he was extremely intoxicated, and they called, the police had to call an ambulance, and police had to give him a sternum rub to wake him up. And if you've ever seen one of those, it can be, I mean, it's a pretty painful, I mean, it will bring somebody out of unconsciousness pretty quickly. So like I said, and they took him in, he had a very high blood alcohol content. So, and I believe there was some discussion at the last one where he was at that he didn't drink often, but when he did, he drank to excess. So, and like I said, he was told to go in, or he was already participating in that wellness center program there at UAMS, and the board just wanted to check up with him, and he was supposed to continue with that program and do just whatever they recommended. So, Dr. Newsom, I will turn it back over to you, and I'm sure y'all want to hear from him, but that's what I've got.
Okay, how are you doing, Mr. Day?
Pretty good, thanks. And you?
Doing good. Can you give us an update on how you're doing?
A lot better. Actually, it's kind of fortunate that I did start the wellness thing because, believe it or not, depression runs in my family. It hit me really hard this year, and it helped for a quicker transition at the very least. Like it took a long time for me to actually discover it as such, but it took even longer to actually get the medication anywhere near right. But like thankfully by the end of the semester, that problem was taken care of to a certain extent. Like it's not 100%, but I'm functioning a whole heck of a lot better than I was at the beginning of the semester. That's kind of an aside, but kind of links up with this. As far as student wellness program has gone, I'm still seeing both Dr. Thapa for the depression and a man named Mr. Jim Holland, who's my therapist there. And I kind of tackle the depression side with Dr. Thapa and any other issues I may be having with Mr. Holland. Honestly, that as far as like following the recommendations goes, it's mainly been a touch and go thing. It's like, oh, when can I see you, like next month or the next 2 weeks, or depending on the case or whatever they may be. And I've been continuing with that. Anything else of note? Is there anything in particular you'd like me to answer about?
Okay, how's school going?
Great. Last exam was today. It was kind of rough, but hey, it's done.
Yeah, but your coping skills, you've learned how to cope a lot better?
As far as stressors, school?
Or just life in general?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay.
And just for the board's record, we do have Dr. Lanita White is also on here too. I just wanted to, just in case anybody had any questions, she is on our call.
She just told me she was listening in.
Listening in, okay.
Listening, okay. Okay, would anybody else have any questions of this gentleman? And I've got another one. Have you learned to leave alcohol alone?
Yeah, so that's kind of the funny thing. I didn't like the taste of alcohol before, and now I have trouble drinking some sodas that taste like alcohol.
Okay.
I mean, I really can't touch this stuff anymore, even if I wanted to.
Okay. It was great that you learned that early on in your career.
Yeah.
And I guess, is this your fourth? What is this, your third year?
Second.
Second year, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
I can't really remember that exact scenario, but that because it affected you so badly, we talked to you about you probably couldn't do it. So you haven't drank any since that time, or?
The reason I figured that out is I tried and I couldn't handle it. It's like, yeah, I can't even stomach this anymore. So no, like I couldn't really go through with it now.
And like I said, this was just the board wanted to hear for informational purposes. There's never been any action taken on his license or anything. They just told him last time to just continue with that wellness program, and that would be the recommendation of staff, is that he just continue to go and go through that program as recommended and as recommended by the doctors or the therapists that he's seen.
Okay, well, it appears to me that he's done well. Dr. Mack, do you have any other comments?
No.
Okay, well, anyone else at his, when we talk to him, they want to say something to him? Okay, well, thank you very much and good luck with your life.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Day, you won't have to return unless there are any other issues. So what they want you to do is just continue with that wellness program and just follow that just follow the recommendations, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'll get you a letter that just states that, and I'll copy Dr. White just so the college is aware.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Board members, we have at the last full board meeting. Infinium and True Care Pharmacy were there. Two complete separate entities, separate requests. This was just a very similar request. So we had them both scheduled today. They are both e-kit requests, but they're not, together, or they're not, working together or anything like that. We just literally had them scheduled at the same time today due to their similarities. And Dr. McCready or Dr. Kirtley, if one of you kind of wants to, or John, if you kind of want to see who all's here on their end, and then if one of y'all just kind of wants to refresh the board on what's going on with their request, and we can go from there.
I think most of them had actually seen the board and kind of understood from the board meeting how the interaction with the board goes. The board kind of punted to the informal to try to spend some more time on this and to get some questions answered. I think that Mr. Daniel had emailed a list of questions, which we also have. The board has only approved one electronic or like robotic emergency kit so far for use in the state of Arkansas. There are specific questions we pulled from that previous interaction to ask. We have representative of the company itself. I believe that's Ms. Ritz. Is that correct? And then we have representatives of the two pharmacies, and Jeff also.
Yeah, thank you.
And then representatives of the two pharmacies that are requesting this. This is an interesting request because one pharmacy is out of state. I know that previously the board has not allowed any type of operability like that over state lines. So the board will have to, consider that as well. So we've got, see, Ms. Price, I think from Infinium. Is that correct?
It's actually Ashley Scroggins. I'm changing her name.
It's under M. Price. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm changing her name on there right now.
Okay. Got too many people on screen here. And it looks like Mr. Gribbage is trying to connect to audio.
And I'm not sure who anybody is on the bottom there. Jay
Sariotti.
So John, these pharmacies are wanting to use the same company.
Yeah, it's one system itself. And I think if we go through with the two pharmacies, if we can get Mr. Gribbage on. Who is the 479 number that ends in 2401?
Okay.
Who's that?
Can you hear me now?
2401, who's that?
That would be Bill Gerbsich.
All right. It's
Okay,
got you on
good.
my screen another place, Bill. So we've got both pharmacies on. So I think the easiest way for us to go through some of this is for the two pharmacies. For Jeff and Malia, what is the name of the machine again?
Yeah, so Bill forwarded me the questions that you developed. So he and I are going to go back and forth. He's obviously the expert on pharmacy in Arkansas.
Absolutely.
I'll take some of the questions on the machine. We're Phoenix LTC, or Phoenix Long-Term Care. I've been around for about 10 years. Our StatSafe is a automated med management machine. I'm not familiar with what Infinium wants to put in. Bill is talking about putting in a tabletop StatSafe. And operating systems are exactly the same. And so, but we do manufacture those in Phoenix, Arizona.
And on those, it is an entire drawer unlocks at one time.
So just to explain the question or explain the machine a little bit, it's varying sizes. It can be either one small drawer or up to a full-size cabinet, depending on the facility need.
Okay. So the medications that are kept in the machine, can you guys explain the procedure that medications would be allowed to be removed from the machine?
I can give you the information from the pharmacies and the physical process. I'm sure that Jeff can do better on that, but ours will only contain controlled substances, and the process will be that the nurse will call us and ask us if we have a prescription that still has tablets left on it that they can pull from the e-kit. And if we would assume that, yes, we do have that, we will tell them what they can pull, and then they can remove it from the machine. Jeff, you want to expand on how they do that?
Yeah, so the meds are loaded, or meds are allocated at the pharmacy, loaded into the pharmacy portal. Those meds are then taken to the facility, accepted at the facility, and then put into the machine into a secure environment. And then authorized users at the facility pull meds based upon patient, based upon a code that the pharmacy gives, and based upon availability.
And who is loading the machines from the pharmacy for both Infinium and for TrueCare?
Our intention was to have the nurses do that. I asked Jeff about that, and once they have loaded it, it is available on the portal for us to see that they have been put in the machine. We sort of equate it to the refrigerated e-kits now, like with our Ativan injection. We send those, and then the nurse puts them into the lockbox inside the refrigerator. But this is a point that I think is probably the one that is the stickiest for me, and I'm sure for you.
And Bill, can I just add, there are pharmacy set levels, so it can be restricted acceptance at the machine. So you can do supervisor level or administrator level, can only accept the meds. So it would be an authorized user accepting the meds at the facility.
So
yeah, most definitely a licensed user.
Yeah,
sure.
We need to hear from both pharmacies on that.
Yeah.
Can I add something also?
Yes, go ahead.
Also, there is a report that will show if an inventory item is not accepted. So whenever we do send the inventory to the nurses, if they do not accept an item, we can print a report, and it will also show a yellow color in the StatSafe website. So it'll show that it has not been loaded into the StatSafe, and we can actually print off a report that shows it has not been accepted.
So as opposed to a traditional tackle box where it is a secured box that's tamper evident, how is it tamper evident from the point of getting from the pharmacy to get loaded by a staffer at the nursing home to load it?
It's in a sealed bag.
Like a Ziploc bag, or?
It's in a puncture-proof bag. We can grab one if you like.
Grab one to show us, because you know, one of the main issues I know the board has had for years on this, is I've just watched it working here, is it's the property of the pharmacy. And I've never, well, I'd have to go back and listen to the other one, but I have not seen the board authorize non-pharmacy staff to load those machines. If someone else has a different recollection, then remind me if I have forgotten. So who is buying the machine?
The pharmacy is buying the machine. And of course, the way we see it is that we supply the tackle boxes as the container for our current e-kits. And I guess we're looking at it the same way, as it's our drugs and our machine at their facility.
All right,
Dr.
Dr. Scroggins, I can see that.
Puncture proof. Here it is. And then it will be completely sealed.
So would that have like all the drugs in it? like for you'd ship all the drugs in one of those and the nurse has to unpack it and then load the machine?
Just the controls.
Just the controlled substances.
Are you guys wanting to use it for more than controlled substances then?
Yes.
Okay.
We bring the initial supply down too, and then it's just replacement.
And I mean, initially the entire stat safe is going to be full, and then it's going to be replenished every single day. Every single delivery we have goes out in a puncture-proof bag, in a tamper-proof bag.
Okay. So currently, how are you releasing authority to enter the control box?
I can demonstrate if you would like.
No, I mean, like when someone needs access to the emergency kit, what is the procedure?
So the nurse actually has to call us, and we have to verify that we have a prescription.
Okay.
And if there's no discrepancies, then we also verify that the lock is actually the same that we have on file. And then if that is also correct, we give authority to that nurse to break open the controlled substance tackle box. But that also gives access to the entire tackle box that has every single controlled substance in it. Unlike the stat safe, which only gives access to the one drawer with that controlled substance. After she does take out that dose, she has to fax the order form to us, which is a manual process. But then she'll also then close that tackle box and put a lock back on, which we will also verbally verify and log. But the problem we see there is that the nurse has access to all the controlled substances, whereas the stat safe has a limit to what medication you can grab. It will only open one drawer at a time. And also with the stat safe, it will have a couple stops. It will you can make it have a witness, and it will also make another access code be entered. So that's another stop before a nurse can even access the controlled substance emergency kit.
How much diversion are you guys seeing in your current system? Then I know Dr. Kraus has a question as well.
I mean, little.
I'm not aware.
Not aware of any.
Okay.
But it's extra security feature overall.
Can you clarify that when it says current system? Does it mean the stat safe?
Are you talking about? Can you clarify stat safe or the manual tackle box?
The tackle box.
Well, we just started.
Yeah, we just started with it, so there's not a.
Yeah, my name's Mark Price. I'm the owner of the pharmacy, and Ashley is the pharmacist in charge. And we just now started servicing facilities in the Arkansas area. So we've had the tackle boxes in the Arkansas facilities for about a month now. We have not seen any diversion in them. So, but in our other facilities that are in the Missouri market area, we use the stat safe exclusively up here. So that's what she was referring to when she says we're really not seeing any diversion.
I got
you. Madam President.
Yes.
Excuse me. I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Know if it's the right time or place, for something like this. I have multiple questions, but I'm wondering if this would be better heard before the full board.
That's a great idea.
Well, it was heard, both of these were before the full board last time, and the full board punted it to the informal. So it was, this all heard when we met in October.
Let me ask you this then. Who loads the box, this safe, drug safe, whatever it's called? Who loads this?
They said the nurses at the facility.
Is that legal?
it's not allowed at this time. If you approve the use of the box, then that would be
And
part of it.
I don't know where we've ever allowed somebody to, a nurse to load, I thought they could take stuff out, but I thought the pharmacist had to load it.
Brian, how do y'all load in hospitals? Isn't it pharmacies?
We don't give nurses the ability to load or inventory non-controlled drugs. So it's handled by pharmacy personnel, and that's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around is chain of custody. Yeah. They're going to basically pass the chain of custody from the pharmacy to the nurse, but the pharmacy still owns the drug.
Yeah.
So right now with the kits, who's refilling the manual boxes? Is that the pharmacy or is that the staff at the nursing home? I thought it was the pharmacy that refilled the tackle box.
Every facility I've actually seen in Arkansas, most of them have multiple boxes lined up. So that if you've used something out of a box, it's re-secured with a new serialized tag, and it goes back to the pharmacy. So you know what tag was put on it when the nurse had to remove something, and it switches. It sounded different to me when someone said, well, it's just like when we send something for the refrigerated controls and they have to take it out and load it into the box. The ones we've seen, it's delivery driver takes box A and switches it with box B, and they're going back and forth, where it is only entered into either in the pharmacy for check and reload or in the facility when they have authorization to enter it to get a medication.
Yeah. That was my impression, the way that it worked currently.
So with this system, you're looking at taking this out of the hands of the pharmacist to load and just leave it open for diversion.
In order to load?
Yeah. Did you say something, Ms. Scroggins?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your comment. Did you say it leaves it open for diversion to load?
Yeah, because you're taking it out, you're breaking the continuity with the pharmacist being able to load that and put it there.
Well, there is that report that shows I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. There is that report that shows inventory that has not been accepted. And so each day, whenever we send those, we can see inventory that has not been accepted. There's a report that has been printed. So whenever they receive that medication, we can see what has not been accepted every time we send those replenishments.
Yeah, but if I say it is accepted, but don't put it in the machine, no one's going to know that until the next time they count the machine. I think that's part of what Dr. Jolly is talking about. You have one responsibility group for loading and a different responsibility group to remove. And it's back to the people that own it and load it that also do the audit.
Plus, it's all on reports just to see if anybody looks at those reports. So who knows if somebody's going to do that every time.
Madam President.
Yes, sir. Dr. Krause.
I'm not ready to approve this method at this time.
Okay. Did you want to make it
I'd like to make a motion that we not accept this method of drug stocking for ER kits at this time.
Do I get a second?
I'll second. I mean, we're hearing the same thing we heard last time, and I don't think it's changed anybody's mind. So.
Okay. I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
I think we need to
I'll just say that I agree with the concerns on the loading. I was okay with everything I had heard up to that point.
Okay. Dr. Richmond?
I was just going to say that I think we need to let them walk away knowing what our objections are. And it sounds like that one is the loading by non-pharmacy personnel. And the other was, I still, maybe I missed this, but I'm still not clear that when they open the drawer, do they have access to more than just that one drug, or do they have access to multiple drugs, to the whole drawer? I seem to recall that Ms. Ritz, I think, shared when she demonstrated the product. I think that was our original concern, but I thought she said that it could be limited to one drug, but I might be remembering wrong. That's been a couple of or months or so.
Yeah.
So maybe you can answer that question, Ms. Ritz.
Sure, it is up to the pharmacy and how they load them. I know Infinium currently uses the model that's actually behind me. It has individual drawers. Could that drawer hold more than one item? Yes, that's up to how the pharmacy loads it. The little mini drawers could hold one item. They could hold more than one item, but they would only have access to what's included in that little bin. Our carts do have several models. There is, it's kind of hard to see, there's a 4-inch bin in the bottom of this cart. And when that drawer pops open, then they would have access to everything within that bin, but it's still limited to only what's in that one drawer. They can't access any other drawers. They can't access any other bins except for the current one that they have open.
Okay, so basically what you're saying, and I just need a specific question, and that is that the stat safe can be configured such that the facility can only access one drawer with one drug.
If that's how the pharmacy loads that single drawer. There's like a standard model has 12 drawers. So that would allow for 12 individual drugs. But the pharmacy can choose.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure that it's clear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the system can be configured such that one drug, one drawer, up to however many drawers it is, but it can be configured that way so that when they open it, they're only getting access to that drug and not all drugs.
It can
Because in
be,
Arkansas,
yes.
we limit the number of things that can go in an e-kit anyway.
Yeah.
So you don't need a Pyxis scope machine to be able to do what you're trying to accomplish. So I just want to make sure one drug, one drawer. That takes care of one concern.
Okay.
And I think those were the two main issues, though. Is that right, Dr. Curley?
I think that, and one thing I would add though, Dr. Richmond, it's probably one drug, but there would be multiple doses, just like there are in the current kits. So that's a similar problem, not a dissimilar problem with that. But it depends on how many drawers the system is that they want to buy. And Ms. Ritz showed us that previously, and we've seen kind of those designs before. Some have a drawer with a specific section of the drawer that pops up, more like you would see in a Pyxis machine, like Dr. Jolly would see in a hospital. And I keep bringing it up, not to harp on it, but because I don't want it to be a surprise at some point. I don't know what the board's appetite is about across state lines.
Yeah.
Because in the past, I've been here a long time, but before that was just like throwing a curse word out in a church meeting.
Well, why would we even be making a decision across state lines? Can you tell me that?
Well, I think that the issue before was controlling. We don't allow pharmacies to do offsite order entry on the retail side across state lines, and the board had previously expressed, issues with emergency kits even going across state lines. We have the issue with Texas that Texas only allows one to come in 20 miles. We don't allow anybody in Texas to send one more than 20 miles from where they are. But there seemed to be a good bit of concern that if you are in another state with different regulations, some of our in-state requirements are harder to enforce, and we also are not inspecting those pharmacies on long-term care in the first place. The exchange of emergency kits, a lot of people think that emergency kits are used to avoid emergency service. And if you are, we have some of these issues within state, but we answer them consistently because we are inspecting the stores. If you're 100 miles away from something, you can't even get there in 2 hours. If you're 250 miles away from something, it gets to the point of, it seems somewhat absurd to try to do an emergency kit controlling from, I'm going to use a state that I don't know is even trying this, but from Washington State getting way far away, you may be right across the border in Memphis versus West Memphis, which would seem more reasonable, except when you say it's Memphis trying to do it for Fayetteville. It is an issue of, if you are not local and we don't have eyeballs on you firsthand as part of our normal inspection oversight, the board hasn't been comfortable with it. But that, you guys may have a different opinion than previous boards.
Any further discussion?
Are the doors lockable? I mean, could you, if the pharmacy filled the drawer and then delivered the drawer, replace the drawer with the filled drawer so that the nursing staff doesn't have access to it? I guess the other question would be, you're probably just using couriers, not technicians, right?
I'm sorry, there was a noise in the last question. What were the last words?
I assume you're using couriers and
courier for delivery.
Yeah, not
for the
licensed
pharmacy
technicians to do that.
That'd be a pharmacy question.
But Dr. Richmond, I think that this system isn't one where the whole drawer comes out as a secure piece. Is that correct, Ms. Ritz?
We do have a new system that's coming out that does have secure bins where the actual small bin holds an individual only, except like, it's called a stack cube. And the drawers are loaded with individual plastic bins that are tamper proof. And then that individual bin will hold only one item, loads into a drawer module. And then only that bin is accessible, and it does ship as only that item secured in that bin to the pharmacy. I'm not sure that either one of these pharmacies today are looking at that model. So, but we do have that technology available if it would be considered.
And were either one of them looking at the model where it was one drug, one drawer?
We can, yeah.
We will certainly consider it. We were not. That's not what we had used previously, but we certainly will consider it if it's something the board would be willing to work with us on.
I'm not prepared to make any guarantees one way or the other personally. I mean, my motion still stands.
Right. Any further discussion? We have a motion. Pardon?
May I speak with regards to the over the border?
Yes.
Go ahead. I just want clarification. I just want clarification from you all. So with regards to the stat safe, I mean, there's not a live order entered into the. We're not entering an order into the stat safe. It's really truly just an inventory management tool. It's just telling us back here at the pharmacy that this product got used out of it, or we released this product so that the nursing facility could pull that product out of there. So, I mean, we're not physically keying an order in to allow them to pull out of it. It's very similar to, it's really just similar to the tackle box, only it's electronic and it shares data back and forth. So I just wanted to say that we're not data entering an order.
And I understand that argument very well, but the issue is you are controlling the box. So yeah. It's not just I'm saying it's compared to the way the board has looked at offsite order entry and review. But in this one, I think it's actually the technicality of the box is having to be released from there. And I don't know, it could be the board was more worried about the distance issue, but there's some things they just have not allowed pharmacies in other states to do. And when I've asked board members previously in the past, it's been, well, there's a lack of oversight by our board, our staff on how everything else is functioning in that pharmacy. We're having to rely on another state to inspect it and oversee it. And at that point, they just have not been comfortable about saying, well, you can also do this over the state line.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we still have a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. And all of my screen, everybody's freezing up again. So I am going to take my video off so that I can possibly hear you all.
And just for the record, the motion that Dr. Kraus made was to
not approve it at this time.
Okay, and that's for both both requests, True Care Pharmacy and Infinium.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
And I know that Dr. Richmond mentioned letting them know what the issues were. Do y'all have any more questions about just for the pharmacies? Any more questions about what or why this decision was made? I just want to be sure we're all on the same
True
page.
Care.
before we Get off of here.
True Care doesn't have any questions.
Okay.
No, Infinium Pharmacy does not have any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll get letters to both of you. I've got emails for both of you. I'll get letters out just stating the decision that they made today.
Guys, we had no idea that 1 o'clock was going to go that far, so we even had to cancel stuff to get you in. And we left you in the waiting room because every time we get a bunch of people on here at once, videos and sound starts locking up. And I think it's just the bandwidth of everybody in the United States using everything right now is giving us gremlins. Thank you for your patience on that.
Yeah, thank y'all for your patience for all afternoon for waiting.
Thanks for your consideration. Yeah, thanks for your time.
Thanks. And
Thank you
board
all.
members, we had a let me pull the schedule up here. We had something set for 3:30 that we've actually moved. That was also, it was similar to the Walgreens issue earlier, so we've moved that to a later date. The only thing we have left is I have a few emergency hearings that we need to go over. They will be brief. And then, John, you had something you had asked me to include an HHS request. Do you want to go ahead and?
We had a request we put in the document that there is a facility that wants to actually have an exception to have, let me pull it back up. I hit the wrong button and just closed it. It's one of those days. Here we go.
Gremlins.
That's right, gremlins.
They've been here all day long. They were here yesterday.
It was, where to go?
Lenora, is yours better when it's cloudy outside or sunny outside? If it's sunny outside, mine's worse.
You know what? This is my first time yesterday and today that I've really had these type of problems. And I'm down at the clinic and I'm next to the hospital. So everything, should be running great. And we have our own private Wi-Fi, but I think it's just too many people online.
Yeah.
Mine's better when the
outside or sunny outside. If it's sunny outside, mine's worse.
You know what? This is my first time yesterday and today that I've.
Man, listen to those brilliant people talk.
So this was from Department of Health and Human Services. This is about state-owned facilities that they actually do have, because of the psychiatric nature of their patients. They were asking for an addition of chlorpromazine. I actually discussed this with some of their representation, saying, look, this is a big deal to have that medication in there. There have been cases in the past about chemical restraints. Be sure that you actually want this. And they went back and looked at the risk to benefit kind of equation they were looking at with this, because of the patients that are in that care for the state. And they said, yes, we do believe this is a better medication for us to use, and our physician is prepared to come speak before the Board of Pharmacy in the request that they do need this if necessary. I said, well, I will, and I meant to present it in October, and I think it just slipped through the cracks. I wasn't sure if they really wanted to pursue it at that point. So they are requesting that expansion. I said I would ask today if the board would give us authority to grant that expansion for their emergency kit for that psychiatric population. It's not a normal just nursing home.
John, is that the crisis stabilization unit over on Roosevelt, or is it the state hospital?
No. It's a state. That is
State Health Center in Haskell.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what?
It's the Arkansas Health Center in Haskell. They've got about 200 psychiatric patients.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe they're wards of the state because of severe mental issues.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them have been wards of the state for years and years, if not decades. I mean, there's a lot of these. You know, a lot of people, you know, go to the state hospital, get evaluated, and then they get sent out to wherever, and this is one of those places.
Yeah.
What is that list under in the law book, John?
We have it. The list is on Regulation 5 for long-term care facilities. And then under related documents, we have the specific list of meds that we've approved, which did not include this specifically.
Okay.
On this one, due to past issues, we've basically said you need to ask the board.
Is Haldol on there now?
Yeah. Yeah, they say that they have their antipsychotic choice in their ER boxes, haloperidol, often be given with low dose lorazepam, which is beneficial for some of the patients when they become agitated and with elevated psychosis. However, there are at least 5 or 6 patients at the facility who do not do well with Haldol or lorazepam and are preferentially do better when they have to have PRN intervention with low dose chlorpromazine.
Yeah.
So they had a very specific situation for a specialized patient population.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it would be a very, very small number. I'm sorry, Dr. Jolly, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just saying, I think clinically that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. So
Make a motion to approve.
Do we just need to? Oh, did you make a motion, Dr. Krause?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
And I'll get notice to them and just say that it was approved based on the circumstances of this letter.
Okay, thank you.
We got a few emergency hearings, and I talked to the board officers yesterday about just not worrying about calling Ms. Ford or Ms. Rader, since we have 6 members present. So these are, we occasionally get a list back from the state police. It's called a rat back. It's just somebody that we have license has gotten new arrest or new issues. So what I have is these, I've got 4 to present today. They have all been, they've all have new criminal charges. We've all, the board has mailed a surrender to their address of record with the board, and we have not heard back from any of these people. So based on, and I'll go through the facts of all of them just briefly, but the first one is Tony Linder. This was a domestic battery arrest on July 12th of 2020. This charge is still pending, but she also has a theft of property arrest from October of 2020, and she has pled guilty to that. This was a shoplifting incident. We would just ask that due to the guilty plea to a theft and a domestic battery, we would ask that her license be suspended pending a full board hearing.
Motion to suspend.
Okay, I have a motion to suspend and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, motion passes.
Okay, the next one is Chastity Laura, PT 08227. We were notified she's been arrested for felony battery, resisting arrest, and public intoxication. Police were called, and let me get a date here. The police were called, this was August 23rd. Police were called to a disturbance. They just literally were trying to figure out what was going on, made contact with her. She was outside. She was acting belligerent, seemed intoxicated. She actually started fighting with the police. One of the officers was injured. That's where the felony battery comes in. It took him quite a while to get her under control enough where he could get handcuffs on her. So this is pending in circuit court due to it being a felony. So just based on the fact that she seemed impaired and was, even after he got her in the car and was taken to the police station, she was talking to herself and just appeared to be impaired on something. So based on that and the fact that she committed a felony battery, we would ask that her license be suspended pending a hearing in front of the full board.
I'll make the motion. We suspend based on waiting for the full board, just like you said.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
This was, the next one is Holly Gilmore, PT 09231. She has been charged with felony theft of property and a felony lottery fraud. She worked at, like a Murphy fuel station. And her and somebody else that she worked with scratched $5,000 worth of lottery tickets without paying for them. They would just go through and scratch them, and if they had a winner, they would turn it in and cash it out. So the store actually lost close to, well, the store didn't, but the Arkansas Lottery lost thousands of dollars. So just based on that, we would ask that her license be suspended pending full hearing.
Motion
to suspend.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and Brian, you did the second.
Brian made the motion and
I made the
got,
motion.
Dr. Kraus as
Okay,
well.
I got it backwards. Sorry about that. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. I'm still on time delay over here, y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got, this is the last one, Joshua Allison, PT 09076. This was just a routine traffic stop. He was the driver of the vehicle. There was a passenger. The officer smelled marijuana in the vehicle. When the officer was up, he got his the officer got the driver's information and kind of stepped back to his vehicle. And as he did that, he was watching the driver, and he watched him conceal something between the driver's seat and the console right there. The officer went back up. He found a handgun, which was what he had, that Mr. Allison had concealed between the seats. There were also found several jars that contained marijuana, and Mr. Allison had $3,000 in cash on him. He has been charged with felony possession of marijuana due to the amount, and he has been charged with simultaneous possession, drugs and firearms, which is a Class Y felony, which is the highest level of felony. So based in all this is pending in circuit court. So this was a recent arrest. So based on all this, we would just ask that his license be suspended pending a hearing in front of the full board.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
So
And
Luke,
that is-
on these, you have to suspend and bring them back before the board if they wish to do anything. You can't just take their license.
No, we have to, when you do it emergency wise like this without them present, you have to suspend it. By law, if you're going to try to revoke their permit, they have to be given notice and have the opportunity to appear. So yeah, we have.
And wherever they were, you're going to let those people know.
Yeah, we've already, we've already contacted, when we got notice of this, we contacted, I don't believe 2 of them were even listed working anywhere, and the other 2 hadn't been wherever they were working. So staff tries to contact them as soon as we find out about these. And that's all the emergency hearings I have, but they will all be set for February. And then I have, speaking of February, we have the matter of right now, the board meeting is scheduled besides reciprocity is scheduled for in person. And I know that Dr. Mack had wanted this brought up, and I know Dr. Kirtley, and I believe the opinion of staff is that this needs to be virtual. The entire meeting needs to be virtual. And we do have a few hearings that are already have been scheduled. So we're asking for the board to make that decision today, so that way we can get them notice of in person. I think
That's a smart idea.
I think February is too soon to expect to have it.
Yeah, and and there's going to be, at this point, I don't know what the latest medical data, the last thing I heard was the peak in like March or April. So it's looking like it's still going to go. And I don't know with the announcement tonight, whatever the governor's going to make, I'm sure part of that is going to be about the physical session that's coming up, I imagine will be moved to virtual also. So yeah, we would just ask that at this point and that somebody just make a motion, if that's what y'all decide, to make a motion to just move it to virtual, because.
Make a motion, we move it to virtual.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by being by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? And along with the same terms, I think our annual meeting for NABP is also going to be virtual in May.
Oh, is it?
Because-
Is it? Ooh.
Yeah, well, we don't think everything's going to be ready to go.
Not enough
Brenda's
vaccine.
here?
No.
I may have
Yeah,
They'll
my,
we're
just
not gonna
go
get
to the
vaccine
last
out.
minute again and have to cancel, so that's
Yeah.
wise.
Where was it scheduled? I don't even remember. Phoenix?
Phoenix,
Somewhere
yeah.
outside of Phoenix? Is that where it was scheduled? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
The last thing we have is or the last thing I have, John or Brenda may have something else, but the last thing I have is looking at the next informal date. And I know we talked about March, spring break, and at least in Central Arkansas is March 22nd. I assume it'll be everywhere, and that's just always a bad week. The week before that, I know Brenda's out and Dr. Mack is out, and I'm actually subpoenaed on a criminal trial in Fort Smith. I doubt it will go, but you never know about those things. So maybe looking at, let me scoot back.
March 8th or,
Yeah,
I mean, that
either,
week.
and I mean, that's kind of close after the board meeting. So if
Yeah.
possible, maybe the end of March, that first week of maybe would be March 30th and 31st, or 31st and April the 1st, or even the next week, if that would give us time to get, we've got, I see Dr. Kraus, you got.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you can keep it kind of away from the first of the month, I would be appreciative. But if not, if that's what we've got to do, that's what we got to do.
Okay.
Luke, I could do the 16th and 17th. I can punt that 17th day. I was going to be gone the 17th to the 21st. I was going to take some time off, but I can punt that if they want to do it that week.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think we can probably pick a couple days to make sure. Some schools do have weird spring break issues.
Yeah, and that 15th, I mean, I'm just afraid there may be some other stuff. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like I said, I would just hate for not only board members that have, kids and grandkids that may be out of school, but also just, I mean, participants. You're just getting, I mean, around the middle of March, it just gets touchy either way.
Yep.
What about April?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. I mean, even into the third week where it's, like the 12th and 14th or 14th and 15th. I mean, that's 4 months away, so that would give us plenty of time to, I don't have but maybe 2 technician files in my desk right now, but I know we do have some other issues. We've got some complaints that need to be set, and I've got a few other things over there in my basket that need to be set for formal. So that'll be 4 months away.
So how are we doing as far as, I know, we didn't meet for a long time because of COVID, and we've really worked hard, I think, to try to get some things done, or catch up. But how are we doing as far as catching up? We
are almost completely. I don't know that we have hardly anything that was set months and months ago, because we had that informal in August or September. Then we had a ton of stuff at the board meeting in October. Yeah. And we've got a lot of stuff finished today. So we're pretty much back to a normal type schedule. And so I think we could easily wait till April to have an informal.
Yeah, Luke and Brenda have worked really, really hard to get us caught up. They've done amazing work with our investigative staff getting caught up on stuff.
Well, and I don't want it scheduled to where it interferes with Brenda's vacation, because I mean, that's, y'all work there every day, and we just get called in periodically. So we should be able to meet those demands.
Yeah. Yeah. Then let's look in April. What about either the week of the 6th and 7th or 13th and 14th?
That's fine. I mean, I'd rather be there on the first of the month than one of y'all staff miss a planned vacation or something like that.
Is the 6th and 7th still pretty close to the first for you? Or does that work?
No, I mean, it's fine. Forget I said it. I'll work
No.
around it.
Or even
I can make it happen. I mean, unless, we have people out with COVID, I can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, and we've always got more than enough. I mean, like today we had 6, and even with, Dr. Newsom recusing on the case. I mean, we like to have, minimum of 3 or 4, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, if we're over that. So like I said, I mean, there's always usually somebody that, if somebody has to skip out, like originally Miss Ford wanted to be here today, but you know, with everything that's going on, I mean, in hospital administration, she couldn't make it. So there's always, I mean, if something comes up, it's always doable. So if we plan it for the 6th or 7th, does that work for?
Yes, sir.
Yes. But
Yes.
if we don't ever get to come back there, we can't eat at Samantha's.
I know, right? Or, yeah. Somebody said the other day, I said, you know, I said, one of the things that's missing about an informal is always a good lunch.
Right.
Yeah. My sandwich
Y'all
today,
saved
while
a
looking out
lot
the
of
window,
money.
I mean, it just wasn't the same.
John, are you?
So I'll get that out and I'll put, I'll send an email out to everybody that'll just have the new stuff for virtual in February. And we've pretty much already told all the reciprocity people, I mean, even before this, I mean, we couldn't ask people to fly. So that's pretty much already taken care of. And I know Nancy has been getting people in about, she has a date set about every 2 weeks where, you know, a small group come in to test. So we'll have that and I'll get the dates of that informal out. And John, Brenda, I'll turn it back if y'all got anything else.
I got one thing. John, have you been banking up all that money we've been saving on lunches? We're gonna have Arthur's or something when we come back.
It ain't like they're gonna let us spend it.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, we can go to Oceans and Arthur's. You know, they're right there beside each other. You know, have steak and sushi, and I'm game for that.
I'm thinking.
Y'all trying to get us audited.
It's my favorite. I get sushi, and then you can order the creme brulee for dessert off the Arthur's menu.
Yeah,
It's a good deal.
That's a good thing. You know, you can go to Oceans and order off Arthur's, but you can't go to Arthur's and order off Oceans. It's weird. So yeah, so you always got to go to Oceans if you want to order off both menus.
So nope, sorry guys, back to bologna sandwiches.
Hey, I'll be happy with just eating my catfish. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, goldfish downstairs is always good. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Hey,
I'm
so
gonna tell
Luke,
Luke this
John,
time he's the one talking too much.
I think if I was gonna say one thing. I think if y'all are gonna get behind again, I think why don't you call a meeting in
Yeah,
March
we could-
if if
we
you need
will.
to, just so we
Okay.
don't let y'all get where we were before.
Yeah.
All right.
We couldn't do it before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
I've got
everybody.
a comment if I can get in.
Everybody stay safe. Have a good holiday, and we'll see y'all
Merry
in
Christmas.
the new year.
Guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Lenore's got something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I've got a shout out. We had an NABP meeting last Thursday, and I got so many compliments on Brenda McCready for leading her task force. And I want to be able to pass it to her personally, but I can't. And I think, and you can't even see me say this to you because of the way this situation is here. But I just want to say thank you and to give you a big shout out.
There you go.
Great job.
Participated on task force committees. Because Debbie, you were on one.
Yes, it's coming in January.
Okay, so
And it's virtual.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, they all are at this point.
Yeah, that was my first time to chair, so it was kind of interesting.
Yeah,
You didn't make that mask out of panties, did you?
Do what?
You didn't make that mask out of panties, did you?
Came from Macy's. No, my panties aren't this thick.
I just saw polka dots.
I'm so glad this is on YouTube.
Oh, God.
And y'all were worried about me saying I was hungry.
It was a good meeting.
It was. Thanks, everybody. I know it was a long 2 days, but we did get a lot of stuff cleared up. Thanks.
We did. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Be
guys.
safe.
Bye-bye.
Dang. Sorry.